Chapter 41. Jiang Chen's fist shone brightly. The sharp yuan power cut through the air like a knife, creating a crackling sound. His entire body emitted a violent wave of qi as it collided with Li Changhao's heavenly yellow finger. What? He is using his fist to fight against the heavenly yellow finger? How can he be so arrogant? Yin Yang was shocked. This Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Although he had the upper hand before, the heavenly yellow finger is a battle skill. This finger is extremely powerful, and he is using his fist to fight against it. He will definitely be at a disadvantage. I think he will not be able to block it. The heavenly yellow finger of the Li family, although it is a low-rank mortal battle skill, Li Changhao has practiced it to perfection. Its attack is extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked. No one had seen Jiang Chen using his fist to fight against the heavenly yellow finger. He was definitely not an opponent. Ah, Jiang Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Using your fist to fight against my heavenly yellow finger, you really don't know what death is. On the opposite side, Li Changhao laughed out loud. His face was full of mockery. However, the mockery on his face disappeared in the next second and was replaced by shock. Jiang Chen had used his actions to show him what mockery really was. Boom! With a loud boom under everyone's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen's fist and the giant heavenly yellow finger collided, creating a deafening sound. Unfortunately, the scene that everyone was expecting did not happen. Jiang Chen's fist was invincible. It seemed like there was nothing that it could not break. The extremely powerful heavenly yellow finger was crushed by Jiang Chen's fist, turning into a yellow light and disappearing. Looking back at Jiang Chen, his whole body was still in the same posture as when he punched. He did not even move an inch. He was as steady as a mountain. Everyone could feel the power of that punch. Combined with the faint aura of a king that Jiang Chen casually emitted, many people had the illusion that this young man in front of them was very mature. Oh my God, how powerful is that punch? It broke the heavenly yellow finger. Isn't his physical body a little too strong? Even with the support of origin power, it's still too terrifying for his fist to take on the heavenly yellow finger. I can't believe that such a genius has appeared in such a small city. It seems that Li Changhao is not his match. No one wasn't shocked. A fist had collided with the heavenly yellow finger. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. This battle, which had originally seemed to have no suspense, had changed people's minds. Li Changhao had even used the heavenly yellow finger while Jiang Chen hadn't used any battle skills up until now. In comparison, Li Changhao had already lost. If Li Changhao didn't have any other powerful trump cards, he would definitely be defeated by Jiang Chen today. Naturally, they did not know that Jiang Chen had condensed 5 dragon marks in his qi si. When he used his full strength, he could unleash a force of 50,000 jin. How terrifying was that? Damn, how did this guy train? His qi is so strong and his body is as strong as a wild beast. Yin Yang couldn't help but curse. He himself was a rare genius, and geniuses were all arrogant. It was hard for them to admire another genius, but Jiang Chen's performance today had really impressed him. Brother Jiang Chen has consumed the soul qi elixir and the pure yang fruit. He has already reached the mid-qi high realm. Li Changhao is not his match. We can rest assured now, he. Yin Xuanhuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed. He was no longer as nervous as before, and now he looked like he was watching a good show. Besides, Jiang Chen's performance had shocked all the higher-ups of the Yin family. Such a talented young man, even compared to those geniuses from the big sects in the Qi province, he was not any weaker. This made them even more determined to win over Jiang Chen. On the other side, Li Sanyu's face darkened. Chief, this guy is extremely talented. At such a young age he is already so powerful. There is almost no one who can fight him at the same level as him. If we let him continue growing, there will be endless troubles in the future. Next to Li Sanyu, a mortal core warrior from the Li family whispered. At this point, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see Jiang Chen's potential. Don't worry, has the combat weapon, he will definitely be able to kill him. Li Sanyu Lung said. This 15-year-old young man in front of him gave him a sense of danger. This made Li Sanyu determined to get rid of him. The one who was shocked the most was Li Changhao himself. He had been cultivating the heavenly yellow finger for so many years, and he had mastered this combat skill to a very high level. But it was easily broken by Jiang Chen. How could he not be shocked? What other skills do you have? I'll give you the chance to use them. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His posture was calm, and his arrogance and confidence came from his bones. He didn't put Li Changhao in his eyes at all. This was a blatant disdain towards Li Changhao. This disdain deeply hurt Li Changhao's arrogant heart. Both of his eyes turned red and he was extremely angry. "Jiang Chen, I will kill you today," Li Xianxia roared out. He moved his arm and like a magic trick, a shining long sword appeared in his hand. Buzz. The long sword let out a series of buzzing sounds. The sword was pitch black, and it was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was 5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The cold sword light kept flashing and it made people feel suffocated. Low-ranked combat weapon. Jiang Chen looked at the longsword. With his eyesight, he could tell the grade of the sword with just a glance. "What? It's a combat weapon?" Yin Yang exclaimed out loud. "Damn it, I forgot about this." Li Sanyu already had a backup plan. He gave the low-ranked combat weapon to Li Xianghao. Yin Zhanyun was furious. Looking at the long sword in Li Xianghao's hand, no one could remain calm. Combat weapons were not something ordinary weapons could compare with. Anything that could reach the combat weapon grade was a godly weapon. The difference between a combat weapon and an ordinary weapon was that a combat weapon could absorb yuan energy and unleash a power that was twice or even several times stronger than a warrior's. It was similar to a powerful combat skill, but a combat weapon was much rarer than a combat skill. Every combat weapon was extremely precious, even if it was a low-ranked combat weapon. Especially in a big city like Red City, which was located in a remote area of the Qi province, it could only be considered as a corner of the Qi province. Combat weapons were even rarer here. Ordinary mortal core warriors couldn't even get a low-ranked combat weapon. For example, the Misty Rain Tower's auction house was the biggest auction house in Red City. They had auctioned all kinds of treasures and natural resources, but they had never auctioned a combat weapon. In the entire Yen family they only had 3 low-ranked combat weapons. If the Yen family was like this, then the Li family wouldn't be much stronger than the Yen family. Li Xianghao was only at the peak of the Qi High realm, but he still had a low-ranked combat weapon. It was obvious that he was using it as a trump card against Yen Yang. It's a low-ranked combat weapon. This is the first time I've seen one. It really is a godly weapon, not something ordinary weapons can compare with. With a low-ranked combat weapon, Li Xianghao's combat strength has at least doubled. How can Jiang Chen fight against him? A combat weapon can cut through iron like mud. This is terrifying. Everyone was sighing. They all looked at the long sword in Li Xianghao's hand with an envious expression. "Jiang Chen, this sword is called the Black Soul Sword. You probably haven't seen what a combat weapon looks like. You should be proud that you can die in the hands of this Black Soul Sword today." Li Xianghao shook his yuan energy, and the Black Soul Sword immediately let out a whistling sound. A gloomy and glossy aura spread out in all directions, causing many people to feel a chill. Jiang Chen sneered at Li Xianghao's confidence. This guy's sense of superiority was way too much. It was just a low-ranked combat weapon and he was already so arrogant. Jiang Chen really didn't know what to say. In his previous life, not to mention a low-ranked combat weapon, even a top-ranked combat weapon was like trash in his eyes. He wouldn't even look at it. That's right, this Black Soul Sword could double Li Xianghao's combat strength. However, even if his combat strength was increased by 5 times, if Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he would still die. Don't waste time. Hurry up and kill him. Li Sanyu reminded. "Yes, Dad. I will definitely let him die a horrible death, and I won't let him have an easy death. I will let him know that going against the Li family will not end well." Li Xianghao sneered. "Walala." Li Xianghao shook his yuan energy and poured it into the Black Soul Sword like a tidal wave. Countless sword lights suddenly burst out, forming a huge sword net. "Jiang Chen, die. I'll turn you into meat paste with my sword." Li Xianghao's aura soared. He rushed towards Jiang Chen like a ferocious tiger. He raised the sword in his hand high up, and the sword net expanded without limit. The cold sword lights were like a bloodthirsty wild beast, terrifying to the soul. "Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. The power of a combat weapon is not to be underestimated. It can cut through iron like mud. Once you get hit by it, you will either die or be severely injured." Yin Zhanyun's face was filled with worry. Buzz. The Black Soul Sword shook violently, and the sword net completely covered Jiang Chen. Li Xianghao's face was filled with pride. The Black Soul Sword was like a poisonous snake's tongue. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it cut Jiang Chen in half. "Ha!" Li Xianghao laughed out loud. However, the next moment he felt that something was wrong. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. When the Black Soul Sword hit Jiang Chen's body, it didn't feel like it was hitting a human body at all. The tip of the sword hit the ground, leaving a deep mark on the hard ground. "An afterimage." Li Xianghao shouted out in shock. What he had slashed was only Jiang Chen's afterimage. How could this be possible? How did he dodge this attack? Li Qianghao raised his head and discovered that many people's mouths were wide open in shock, revealing expressions of shock. He knew that this shock was definitely not due to the power of his sword, because everyone's gazes were fixed behind him. Be careful. Li Sanyu hurriedly warned. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Li Qianghao had already felt the danger coming from behind him. Behind him, Jiang Chen dashed out like a cheetah. In his hand there was a 5-foot-long golden finger light. It was like a dazzling sword as it slashed towards Li Qianghao. This was the light condensed by the single solar finger. It was strong enough to fight against a low-ranked combat weapon. Chapter 42. Everyone's expression changed. Li Sanyu cried out in shock, but Jiang Chen was too fast. Even with his late mortal core realm cultivation, he didn't have the time to stop him. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's finger was like a sword as it slashed down. Li Qianghao's reaction was fast. He turned his body to the side and avoided the tragedy of being cut in half. At the same time, he didn't forget to use the Black Soul Sword to block. Too bad he was too slow. Puchi. Jiang Chen's finger slashed down on his wrist. Li Qianghao's yuan energy was useless, and the Black Soul Sword was also too slow. His wrist was cut off by Jiang Chen. His hand and the Black Soul Sword fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his broken wrist like a fountain, shooting out for a distance of 3 meters. The pain from his broken wrist made Li Qianghao scream out in pain, but Jiang Chen didn't care about it. He slapped Li Qianghao's face. Slap. A clear slap. Li Qianghao's palm hit the ground. Slap. Jiang Chen raised his foot and stepped on Li Qianghao's face. The sole of his foot rubbed against Li Qianghao's face. No matter how hard Li Qianghao tried to move, he couldn't escape. All he could do was scream out in pain. Silence. The scene suddenly became quiet. Who would have thought that this would happen? Who would have thought that even Li Qianghao, who had a low-ranked combat weapon, would still be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant? Everyone was immersed in Jiang Chen's previous actions. There were so many eyes, but no one could see how Jiang Chen dodged Li Qianghao's unavoidable attack. Let my son go. Li Sanyu finally reacted. He angrily shouted at Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for his son being stepped on by Jiang Chen, he would have already rushed up and torn Jiang Chen into pieces. Everyone from the Li family was furious. They never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Even Li Qianghao, who was at the peak of the Qi realm and had a low-ranked combat weapon, was no match for him. This was too terrifying. Let him go? Are you kidding me? Don't forget this is a life-or-death battle. Jiang Chen sneered at the furious Li Sanyu. His foot kept slapping Li Qianghao's face. Little bastard, if you dare touch my son again, I will tear you into pieces. Li Sanyu was on the verge of exploding in anger. The hideous scar on his face kept twitching. It was a frightening sight. He had already lost one of his sons. If another one died, he would probably go crazy. More importantly, if Li Qianghao was killed in front of him, it would be a slap to his face. Li Sanyu is furious. But we agreed that Li Qianghao and Jiang Chen will fight a life-and-death battle. I guess Jiang Chen won't dare to kill Li Qianghao. No one dares to kill Li Sanyu's son right in front of him. It's hard to say. I think this Jiang Chen is a ruthless man. He might really dare to kill Li Qianghao. Besides, both of them are like fire and water. Even if he doesn't kill Li Qianghao, Li Sanyu will not let him go. The crowd was discussing in low voices. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chen in a different way. After today's battle, this unknown young man would become famous in Red City. No one from the Yin family said anything. All they needed to do was to support Jiang Chen and protect him. Besides, the past 2 days had taught them that Jiang Chen was a man with his own mind. Whether he killed Li Qianghao or not, they couldn't do anything about it. Even Li Sanyu's threat was useless. This was the truth. The once greatest saint in the world had never been threatened before. Li Sanyu's threat was nothing to Jiang Chen. It was like a fart. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the furious Li Sanyu. He stomped harder and harder on Li Qianghao's head. That was the sound of bones being dislocated. Blood was flowing out of Li Qianghao's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His screams were getting more and more terrifying. Bastard! Jiang Chen, I'm going to skin you alive. Li Sanyu was like an angry lion. He was furious, but he didn't dare to step forward. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Li Qianghao in an instant if he attacked. Skin me alive? Why don't I skin him first? Jiang Chen stomped on the ground. The black spirit sword bounced up from the ground. Jiang Chen easily grabbed it in his hand. Nice sword, consider it a trophy. As for Li Qianghao, a life and death battle is a battle of life and death. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. The black soul sword's tip landed on Li Qianghao's neck. Feeling the coldness of the sword, Li Qianghao's body shivered. At this moment he felt the threat of death. No, no, don't kill me. Li Qianghao begged in a muffled voice. He didn't want to die. He was the second son of the Li family. He was a rare genius in Red City. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he die? Jiang Qin, don't you dare. Li Sanyu's nose was about to spit out flames. The onlookers held their breaths. They were all guessing whether Jiang Qin would dare to kill Li Qianghao or not. Li Sanyu, I heard that you have 3 sons. I'll kill 2 of them first. Jiang Qin had a calm expression on his face, but he didn't show any mercy. The black soul sword pierced through Li Qianghao's neck, staining the ground with his blood. Li Qianghao struggled for a few moments before he completely stopped moving. At this moment, the crowd quieted down again. Li Sanyu stared at everything in front of him. He was stunned. Oh my god, he really killed Li Qianghao. Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. He didn't even blink when he killed. The second son of the Li family was killed in Red City, and it happened right in front of Li Sanyu. This is unimaginable. Everyone was shocked. Everyone stared at Jiang Qin, who had a harmless smile on his face. They couldn't help but gasp. This young man was too brave. Ah, Li Sanyu finally reacted. He raised his head up and let out a loud roar. He was like a mad beast. The energy of a late mortal core warrior swept across the area like a tsunami. Under this kind of energy, everyone felt like they were suffocating. Some of the men who were closer to Li Sanyu were knocked down onto the ground and started coughing up blood. He was furious. His own son was killed right in front of everyone. Anyone would be furious. Brother Jiang Qin, back off now. Xuanhuan had been prepared for this. When Li Sanyu attacked, he also rushed out and stood in front of Jiang Qin. Get the hell out of here. Li Sanyu's eyes had turned red. He forcefully struck out with his palm. Xuanhuan's energy shot up into the sky as he raised his palm to block the attack. Bang! The air produced a violent sound. The 2 great warriors of Red City had collided with each other. The shockwave from their attacks had caused the surrounding air to heat up. Those who were watching the fight immediately backed off. A fight between late mortal core warriors was really scary. Once someone was caught in the crossfire, it would be no laughing matter. Jiang Qin stood still with a calm expression. Li Sanyu's powerful attack didn't make him panic. He was as calm as a mountain, as if he didn't care about any of his enemies. Xuanhuan, get the hell out of my way. This little bastard killed 2 of my sons. I'm going to skin him alive today. Li Sanyu's voice was like a huge bell. Li Sanyu, don't you have any shame? We agreed on a life and death fight, and now that your son is dead, he can only blame himself for not being strong enough. You are a late mortal core warrior and you want to attack a young man? Do you have any shame? Xuanhuan let out a cold snort. Of course he wouldn't back off. Jiang Qin was the Yin family's savior, and he had saved Yan Qinyu's life. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would protect Jiang Qin's safety. Xuanhuan, are you going to back off or not? This is between the Li family and him. It has nothing to do with your Yin family. Li Sanyu clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Jiang Qin's problem is my Xuanhuan's problem. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Xuanhuan's attitude was very aggressive. He unleashed the energy of a late mortal core warrior as well. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Jiang Qin. Alright, everyone attack. Kill Jiang Qin for me. Li Sanyu was furious and he couldn't hold it in anymore. While shouting at the Li family, he raised both of his palms and attacked Xuanhuan. Swoosh! Just as the Li family made their move, 5 to 6 mortal core warriors from the Misty Rain Tower appeared in front of Jiang Qin and blocked his path. The Yin family is protecting Jiang Qin. No one can touch a single hair of Jiang Qin in the Yin family. Yin Hongtai's energy was soaring. More and more people from the Yin family came out from the Misty Rain Tower. The situation was getting more and more serious. 6 mortal core warriors, it was almost the strongest team of the Yin family. The Li family only sent a few men, and it seemed like they were still not strong enough to fight against the Misty Rain Tower. What did this Jiang Qin do for the Yin family? Why did all the mortal core warriors from the Yin family come out to help him? Don't tell me he cured the Yin family's young lady's illness? That's impossible. The Yin family's young lady has an incurable disease. Even many masters can't cure her. Everyone was shocked. At first, they thought that the Yin family's protection of Jiang Qin was just a symbolic gesture. They didn't expect the Yin family to be so aggressive. The Li family's expressions changed. Even Li Sanyu, who was standing on the other side, stopped what he was doing. The Yin family's attitude towards Jiang Chen had also exceeded his expectations. Yin Xuanhuan, does your Yin family want to start a war with the Li family? Li Sanyu was after all a famous man, and he had regained his senses. If you want to fight, I'll definitely accompany you. But I don't think you want to see Red City in complete chaos right now. Yin Xuanhuan was extremely aggressive. Chief, let's give up for today. If you want to kill that guy, there will be plenty of chances in the future. A mortal core warrior from the Li family spoke to Li Sanyu through his divine sense. Looking at the Yin family's attitude, it seemed impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen today. Besides, Li Xianghao and Jiang Chen had already agreed to a life-and-death battle. Li Sanyu stared at Jiang Chen, who was still smiling behind him with a pair of vicious eyes. Then he looked at Li Xianghao, who was lying in a pool of blood. Although he didn't want to give up, he knew that there was no way he could kill Jiang Chen today. This was the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower. Kid, sooner or later, I'll tear you into a million pieces, Li Sanyu said to Lung Lung. After that, he left with Li Changhao's dead body and all the Li family men. Everyone sighed. In today's battle, Li Changhao was dead, and he even lost a low-ranked combat weapon. The Li family had really suffered a double loss. Chapter 43. The Li family had suffered a huge loss. One of Li Sanyu's sons had been killed, and they had even given away a low-ranked combat weapon. Even Li Sanyu's reputation had been tarnished. However, everyone knew that with Li Sanyu's personality, he would never let this matter go. Looking at the Li family members leaving, Jiang Chen's face was still expressionless. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without any emotions. Calm, wise, courageous, and ruthless. This was a very scary young man. Everyone remembered the name Jiang Chen. They all knew that with this ruthless young man's arrival in Red City, the real chaos of Red City would begin. Brother Jiang Chen, Li Sanyu will never let this matter go. Although you are powerful, your cultivation is still too weak. You should stay in the Misty Rain Tower for the next few days. Li Sanyu won't dare to go to the Misty Rain Tower and kill anyone, Yin Xuanhuan said to Jiang Chen. After today's battle, everyone from the Yin family had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Among the younger generation of the Yin family, perhaps only Yin Qinyu, who had opened up the Nineteen stage, could be compared with him. Even Yin Yang felt inferior. Jiang Chen nodded. In fact, he didn't plan to stay in the Misty Rain Tower, but he was worried about Yin Qinyu. He wanted to wait for her to wake up before leaving. Besides, he also wanted to witness the birth of the Nineteen stage. Once he was done with Yin Qinyu, Jiang Chen would leave. He didn't care about the Li family's threat at all. His top priority right now was to increase his cultivation. He was going to Origin Mountain to train himself. Brother Jiang Chen, you have saved our lives again today. I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Ting, who was covered in wounds, said gratefully. Yeah, Brother Jiang Chen is very powerful. You have become famous after today's battle. Another man said. You've all suffered because of me. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Jiang Chen smiled, turned around and looked at Yin Xuanhuan. Leader Yin, please arrange a job for these 4 people in the Misty Rain Tower. Treat their wounds and let them stay in the Misty Rain Tower. At least their safety will be guaranteed. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. I will ask Yin Meng to arrange everything, Yin Xuanhuan said. A white cloth was hung in front of the gate of the Li family. Li Sanyu was going to personally take care of his son's funeral. Everyone in the Li family was grieving. Patriarch, the young master is currently in seclusion. Should we inform him? Someone asked. No need, Ming-Er is at a critical point in breaking through to the mortal core realm. If he is disturbed, it will affect him greatly. Send someone to seal off all the exits of Red City, and keep a close eye on the Misty Rain Tower. Once you see Jiang Chen leaving the Misty Rain Tower, report to me immediately. Li Sanyu said with a sinister look. Yes. No one dared to be careless. Right now, Li Sanyu was in a state of extreme anger. Third brother, you will personally go to Fragrant Sky City and keep a close eye on the Jiang family. Try your best to find out more about those heavenly core warriors. Li Sanyu's face darkened. Alright, I'll go right now. The third brother was a mid-mortal core warrior. He cupped his fist towards Li Sanyu and left. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a tornado suddenly appeared above the Li family. The powerful airwaves gathered into a whirlpool and flew towards a certain direction. The natural energy above the Li family's mansion was quickly being drained. Seeing this, Li Sanyu, who had a gloomy expression, immediately became overjoyed. His eyes lit up like torches as he looked towards the direction of the Li family's mansion. Ming, has broken through to the mortal core realm. The number one genius of Red City belongs to Ming, Li Sanyu laughed out loudly. At the same time, 1,000 miles northwest of Red City, 3 young men walked out from a vast mountain range. This mountain range's name was Mount Origin. It was a vast mountain range with a circumference of over 10,000 miles. Demon beasts roamed this mountain range and it was a natural land. This 10,000-mile mountain range had almost isolated Red City from the Qi province, and it had become a region of its own. In fact, although there were many demon beasts in Mount Origin, none of them were too strong. There were almost no heavenly core demon beasts. But because of the geographical location, this place was still isolated from the rest of the world. Those big sects in the Qi province had never recruited disciples from this region. The 3 men who walked out from Mount Origin looked to be in their 20s. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were wearing the same light yellow robes, and there was an exquisite short sword embroidered on their chests. Obviously, these 3 men were from the same group. The woman had an amazing body, and she was as beautiful as a flower. Although she couldn't compare with Yan Qinyu, she was definitely a beauty. She and the other young man who had a black mole on his face had both reached the early mortal core realm. The young man standing in the middle was handsome, charming, and had an extraordinary aura. He could easily unleash the aura of a mid-mortal core warrior. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. The way the woman looked at him was filled with admiration. Senior disciple Xuanhuan, we actually passed through Mount Origin and came to this remote place. The woman said. Damn it, that dog made us lose our way in this mountain range. We've walked for almost a month and now we're here. Senior disciple Qin, we need to go back now. The man cursed. When he thought about what had happened these past few days, he couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. Junior disciple Nguyen Ling, junior disciple Xiaohua, since we're here, let's go check out the city in front of us. That damn dog might have escaped. This time we've been out for a month and if we can't catch that damn dog we'll lose face when we go back. Besides, living in this mountain range for a month is really boring. After saying that, Qin Shuang started walking towards the direction of Red City. Nguyen Ling and Xiaohua hurriedly followed behind him. At the same time they didn't forget to mumble, if we catch that damn dog I'll definitely skin it alive and cook it in a big pot. Evening Yen family. Yan Qinyu's awakening of her 9 meridians was not as easy as she had thought. It had been almost a day but there was still no movement. The whole house was still frozen, and Yan Zhanyun and the others were still waiting anxiously in the courtyard. Right at this moment, Yan Xing ran into the courtyard in a panic again. Yan Xing, what happened this time? Don't tell me that Li Sanyu is here again? Yan Zhanyun frowned. In front of the gate of the Heavenly Waters Tower, Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu arrived at the same time. Both of them looked at each other and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yan Zhanyun, this isn't over yet. It's impossible for the Yin family to protect that guy. Li Sanyu let out a cold humph. Li Sanyu, why aren't you at home preparing for your son's funeral? Why are you running around? Is that really appropriate? Yan Zhanyun sneered. These words had undoubtedly touched a nerve in Li Shanyu's heart. His anger immediately rose. What? Are you going to fight me for 100 rounds? Yan Zhanyun sneered. Others might be afraid of Li Sanyu but not him. He was the only one in Red City who wasn't afraid of Li Sanyu. Humph. The people of the Tianjin Gate are here, I won't argue with you. Li Sanyu said while gnashing his teeth, then entered the Heavenly Waters Tower. Chapter 44. The Heavenly Dew Tower was the most popular restaurant in Red City. Normally it would be filled with guests but today there was not a single person in the huge Heavenly Dew Tower. Since the disciples of Tianjin Gate were here, who would dare come to this restaurant for a meal? Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun walked into the Heavenly Dew Tower, and they bumped into the manager of the Heavenly Dew Tower. Chief, you're here. The shopkeeper was an old man. He was a little chubby. Just by looking at him, one could tell that the food in this restaurant was pretty good. When he saw Li Shanyu and Yan Zhanyun, the shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them. In this Red City, no one dared to be disrespectful to these 2 men. Where are the disciples of Tianjin Gate? Li Sanyu asked. They are in the lobby upstairs. Looking at them, they are indeed from Tianjin Gate. The manager said. Why do you say so? Yan Zhanyun asked. I don't recognize these 3 men, I've never seen them before. I'm sure they are not from Red City. All 3 of them are in their 20s but they are at the Mortal Core realm. I'm sure they are from the Qi province. They are wearing the same uniform and there is a short sword embroidered on their chest. I'm sure they are from Tianjin Gate. But I don't know why the disciples of Tianjin Gate would come all the way to Red City through Origin Mountain. The manager was an experienced man, and he had met countless people in his life. There was no way he would be wrong. All right, let's go up and have a look. Xuanhuan nodded his head. I've already told the disciples of Tianjin Gate about the situation in Red City and the two of you, so I won't be following you, the manager said with a smile. Xuanhuan and Li Sanyu walked up to the second floor. Facing the staircase was a huge hall. It was decorated magnificently, showing off its wealth. At this moment in the hall, 3 young men were tasting the best tea, their faces full of enjoyment. As the outer circle disciples of Tianjin Gate, no matter if it was their identity or status, they were much higher than the others. However, the 3 of them spent most of their time cultivating in Tianjin Gate, so it was hard for them to have the chance to enjoy life like this. Besides, it was always nice to be respected by others. Tianjin Gate was one of the 4 biggest martial institutions in the Qi province, and they had tens of thousands of inner circle disciples, while they were only outer circle disciples. Seeing that someone had come up, the 3 of them turned serious. I'm Li Sanyu. Greetings, disciples of the Tianjin Gate. I'm Xuanhuan. Greetings, disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Li Sanyu and Xuanhuan spoke at the same time. They cupped their fists towards the 3 young men. With their status and cultivation level, they would never be so polite to these 3 young men. However, these 3 men in front of them had a special status, so they didn't dare show any disrespect. Both of them secretly observed the 3 young men's attire and cultivation level. They were slightly surprised. Mortal core warriors at such a young age, they must be disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Chief Li Sanyu from the Li family, Chief Xuanhuan from the Yan family, the 2 of you are the 2 tyrants of Red City. Both of you are at the late mortal core realm, am I right? Xuanhuan looked at the 2 men and said with an indifferent tone. His face was filled with arrogance. For the big sects in the Qi province, this little Red City was just a remote place. That's right. How should I address you, young master? Xuanhuan asked. My name is Xuanhuan, an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate. When the name Tianjin Gate was mentioned, Xuanhuan's face became even more arrogant. The Tianjin Gate is a big sect in the Qi province. May I know why young Master Chen has come all the way to Red City? Li Sanyu asked. We have come here for a reason. Let's get straight to the point. I want to use the relationship between your 2 families to help me with something. Xuanhuan stood up from his seat. Please tell us, young Master Chen. It is our Li family's honor to be able to help the Tianjin Gate. Li Sanyu hurriedly said. And Chief Li really knows how to talk. Xuanhuan nodded his head. May I know what you want us to do? Xuanhuan asked. Find a dog. Wanling said. When she mentioned the word dog, an unbearable anger immediately appeared on her pretty face. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she spoke. How could a person hate a dog so much? She was really drunk. What? Find a dog? Li Sanyu and Xuanhuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. They couldn't believe their ears. Could it be that these 3 disciples of the Tianjin Gate came all the way to Red City just for a dog? Wasn't this a little too much? Besides, the Li family and the Yan family were the big families in Red City. Asking them to search for a dog in the whole city? That was insulting. Don't be surprised, you 2. We're here to kill a dog. We got lost in Origin Mountain and chased it all the way here. We suspect that the damn dog has entered Red City, so we want you 2 to help us search the city for it. If you can find that damn dog, I won't mistreat you 2. Xuanhuan said. When he mentioned the dog, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Li Sanyu and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Both of them felt like they were being teased. It seemed like these 3 people were really here to kill a dog. Was a dog. What kind of dog was it that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had chased after it for tens of thousands of miles? Don't look down on that dog. That dog is extremely shameless, cunning, and deranged. Capturing it is extremely difficult. If you can help us find the whereabouts of that dog, you will have done a great service for the Heavenly Sword sect. Xiaohua stood up and said. Hearing Xiaohua's evaluation of this dog, Xuanhuan and Li Sanyu both felt terrible. This dog was extremely shameless, cunning, and insane. What kind of dog was this? What kind of dog was this? May I ask, what does this dog look like? Xuanhuan secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, but still asked. This dog has yellow fur, no other colors on its body. It is fat and ferocious, very easy to recognize. Xuanhuan said. Don't worry, young Master Chen. The Li family will do their best. As long as that dog is in Red City, we will definitely find it. Li Sanyu hurriedly promised. This was the best chance to curry favor with the Tianjin Gate. They could not miss it. The Yin family will also do their best. Yin Zhanyun also promised. Very good. We will be staying in the Heavenly Dew Tower for now. Once you have any news about that dog, you can send someone to inform us. Qin Shuang said with a smile. Young Master Qin, I have a request. Li Sanyu's eyes shone with wisdom as he said. Please say it, Chief Li. Qin Shuang returned to his seat. I have a son, his name is Li Changming. He is only 23 years old and he just broke through to the mortal core realm today. I wonder if he has the chance to join the Tianjin Gate to train. Li Shanyu opened his mouth and said. This was a great opportunity. Hearing this, Yin Zhanyun's expression changed. Li Changming had broken through to the mortal core realm? Among the younger generation of the Yin family, the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the mortal core realm was Yin Yang, but he was still at the peak of the Qi Hai realm. Oh, I didn't expect to meet such a genius in a place like this. Not bad, a genius at the mortal core realm. Once he enters the Tianjin Gate, he will be able to leave the apprenticeship and become an outer circle disciple like us. Since we are coming to Red City, we can let your son follow us to the Tianjin Gate. Of course, if he wants to join, he will have to go through a test. Qin Shuang said. Hearing this, Li Sanyu was overjoyed. As long as Li Changming could enter the Tianjin Gate, the Li family would have the support of the Tianjin Gate. At that point of time, the Li family would be able to dominate Red City. Young Master Qin, can you reserve a spot for the Tianjin Gate for the Yin family? Yin Zhanyun didn't dare show any weakness. Being able to enter the Tianjin Gate was a great opportunity for both the Li family and the Yin family. Senior disciple Qin, I have already come here once. In my opinion, why don't we have a test here in Red City? It can be considered as giving a chance to the younger generation of Red City. This place is far away from Origin Mountain, and it is not within the recruitment area of the Tianjin Gate. If we can have a test and recommend those with potential, it can also be considered as doing a good deed. Nguyenling said. Junior disciple Nguyenling is right, we can have a test. Xuanhuan also said. Alright, after you two go back, immediately announce that all the young people in Red City who are willing to participate in the test can participate. Tomorrow morning, all the participants will enter the outer area of Origin Mountain together. The time limit is 4 hours, and the ranking will be based on the number of beasts they have killed. The three of us will pick a few of them and bring them back. Of course, we are only responsible for recommending them. Whether or not they can enter the Tianjin Gate will depend on the Tianjin Gate's test. Qin Shuang said. Hearing this, Li Sanyu and Yin Zhanyun were overjoyed. This was indeed a great opportunity for the younger generation of Red City. This test would definitely be an unprecedented event in Red City. Qin Shuang and the other two were only outer disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Of course, they did not have the right to decide who could enter the Tianjin Gate. Even if they were to recommend someone, it would still be very difficult. However, having the test here would satisfy the vanity of these three. In the Tianjin Gate, although an outer disciple already had some status, this status was only relative to those Qi Hai notary disciples. Now that the three of them were here in Red City, they were respected by the people. Suddenly, they felt like they were at the top of the world. Holding a test and being the examiners was enough to satisfy them. Besides, they did have the right to recommend disciples. You two can go back now. Don't forget to find us a dog. Qin Shuang said. Don't worry, when we go back, we will immediately announce to the whole city that we are looking for a dog. Even if it is a test, we will not delay the search for a dog. Li Sanyu promised. Outside the Heavenly Dew Tower. Yin Zhanyun, my son will definitely enter the Tianjin Gate. When that time comes, it will be the end of the Yin family. Li Sanyu said with a cold smile. Really? The test hasn't even started yet. How do you know that no one from the Yin family will be able to enter the Tianjin Gate? Yin Zhanyun said with an unconvinced expression. Let's wait and see. Li Sanyu waved his sleeves, turned around and left. In the Yin family's meeting hall. What? Find a dog? Chapter 45. That night, the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family sent out notices at the same time. They wanted a big yellow dog. At the same time, the news that the Tianjin Gate was looking for the dog was spread out. When the news came out, the whole Red City was in an uproar. Everyone had a bad feeling. Who would have thought that such a big city would be in an uproar because of a dog? What kind of dog was it? I'm dying of laughter, I'm dying of laughter. No matter what, the Heavenly Sword Martial School is one of the biggest martial schools in the Qi province, but their disciples are so useless. Chasing a dog from so far away and causing such a huge commotion. This is the biggest joke in the world. The disciples of Tianjin Gate are fighting with a dog. I guess it is not an ordinary dog. Of course it is not an ordinary dog. Otherwise, how could the disciples of Tianjin Gate not find it after such a long time? But I really want to know what that dog did to the disciples of Tianjin Gate. Why did the disciples of Tianjin Gate make such a big fuss about it? All of a sudden, everyone in the streets and alleys of Red City was talking about the dog. This was unprecedented. It was a miracle in the world. What was more surprising was that the Li family and the Yin family really did send out a lot of people to search the streets and alleys of Red City. It seemed like they were not going to let go of even the corners. At the same time, the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family sent out another message. The disciples of Tianjin Gate were going to give the young generation of Red City a chance to participate in the assessment. Those who wanted to participate had to go to Mount Origin tomorrow morning. When the news came out, it caused another uproar. This is a great opportunity. Because of Mount Origin, Red City is almost isolated from the Qi province. Even if there are geniuses, they won't have the chance to join the big martial institutions in the Qi province. Now that the disciples of Tianjin Gate are here, it is indeed a great opportunity. Don't even think about this kind of opportunity. We should just go and watch the show. Yeah. Even if there are places, the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family will take them all. Needless to say, only the people from the Yin family and the Li family will participate in the assessment. Even if there are other young people participating, they will be from the two big families. Ordinary people will not be able to participate. The sounds of discussion were endless. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night in Red City. While the two big families were preparing for the exam tomorrow, they were constantly looking for traces of dogs in the streets and alleys of Red City. Unfortunately, they had almost turned the whole city upside down, but they still couldn't find a single strand of dog fur. Inside the Yin family, there were about a dozen young men gathered. Yin Yang was their leader and all of them were at the Qi Hai realm. They were the best of the Yin family's younger generation. A few of them were geniuses from the Yin family's subsidiary forces, and they were also gathered here. Tomorrow's test is extremely important. After you enter the mountain range, you must unite with sincerity and not lose to the Li family. Yin Xuanhuan said. Today's Tianjin Gate was a rare opportunity. Yes. The dozen or so geniuses shouted in unison with imposing auras. They knew very well that this wasn't just a test, but also a battle with the Li clan. Yin Xuanhuan turned to look at Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang Qin, are you interested in this assessment? No, but I'll be entering the mountain range with you. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. He really wasn't interested in such a low-level test, but he had to enter Origin Mountain no matter what. Brother Jiang Qin, if that's the case, why don't you join the Yin family's subsidiary forces and join the test with Yin Yang and the others? Once we enter the mountain range, we'll need Brother Jiang Qin's help. Yin Xuanhuan said. Everyone here knew how strong Jiang Qin was. If he could join the test with Yin Yang and the others, their chances of winning would be much higher. And sure. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He didn't say anything. For him, none of this mattered. But I'm not sure if Li Changming will join the test with us. That guy is already a mortal core warrior and if he joins us he might be in danger. Yin Xuanhuan was a little worried. Li Changming has actually broken through to the mortal core realm, this is really unexpected. But I don't think mortal core warriors need to join the test with us because it's too unfair. I believe the people from Tianjin Gate know what they're doing. Yin Hongtai said. I hope so. Yin Xuanhuan nodded his head. Since Red City was quite far away from Origin Mountain, almost 1,000 miles away, those who were going to join the test had to start their journey in the 5th of the morning. 1,000 miles was nothing for a mortal core warrior. If they ran at full speed they would be able to reach it in an hour. But for a Qi Hai warrior, it wouldn't be that fast. Red City was still in the middle of a storm. The people from the Yin family and the Li family who were going to join the test had arrived at Origin Mountain at different times. When the people from the Yin family arrived at Origin Mountain, Qin Shuang and the other two from Tianjin Gate were already waiting for them. Young Master Qin. Seeing Qin Shuang and the other two, Yin Xuanhuan immediately greeted them. He and a mortal core warrior from the Yin family had brought a dozen young men with them. And the people from the Li family haven't arrived yet. Right after Qin Shuang finished his words, he saw a dozen men rushing towards them. They're here. Yingwen Ling said with a smile on her face. Not long after that, the people from the Li family arrived. Li Sanyu cupped his fist and greeted Qin Shuang and the other two. After that, Li Sanyu's gaze landed on Jiang Qin who was standing among the people from the Yin family. Two cold beams immediately emerged from his eyes. At the same time, Yan Zhanyun's expression changed as well. His gaze landed on a young man who was standing next to Li Sanyu. This man was wearing white clothes and he looked handsome. He looked similar to the dead Li Changhong and Li Changhao, but his energy was much stronger. He was the #1 genius of the Li family, the one who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, Li Changming. Young Master Qin, Li Changming is already a mortal core warrior. I don't think he needs to join the test anymore, Yan Zhanyun said. And which one is Li Changming? Qin Shuang looked at the people from the Li family. Ming greets young Master Qin. Li Sanyu looked at Li Changming with a smile on his face. This son of his was his biggest pride. Li Changming took a step forward and arrived in front of Qin Shuang. He cupped his fist and said, Li Changming greets the three of you. And it's not easy for Red City to have such a genius. Li Changming, you don't need to join the test. Just follow me back to Tianjian Gate in the future, and we'll join the sect's test. With your strength, you can become an outer circle disciple just like us. Qin Shuang said. Indeed, a mortal core warrior didn't need to join the test. Young Master Qin. Li Sanyu hurriedly said. He had a cold smile on his face and his eyes were shining with wisdom. Let Ming'er enter the mountain range with us. He won't be counted in the number of people taking the test. Just treat it as a training for him. Li Sanyu brought Li Changming here because he wanted to let Qin Shuang meet him. He didn't plan to let Li Changming participate in the test. After all, with Li Changming's strength, he didn't need to join the test. But when he saw Jiang Qin appear in the group of people taking the test, Li Sanyu immediately changed his mind. The Misty Rain Tower was trying to protect Jiang Qin, and it would be extremely difficult for him to take revenge. But right now it was a great opportunity, the best time to kill Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin entered the mountain range, Yan Zhanyun wouldn't be able to protect him. With Li Changming's strength at the early mortal core realm, killing Jiang Qin would be a piece of cake. Li Sanyu, don't you think what you're doing is too shameless? Yan Zhanyun's expression changed. By now, anyone could tell that Li Sanyu had asked Li Changming to enter the mountain range with him because of Jiang Qin. What I'm doing doesn't seem to be against the rules, right? Li Sanyu said with a cold smile on his face. And sure. Qin Shuang nodded his head and agreed. Young Master Qin, it's not fair to let a mortal core warrior enter the mountain range. Yan Zhanyun couldn't take it anymore. Chief Yan, please mind your attitude. You don't have the right to tell us what to do when we, the Tianjian Gate, do. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with each other. Li Changming entering the mountain range is not part of the test. It's his own freedom. Qin Shuang's expression turned cold. Yan Zhanyun didn't dare say anything else. Don't worry. Jiang Qin smiled at Yan Zhanyun, telling him not to worry. Brother Jiang Qin, you have to be careful. If you don't, you can forget about joining the test. As long as you follow me, no one will be able to touch you. Yan Zhanyun kindly reminded him. Although Jiang Qin was strong, he was only at the mid-Qi realm. Being able to kill Li Changhao and being able to deal with Li Changming were two completely different things. The difference between the Qi realm and the mortal core realm was not small. Li Sanyu wants to die without any descendants. I'll fulfill his wish. Jiang Qin touched his nose with his hand and said in a casual manner. Alright, the test will begin now. The Yan family will enter the mountain from the left, and the Li family will enter from the right. The test will last for 4 hours, and you will be ranked according to the number of demon souls you have. Qin Shuang said. By doing this, he had separated the candidates from both sides, which was considered fair. This made Yan Zhanyun secretly let out a sigh of relief. Origin Mountain was so big, even the outer area was very big. As long as both sides didn't bump into each other, there wouldn't be any casualties. Let's go. Yan Yang waved his hand and led the way to the left. At the same time, the Li family entered the fan from the right. Li Changming walked up to Jiang Qin. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. You're Jiang Qin, the one who killed my 2 brothers? That's right. Jiang Qin glanced at Li Changming. You've got guts, but I'll let you know what pain is. Today you won't be able to walk out of this mountain. I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my 2 brothers. Li Changming said confidently. The way he looked at Jiang Qin was filled with hatred and killing intent. Both of his brothers had been killed by this young man in front of him. How could he not be angry? The decision you've made today is definitely the worst decision you've ever made in your life. You've completely cut off the Li family's bloodline. You're really unfilial. Jiang Qin's voice was calm. You're really arrogant, but today even the gods can't save you. Li Changming said while gritting his teeth. Don't mess with me. Really, the consequences will be very serious. Chapter 46. In the blink of an eye, both parties had entered the mountain range. On the Yin family's side, including Jiang Qin, there were 11 people. On the Li family's side, including Li Changming, there were 13 people. Whether it was the number of people or the overall strength, the Li family seemed to be able to suppress the Yin family. Outside of the mountain range, Li Sanyu had a bright smile on his face. The scar on his face kept shaking. On the other hand, Yin Xuanhuan had a frown on his face. Yin Xuanhuan, are you worried and scared right now? If Ming attacks with all his strength, how many people from the Yin family do you think will come out alive? Li Sanyu said without hesitation. Shameless. Letting a mortal core warrior participate in the exam. The mortal core warrior from the Yin family shouted angrily. Yin Xuanhuan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to argue with him. Since the outcome had been decided, they could only hope that both parties would kill the demon beasts in the mountain range with their own strength. They didn't want to bump into each other, especially not Li Changming. With the irreconcilable relationship between both parties, if they bumped into each other in the mountain range, there would definitely be a conflict. Once they started fighting, it would be a battle of life and death. Qin Shuang and the other two stood aside calmly. They turned a deaf ear to Yin Xuanhuan and Li Sanyu's words. They already knew that these two families were enemies. As for whether or not people would die in this exam, or how many people would die, they didn't care at all. This was how battles were. In the Qi province, the competition between the four big sects was not something the Yin family and Li family could imagine. Within the mountain range, the men from the Yin family gathered together and looked at Yin Yang and Jiang Chen. Here these two men were the backbone of their group. Big brother Yin Yang, what should we do? Someone asked. Let's split up and kill the demon beasts with our own strength. After 4 hours we'll meet back here. At that time we'll see how many demon beasts there are. For us, this is a good training opportunity. During the training, try not to bump into anyone from the Li family, especially Li Changming. Yin Yang said in a serious manner. All right, we understand. Everyone nodded and dispersed in different directions. Brother Jiang, let's fight on our own. Li Changming's target is you. You have to be careful. Yin Yang looked at Jiang Chen. Okay, you be careful too. Jiang Chen patted Yin Yang's shoulder, then turned around and walked towards the interior of the mountain. At the same time, on the other side, the people from the Li family had also gathered together. Brother Ming, what should we do? Together or separately? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Li Changming. He was their backbone. Listen up, all of you. Killing those demonic beasts is not a big deal. Our goal this time is to kill all the people from the Misty Rain Tower. As long as we kill them, all the spots for the Tianjin Gate will be ours. Besides, with so many of the Yin family's younger generation dead, Yin Xuanhuan will definitely break down. It won't take long before Red City will belong to our Li family. This is a rare opportunity. Li Changming had an evil smile on his face. He was a very cunning and smart guy. His foresight was better than most people. Brother Ming is already a mortal core warrior. With Brother Ming here, those people from the Yin family will be finished. We'll go straight to the Yin family's area later. Someone said with a proud expression. Let's go. You guys are free to split up. I'm going to find that Jiang Chen. When talking about Jiang Chen, Li Changming's eyes lit up with a vicious light. This Jiang Chen was his most important target in this mountain. Both of his brothers had been killed by this man, and he was going to make him pay with his blood. Only demonic beasts at the Qi-Hai realm could be called demonic beasts. Those below the Qi-Hai realm didn't have their intellect fully awakened, so they could only be called wild beasts. Demonic beasts at the Qi-Hai realm had their intellect fully awakened, and their intellect was almost the same as a human's. Demonic beasts were born with strong Qi and blood, and their bodies were extremely strong. Therefore, when a human and a demonic beast of the same level fought, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen kept running, and soon he was 100 miles deep into the mountain range. The demonic beasts at the outer perimeter were too weak, and most of them were just weak wild beasts. They weren't attractive to Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen's target this time was also demon souls. Rustle. In front of him was a patch of withered vines. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from within. Jiang Chen's ears twitched and he looked towards the source of the sound. What he saw was a gigantic black creature walking out from the withered vines. It was a black striped rhino. It was 2 meters tall and its entire body was black. There were golden patterns on its head. Right now, the black striped rhino was staring at Jiang Chen with a bloodthirsty gaze, as if it was looking at its prey. Brr. The black striped rhino let out a loud roar, and it walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. Its iron hooves landed on the ground, making a clattering sound. The black-striped rhino's most powerful weapon was its hooves. The black-striped rhino in front of Jiang Chen had already reached the mid-Qi realm. Its black hooves were powerful enough to crush hard rocks. If Jiang Chen were to fight against it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come on. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the black-striped rhino, his face full of ridicule. Jiang Chen's provocative action had undoubtedly angered the black-striped rhino. It let out a loud roar and charged towards Jiang Chen. Dong dong, the black-striped rhino's iron hooves landed on the ground, and the entire forest seemed like it was going to experience an earthquake. When it was only 2 meters away from Jiang Chen, the black-striped rhino's huge body suddenly jumped up, and its hooves, which were shining with a dark light, stomped towards Jiang Chen's head. It was fast and fierce, and if it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared witless. Unfortunately, the black-striped rhino's opponent was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, which emitted a cracking sound. His fist flashed with a bright light and he punched out with lightning speed. His fist directly met the black-striped rhino's iron hooves. After cultivating the dragon transformation art, Jiang Chen's qi and blood had become more and more vigorous, and his body had become more and more tyrannical. Even powerful demonic beasts could not compare to him. Facing a ferocious demonic beast like the black-striped rhino head-on was his favorite. Seeing this puny human in front of it actually using his fist to fight against its iron hooves, the black-striped rhino's eyes clearly showed a trace of ridicule. Bang! Fist and hoof fiercely collided, and the shockwave from the collision caused the withered leaves below to fly away. Under such a powerful collision, the ridicule in the black-striped rhino's eyes instantly turned into fear. Kacha! One of the black-striped rhino's legs was directly smashed, and fresh blood seeped through the skin. Even that indestructible hoof of the black-striped rhino had cracks on it, and blood flowed out. Whoa! The black-striped rhino let out a miserable cry, and its huge and majestic body was sent flying backwards. It landed 20 feet away with a thud, creating a huge crater on the ground. Jiang Chen jumped up and landed on top of the black-striped rhino. He suddenly punched down with his iron fist, accurately landing on the black-striped rhino's head. This punch had directly split the black-striped rhino's head open, and a bright pearl flew out from the broken skull. Jiang Chen grabbed it in his hand. The black-striped rhino on the ground wriggled a few times and then stopped moving. It was completely dead. If anyone had seen this fight, they would have been so shocked that their mouths would have been wide open. A human could actually be so ferocious that he could kill a mid-Qi-high black-striped rhino with just 2 punches. For Jiang Chen, a mid-Qi-high black-striped rhino was too weak. He could even kill a late Qi-high black-striped rhino with ease. The black-striped rhino's demon soul was about the size of a fist, and its whole body was shiny and transparent. One could clearly feel a strong energy coming from it. The demon soul of a demon beast was the most important part of a demon beast. It represented the source of the demon beast, and the most essential part of a demon beast was its demon soul. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the demon soul. If someone else saw this, they would have fainted in shock. Directly devouring a demon spirit was simply the biggest joke in the world. One must know that there was a difference between humans and demons. Although the demon spirit of a demon beast contained powerful pure energy at the same time, it also contained impurities that humans couldn't absorb. These impurities belonged to the special part of a demon beast. Therefore, if a normal person obtained a demon soul, they would exchange it for money and pills, or use it to concoct pills. Even if they wanted to absorb it, they would have to extract the pure energy from the demon soul bit by bit. Swallowing it directly like Jiang Chen was simply suicidal. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't suicidal. He had his own reasons for doing this. The dragon transformation skill was a supreme divine skill, When this divine skill was cultivated to the peak, one could transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. What was a dragon? It was a divine beast, the noblest existence among demon beasts. Furthermore, the dragon transformation skill had already mentioned that by cultivating this skill, one could absorb and refine any strange bloodline between heaven and earth. Those powerful demon beasts were all targets for Jiang Chen to refine and absorb. Even bloodlines could be absorbed, not to mention the demon soul. After swallowing the demon soul, Jiang Chen immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill. The 5 dragon marks in his Qi seemed to have received some kind of command and instantly surrounded the demon soul. A few minutes later, the demon soul was completely refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. The pure energy within was completely transformed into pure yuan energy. As for the part that belonged to the demon beast, it was directly purified by the dragon transformation skill and transformed into pure yuan energy, which was absorbed by the dragon marks. But his chi vibrated, and the shadow of the sixth dragon mark became more solid. A black-striped rhino at the mid-chi high realm is still too weak. Even if I absorb and refine its demon soul, it won't be of much help to me. If I want to reach the late chi high realm, I need a higher level demon soul. At least, the level of the demon beast must be higher than my cultivation level. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The black-striped rhino was indeed powerful, but he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which meant that his foundation was much stronger than ordinary people's. Training it was like a bottomless pit. Plus, the black-striped rhino is just a normal demon beast. It doesn't have any special bloodline. Demon beasts with special bloodlines all have innate abilities. If I can refine this demon soul, I can use the dragon transformation skill to obtain innate abilities. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was the scariest part of the dragon transformation skill. By combining countless strange bloodlines into one could directly obtain innate abilities through the bloodline. Even Jiang Chen couldn't imagine the future development of the dragon transformation skill. Chapter 47. Bang. Roar. Along with the sound of an earthquake, a huge white tiger crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. There was a big hole in the white tiger's head. Beside the white tiger, a young man in white clothes was holding a demon soul in his hand. He had a faint smile on his face. The young man was Jiang Chen. After killing the black-striped rhino, this white tiger was the fourth mid-chi high demonic beast he had killed. Jiang Chen refined the demon souls without wasting any of them. Unfortunately, after refining all four mid-chi high demonic beasts, the sixth dragon mark in his chi still hadn't formed. The stronger I am, the more I need. It looks like I need to find a demonic beast that is stronger than me. Also, in order to reach the late chi high realm, I need to form 8 dragon marks. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had already traveled 200 miles into the mountain, but he hadn't met any powerful demonic beasts, let alone those with special bloodlines. Although this origin mountain is vast, it is located at the border of the Saint Origin world. It's hard to find powerful demonic beasts here, and beasts with special bloodlines are even rarer. Jiang Chen shook his head. This was the border of the eastern continent, and also the border of the Saint Origin world. The natural yuan qi in the divine continent was very thin. The natural yuan qi in the divine continent was at least 100 times denser than here. The natural yuan qi directly determined the resources, and the resources determined the limits of a cultivator and a demonic beast. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew out from the forest in front of them. This chilly wind carried a pungent stench that made anyone who smelled it feel like vomiting. Jiang Chen immediately felt dizzy after smelling it. But soon after, the pungent stench was absorbed by the dragon marks in his chi. The dragon transformation skill was a strong yang skill. It could be said to be the nemesis of all yin and evil qi. At the same time, the dragon transformation skill could refine everything in the world. It could absorb almost anything, which was why the dragon transformation skill was so terrifying. Poisonous items. The dragon transformation skill is really scary. It can even refine and absorb poisonous items. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The stench just now was a poisonous item. Otherwise he wouldn't have felt dizzy. What surprised him was that the dragon transformation skill could refine and absorb poisonous items. A rustling sound came from the front. Jiang Chen looked over and saw a giant python coming towards him. The python was 20 feet long, and its body was as thick as a barrel. Its entire body was covered with green scales, and its eyes were like the eyes of the god of death, staring at Jiang Chen. Its mouth was constantly flicking its blood-red tongue. From time to time, the great green serpent's body emitted a green poisonous gas. Wherever the great green serpent passed, the flowers and plants on the ground all turned black and died instantly. It was obvious how terrifying the poisonous gas emitted from its body was. Green hellish python, late chi high realm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. With his experience, he could tell the origin of the great green python at a glance. The green hellish python was a poisonous creature. The word hellish meant netherworld, and it represented death. Since the green hellish python's poison was extremely strong, and its body was covered with green scales, it was called the green hellish python. The green hellish python was a lonely king in the jungle. The reason why it was called a king was because ordinary demon beasts didn't dare get close to it. Even demon beasts that were stronger than the green hellish python wouldn't want to fight it. Its poison was too strong, and if it was accidentally absorbed into one's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, the green hellish python was lonely. A late chi-high green hellish python was something that even a mortal core warrior wouldn't dare to fight. The green hellish python was an unusual species of snake, and it was very rare. No one had expected to see one here. This green hellish python in front of him was obviously attracted by the noise caused by Jiang killing the white tiger. Right now, the green hellish python had already locked onto Jiang. It had completely regarded Jiang as its prey. I wonder if the dragon transformation skill can really block the green hellish python's poison. Jiang thought to himself. The green hellish python was very scary, but Jiang didn't back off. There were still many terrifying aspects of the dragon transformation skill that he didn't know about, and he needed to discover them bit by bit. Besides, with Jiang abilities, even if the dragon transformation skill couldn't cure the green hellish python's poison, he still had other ways. The green hellish python in front of him was a late chi-high demon beast. If he could absorb its demon soul, he would be able to form the 6th dragon mark in his chi-si. It was worth a fight. The green hellish python looked at the human in front of it and didn't run away after seeing it. It was surprised, but this surprise was quickly replaced by mockery and cruelty. Swoosh! Half of the green hellish python's body left the ground and stood up, staring at Jiang from above. Then the green hellish python shook its body, and a green poisonous chi turned into a huge net, flying towards Jiang. Seeing this, Jiang eyes lit up. With his abilities, if he wanted to dodge, this poisonous net wouldn't even be able to touch him. However, he stood still and didn't move. He clenched his teeth and said to himself, "I'm going to risk it all." This was because Jiang knew that with his current level of cultivation, if he couldn't resist the green hellish python's poisonous chi, then there would be no point in continuing the fight. Once the green hellish python was enraged, everything within 100 feet radius would be poisoned, and it would be difficult for him to even get close to it. Therefore, he placed his hopes on the dragon transformation skill. He wanted to personally see if the dragon transformation skill could actually cure a large amount of poison. Without dodging, the poison released by the green hellish python instantly engulfed Jiang. The poisonous chi was like a tarsal bone, drilling into Jiang body. The green hellish python saw that the human in front of it was unaffected by its poison, and it was obviously stunned. Then it was shocked. Was this guy an idiot? Was there something wrong with his brain, or was he pushed by a door? This was too stupid. Didn't he know that poison could kill people? Or did he think that he would die if he met me, so he gave up resisting? In any case, Jiang actions confused the green hellish python. The poison entered Jiang body, and Jiang instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain. This was the green hellish python's poison, and he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated the dragon transformation skill, and the dragon marks in his dantian were like ferocious beasts, sweeping up all the poisonous chi and quickly refining it. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous chi was completely refined. Jiang was full of energy, and he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Ha! Jiang laughed out loud. He couldn't help but be excited. The dragon transformation skill could really refine the green hellish python's poison. This was too awesome. In the future, he would be immune to all kinds of poisons. Seeing that Jiang was fine after absorbing its poison, and was even laughing like a madman, the green hellish python didn't feel good. It had dominated the forest for so long, and this was the first time it met such a weirdo. It met a crazy person, and its poison didn't even have any effect on him. How could this be possible? Roar! The green hellish python couldn't take it anymore. It opened its mouth and let out a cry. It was furious, and it didn't believe that a small human could resist its poison. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of green liquid. The liquid was like a sword, and it was extremely fast, rushing towards Jiang. Jiang snorted coldly. After knowing that the dragon transformation skill could restrain poison, he didn't have any more worries. The green hellish python, which had lost the threat of the poison, was now his prey. Facing the attack of the green hellish python's green liquid, Jiang arm trembled, and he directly punched out. His fist was shining with a bright light, and it collided with the green liquid. Pa! A loud pa sound was heard. Jiang originally wanted to shatter the liquid, but he didn't expect that the green liquid was like a sticky substance, and it directly stuck to his fist. Chi-chi. Chi-chi sounds came from his fist, and Jiang instantly felt a strong corrosive force. The green liquid was like a small snake, and it was drilling into his body. What the fuck? Jiang couldn't help but curse. Although the dragon transformation skill could refine poison, the pain from his fist still made him frown. I'm not playing with you anymore. Die. Jiang Qin shouted, and his whole body suddenly jumped up. His finger was like a sword, and he pointed at the green hellish python. Bang! A giant golden finger was pointed out by Jiang Qin, and the space around him shook with a bang. With his current capability, he could instantly kill anyone in the Dan realm, including powerful beasts. In front of him, the green hellish python showed a dumbfounded expression. It was stunned for a moment, and its mind was still immersed in the scene just now. That green liquid was the most poisonous part of its body, and yet his opponent was not affected at all. This completely overturned the green hellish python's mind. The giant golden finger, with a shrill sound, appeared in front of the green hellish python in the blink of an eye. The powerful sixth solar finger was emitting a faint power, and it completely locked the green hellish python in place. The green hellish python shuddered, and only then did it react. Unfortunately, its reaction was too slow. Boom! The giant golden finger hit the green hellish python's weak spot. That was the weak spot of a snake, and it was a powerful attack like the single solar finger. The green hellish python let out a miserable cry, and its whole body was cut in half from the weak spot. It was at least 1 meter long, and its flesh and blood were all torn apart. The late Chi green hellish python died on the spot, and only its broken body was left wriggling on the ground. The blood that came out from the green hellish python's body was extremely poisonous. Wherever the blood fell, the ground would turn black and all living beings would be poisoned to death. Jiang Qin endured the stench, and he took out a short blade from his storage bag. He cut open the green hellish python's head, and took out the demon soul. Within the green demon soul there was a green liquid moving. That was the source of the green hellish python, and it was the source of the poison. According to the dragon transformation skill, if I can absorb a beast with a special bloodline, I will be able to obtain the beast's special abilities. I wonder if I can absorb the green hellish python's demon soul, will I be able to obtain the green hellish python's poison? Jiang Qin stared at the demon soul in his hand. If he could obtain the green hellish python's poison, he would undoubtedly have one more terrifying trump card, and it would be a way for him to kill people. Poison, let me use it. Chapter 48. Boom. The green hellish python's demon soul entered his body, and the energy it contained immediately spread out, causing Jiang Qin's body to shake violently. Immediately, Jiang Qin's body shook even more violently. He frowned, and sweat started to drip down his face. The green hellish python's demon soul was definitely not just a simple energy. The poison it contained was the most horrifying. The green liquid spread out, and its strong corrosive power seemed like it was going to penetrate through Jiang Qin's internal organs. At this moment, Jiang Qin could only use the dragon transformation skill with all his strength. The dragon marks completely surrounded the green liquid, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured. However, Jiang Qin could clearly feel that the dragon marks did not directly refine the green liquid this time. Within his Qi, energy was surging. The green hellish python at the late Qi realm could not be compared to the mid-Qi realm demonic beast from before. It had a huge amount of energy, and with the help of the dragon transformation skill, the energy was quickly absorbed by Jiang Qin. The sixth dragon mark was clearly formed, and the blood-red dragon mark kept vibrating with a joyful feeling. Not only that, the seventh dragon mark had also formed a shadow. Jiang Qin's power had improved again, and he was not far from the late Qi realm. After the sixth and seventh dragon mark's shadow had formed, the changes were not over yet. In a corner of Jiang Qin's Qi, a green Qi cloud suddenly appeared. The green Qi cloud was about the size of a fist, and it was constantly moving. It was peacefully coexisting with the dragon marks and Jiang Qin's yuan power. This is the green hellish python's original poison. Haha, the dragon transformation skill is indeed powerful. It actually absorbed the poison. Let's see if I can use it or not. Jiang Qin was overjoyed. With a thought, the green Qi cloud suddenly seemed to have received some kind of command, and it started to jump violently. Jiang Qin reached out a finger, and a green light kept flashing on the tip of his finger. The light was odorless, and it did not have the stench of the green hellish python. Jiang Qin suddenly pointed his finger, and the green light turned into a sharp sword. With a swoosh, it shot out and landed on a big tree in front of him. Chi. The green light shot into the interior of the tree, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. Instantly, the inside of the tree emitted a chi sound of corrosion, and there was green smoke emitting out. Not long after, the lower half of the tree had completely turned black, and there was no sign of life. Jiang Qin casually waved a strand of essence force at the tree, causing it to collapse. The broken part was already filled with black dregs. What a horrifying poison. With this trump card I can practically kill without leaving a trace. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be happy. This was the green hellish python's poison that everyone feared like a tiger, and now it was actually under his control. This was practically a fatal killing move. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had fought against the king of poisons, Du Qianzhou. Even though he had used his unparalleled methods to severely injure the king of poisons, he had almost lost his life to the king of poisons. If he had cultivated the dragon transformation art in his previous life, the king of poisons would not have been a threat to him at all. What a great harvest. Jiang Qin was immensely pleased with himself. He didn't care about the corpse of the green hellish python on the ground and continued to walk towards the front of the mountain range. Not far away there was a valley. On top of this valley, there was a faint white mist drifting. The valley was quiet, and when Jiang Qin scanned with his divine sense, he didn't discover any movement. Of course, Jiang Qin's divine sense was still very weak, and the range that it could scan was limited. It was impossible to cover the entire valley with his divine sense. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Qin leaped and jumped into the valley. He realized that there were potholes everywhere and it was extremely difficult to walk. Jiang Qin's body was as light as a swallow. He passed through the potholes and arrived at the entrance of a cave. This cave was pitch black, and there was a damp and gloomy aura coming from within. Jiang Qin scanned with his divine sense, but he didn't discover anything. However, those who were skilled were bold. Jiang Qin was prepared to enter the cave to take a look. Who knows, he might be able to find some treasures. Jiang Qin walked into the damp cave. Just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly shivered. That feeling was as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes in the dark. All of a sudden, Jiang Qin turned his head and discovered that not far away from his left, there was indeed something squatting there. A pair of bright eyes was staring at him. He was indeed being stared at. When Jiang Qin saw this thing, it was completely golden in color, and there wasn't a single strand of mixed hair. It looked like a horse, but it wasn't a horse, and it looked like a dog, but it wasn't a dog either. Its body was plump, and it was a lot stronger than the average dog. However, compared to the average horse, it was a size smaller. In addition, this thing looked more like a dog, so Jiang Qin temporarily treated it as a dog. There was obviously a dog lying here, but when I scanned with my divine sense just now, I actually didn't discover it. Jiang Qin was shocked, and he suddenly had a higher opinion of this Dahuang dog in front of him. With his ability, even if he didn't have divine sense, there was nothing that could escape from his divine sense at such a close distance. What surprised Jiang Qin even more was that with his eyesight, he actually couldn't see the real cultivation of this Dahuang dog in front of him. Whoosh! While Jiang Qin was in a trance, the Dahuang dog suddenly moved. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Jiang Qin. It was too fast, just like lightning. Jiang Qin was shocked and he hurriedly dodged. Unexpectedly, the Dahuang dog's reaction was also very fast, and it bit one side of Jiang Qin's butt. Fuck! Jiang Qin stretched his neck and roared. Motherfucker, I, the dignified greatest sage in the world, was actually bitten by a dog and it even bitten my butt. If this was spread out, how could I face others? Damn dog, get the fuck out of my way. Jiang Qin felt the pain on his butt. He turned around and slapped Jiang Qin. He was extremely fast, but he didn't expect the Dahuang dog to be even faster. With lightning speed, it threw away Jiang Qin's butt and dodged to the side. Pui Pui, why is your butt so hard? Damn it, it hurt my teeth, Pui. The Dahuang dog kept spitting and Jiang Qin was startled by what he saw. This dog could talk? Damn it, a dog that could talk. Ordinary demon beasts could only form their heavenly core and reach the heavenly core realm before they could transform into human form, and only then would they be able to speak. Some demon beasts with special bloodlines, because of their strong foundation, had a hard time transforming into human form. Usually, they would need to reach the divine core realm or even higher before they could transform into human form. No matter what, the heavenly core realm was the bottom line. This dog in front of him was definitely not a heavenly core warrior. If it was, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to stand here anymore. What a weirdo. While rubbing his butt, Jiang Qin sized up the Dahuang dog in front of him. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was as strong as steel. Also, when the Dahuang dog bit him, although he didn't dodge it, he still used his yuan energy to block the bite. That's why the Dahuang dog didn't hurt him. Dahuang dog, don't tell me this guy is the dog that the disciples of Tianjin Gate are looking for? Jiang Qin widened his eyes. This dog in front of him looked exactly like the dog that the disciples of Tianjin Gate had described. Buddy, I can see that your qi and blood are vigorous and your body is strong. I'm sure you are a great tonic. Just stand there and don't move, let daddy eat you. The Dahuang dog stared at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this dog wanted to eat him, but he still said it in such a righteous tone? Enough. This dog of yours is fat and tender. If I stew it, it will definitely taste delicious. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He kept looking up and down at the Dahuang dog. What did you say, buddy? How dare you say I'm fat? Fuck, daddy here is called majestic, mighty and majestic, do you know that? I can tolerate it if you say I'm fat, but how dare you say daddy is tender? How am I tender? Damn you, how dare you say daddy is tender? This is intolerable. Daddy is going to eat you today, I'm going to eat you. The Dahuang dog was jumping up and down in anger. Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of him, had his mouth wide open in shock. He had only said the dog was fat and tender, but why did this dog have such a huge reaction? Huff, the Dahuang dog was really angry. Just because someone said he was fat and tender, his anger soared to the sky. Rays of golden light overflowed from his body. His eyes revealed a fierce look. He swore that today he would definitely eat this kid who said he was tender. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. When the Dahuang dog released its aura, he could clearly feel a sacred aura. That was the aura that came from the bloodline. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to feel it. However, Jiang Chen was a saint and had seen all kinds of strange beasts. This dog in front of him was definitely not simple. Moreover, when he felt this sacred aura, the dragon mark in Jiang Chen's chi shook slightly. Dragon horse? This dog is actually a descendant of the dragon horse? Damn, I'm rich. Jiang Chen was instantly ecstatic. He could already see that this dog had the bloodline of the ancient dragon horse. The dragon horse was the descendant of the divine dragon and the Pegasus. Their bloodline contained the elements of the divine dragon and the Pegasus. They were extremely rare. Even in ancient times, the dragon horse was extremely rare. He did not expect to see a descendant with the bloodline of the dragon horse here. No wonder this dog looked like a horse. However, a descendant of the dragon horse had the appearance of a dog. It was really intoxicating. If I can kill this dog and absorb its bloodline, the dragon transformation skill will definitely grow to an unimaginable level. There will be a direct change in the nature of the skill, and I will also be able to obtain the innate magical power of the dragon horse. Jiang Chen was very excited. He must kill this dog and drink its blood. Therefore, the man and the dog, one wanted to eat the man and the other wanted to drink the blood, directly confronted each other in the cave. Whoosh, the Huang dog attacked. Like a golden lightning, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. This time, the Huang dog did not open his mouth. Instead, he used his head. From the looks of it, he was going to headbutt Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, secretly cursing the Huang dog for being an idiot. Of all the places to attack, he chose to use his head. Wasn't he courting death? The Huang dog's speed was extremely fast. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even have the chance to react. However, who was Jiang Chen? Previously, he was accidentally bitten by the Huang dog on the buttocks. This situation would definitely not happen again. The dragon mark in his chi vibrated. Jiang Chen suddenly punched out with all his strength. His steel-like fist collided heavily with the Huang dog's head. Clang. Chapter 49. Bang, bang. Two muffled booms resounded at the same time. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog hit the stone walls on both sides at the same time. The powerful impact caused the entire cave to shake, and stone chips fell from above. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog looked at each other in horror at the same time, especially Jiang Chen. His punch just now had at least 50,000 Jin of force. This dog's head was a little too hard, wasn't it? The Huang dog was also re-evaluating Jiang Chen. He didn't expect this young man in front of him to have such great strength. His physical body was also incomparably tyrannical, almost comparable to his own. This kid is emitting the aura of a superior. He seems to be a natural king, which doesn't match his age at all. Besides, isn't this guy's combat strength a little too tyrannical? If I eat him, I'll get endless benefits. The Huang dog thought in his heart. Although he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, Jiang Chen's vigorous chi and blood made him want to eat him even more. Kid, this place is too small. We can't fight freely. Let's go outside and fight. The Huang dog said. Okay, let's go outside. Jiang Chen nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. Therefore, a man and a dog walked out of the cave and came to the spacious valley. Swoosh. Two guys with coarse skin and thick flesh attacked at the same time, starting a fight between a man and a dog in the most primitive and barbaric way. Clang, clang, clang. The fight between the man and the dog quickly became white-hot. One wanted to eat the other and the other wanted to kill and drink blood. Every time they collided fiercely, the sound of iron striking would be heard and sparks would fly. Fuck, is your damn dog's skin made of steel? Jiang Chen cursed. If his physical body was tyrannical, then this damn dog was simply attacking him. When he slapped his opponent's body with his palm, other than pushing him back, he actually couldn't cause any damage to De Huang dog. You damned brat, how did you cultivate your fleshly body? You must have cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. Tell me your cultivation technique and I'll let you die a quick death. De Huang dog didn't want to be outdone, but the more he fought, the more frightened he became. Damn dog, I'll give you a quick death first. Solar finger. Jiang Chen shouted and suddenly unleashed the single sun finger. The huge golden finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, rushing towards De Huang dog. An earth-level combat skill. Looks like you're really not an ordinary kid. De Huang dog was very knowledgeable. He could tell the level of the solar finger at a glance. However, he was not afraid at all. De Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. The golden light instantly expanded and turned into a beam of light similar to the solar finger. Then it collided with the golden finger. Rumble. The one yang finger and the golden beam of light collided, causing golden light to shine in all directions. The powerful explosion caused half of the valley to shake. Some of the weaker Yao beasts at the edge of the valley fled in fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After that, the valley was filled with endless explosions. The golden light shot up into the sky, and the valley was filled with cracks. The battle between the human and the dog had reached its climax. Jiang Chen had used all his skills, using the single sun finger and even using the black soul sword. But in the end he still couldn't hurt De Huang dog at all. Jiang Chen had also used the great soul derivation skill to suppress his soul. But under his soul suppression, De Huang dog didn't seem to be affected at all. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen cursed out loud. With his abilities he could easily kill an early mortal core warrior, but he couldn't even defeat a dog. This really made him want to vomit blood. Immortal my ass. De Huang dog was panting. He was also extremely angry. He had finally met a weirdo today. An abnormal human with a mid-chi high cultivation level who had the combat strength of a mortal core warrior. He also had a powerful soul and sharp senses. Looks like in order to kill this dog I'll have to use that skill. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Right now, only by using the poison in his body would he have a chance to kill this dog. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the green ball of gas in his chi started shaking. Then a green poisonous gas started flowing out from his palm. Oh, De Huang dog let out a loud roar. Once again he dashed towards Jiang Chen like an arrow that had just left the bow. Here's my chance. The evil smile on Jiang Chen's face became bigger. When De Huang dog was about to get close to him, Jiang Chen suddenly attacked. He unleashed a poisonous gas and shot it right into De Huang dog's mouth. Damn you. What the hell is this? De Huang dog turned around and dodged to the side with lightning speed. He opened his mouth and started vomiting. Damn it. It's so bitter. What kind of poison is this? It's too bitter. I'm going to die from vomiting. De Huang dog kept vomiting. What he vomited was a green sticky liquid. As he vomited he didn't forget to curse. As for Jiang Chen he was stunned. Damn you. You're still fine? A strong sense of failure surged into Jiang Chen's heart. This was the poison of the green hellish python, which was known as the king of poisons. This was the first time he had used it, but nothing happened to this dog. It was just vomiting. This was too much of a blow. This is weird. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeves. He even has poison. After De Huang dog finished vomiting he was also quite depressed. Damn dog, I don't believe I can't kill you. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and dashed forward again. Thus, a man and a dog started a fierce battle again. 10 minutes later the man and the dog looked at each other. Jiang Chen was panting while De Huang dog stuck out his long tongue. He was so tired that he was drooling all over. Damn you. I'm done. I'm tired. As he spoke, De Huang dog laid on the ground with a thud. I'm done too. Jiang Chen also sat on the ground. He was really tired after fighting with De Huang dog. Kid, although I didn't eat you, I had a good time today. De Huang dog said. It was indeed a good time. Jiang Chen didn't comment. Since his rebirth, he had experienced many battles, but he had never had a good time like today. The battle with De Huang dog gave him a great feeling. Kid, I think you're a talent. I've decided to be merciful and accept you as my disciple. How about it? Hurry up and kowtow to me. De Huang dog said. Kowtow your ass. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Jiangchen was speechless. This dog was really shameless. Just now they were facing each other in a life-and-death battle. In the blink of an eye, he wanted to accept him as his disciple. How could he have the face to say that? Moreover, if he were to acknowledge a dog as his master, would he still have the face to walk around the world in the future? Damn it. What's wrong with me? I'm mighty and domineering. You don't know how many female demons want to have sex with me. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you look down on me? Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. Jiangchen laughed. This dog was not only shameless but also extremely narcissistic. Of course you can also choose to be my human pet. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll bite him to death. The Huang dog said in an extremely narcissistic manner. Get lost. Jiangchen was speechless. Hey damn dog. We've become friends after a fight. Let me borrow something from you. Jiangchen said with a smile. Look at your evil eyes. You're definitely up to no good. I'm not lending it to you. The Huang dog was very direct. Jiangchen was stunned. He wished he could pounce forward and fight again. Of course he was very clear that even if he fought for 3 days and 3 nights, the result would still be the same. What do you want to borrow? The Huang dog asked curiously. I don't need too much of your blood. Just give me a bowl. Jiangchen grinned. Go to hell. I have a bowl of urine. Do you want it? It's free. The Huang dog said and actually crossed his hind legs. The object below swayed with the wind, looking very majestic. The black lines on Jiangchen's forehead became even thicker. He finally understood that it was impossible to get any benefits from this dog. There would be no end to arguing with this dog. Jiangchen patted his butt and stood up. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 2 hours since he entered the mountain range. He had to go back now. Li Changming's target was Jiangchen. If he couldn't find Jiangchen, he would definitely vent his anger on the Yan family. Moreover, with the relationship between the two families, once they met, they would definitely fight to the death. Jiangchen didn't want to see the Yin family being completely annihilated. Kid, where are you going? Seeing Jiangchen was about to leave, the Huang dog immediately asked. Going back. Jiangchen stretched his body and strode forward. The Huang dog jumped up and followed behind Jiangchen. Damn dog, why are you following me? Do you want to fight again? Jiangchen frowned. I'll go wherever I want. It's none of your business. The Huang dog snorted disdainfully. Jiangchen shook his head and ignored him. He strode towards the exit of the valley. The Huang dog followed closely. After fighting with this dog, he still wanted to follow him. However, Jiangchen didn't mind. This guy wasn't a real dog but a dragon horse. It was a good thing that he was following him. In the future, Jiangchen would have plenty of chances to draw his blood. Thinking about this, Jiangchen couldn't help but laugh. Kid, why are you laughing like that? Are you planning to do something to me again? Let me tell you, no way. I'm following you because you have some potential. Maybe one day I'll accept you as my disciple. The Huang dog said. Then just wait and see. Jiangchen shrugged. A man and a dog walked out of the valley and headed towards the direction of the Yen family. Damn dog, why is your skin so thick? Kid, I'm warning you. Don't call me damn dog. I have a name. My name is De Huang. Puff? A dog's name. Kid, your butt is itching again? Alright. De Huang. You're still a dog. Get lost. On the other side, in a dense forest, a fierce battle was taking place. 3 people from the Yen family were fighting side by side. Their faces were pale and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood kept flowing out. In front of them there were 5 people from the Li family. Each of them was holding a shining long sword in their hands, and they had a mocking smile on their faces. This is a test. Chapter 50. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 men from the Yen family changed drastically. The Li family wanted to use the exam as an opportunity to kill all the young geniuses of the Yen family in this mountain. Li Changming was too cruel. It's over. Looks like we're going to die here today. One of them had a pale face. Ha, that's right. At least you know your place. Today not only you but everyone from the Yen family will die. Yin Yang will die too. Especially that Jiangchen. Brother Ming is looking for him everywhere. He wants to tear him into pieces. The leader of the Li family laughed out loud. He was extremely arrogant. Yen Chong, the 2 of us will fight with our lives. You take this chance to escape. Tell brother Yen Yang the news and tell him to run away. One of the men from the Yen family said in a low voice. His face showed a hint of ruthlessness. It was obvious that he was ready to sacrifice himself. A man who was willing to sacrifice his own life in order to save the lives of those around him, even if it was only a small chance. This kind of person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. No, if we die together. I Yin Chong will never leave you behind. Yin Chong's face was filled with anger. Today his life was in danger. He had no choice but to fight. Very touching. Don't worry, none of you will live. The leader sneered. The two young men beside him raised their swords and rushed towards Yin Chong and the other two men. Shoo. Suddenly something happened. Two streaks of light came from afar. The golden light was like lightning and hit the center of the two men's eyebrows. Swoosh, swoosh. Two light sounds could be heard. The two men were still charging forward, but their bodies were completely stiff. A hole the size of a thumb appeared between their eyebrows. Blood kept gushing out. Plop, plop. In the next moment the two men were lying on the ground. Their blood stained the ground. The scene suddenly became silent. The three men who thought they were going to die looked at the two men lying on the ground. They did not know what had happened. The remaining three men from the Li family had their mouths wide open. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, a chill ran down their spines. Both of them were Qihai warriors, but they were killed just like that. What did this mean? It meant that the person who killed them was much stronger than them? You're right. None of you will survive today. A voice came from the jungle behind them. Yin Chong and the other two turned around and saw a young man in white walking towards them with a calm expression. Behind him was a big yellow dog. It's brother Jiang Chen. Yin Chong and the other two almost cried when they saw Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was younger than them, his strength was still there. So, they still had to call him Big Brother. Compared to the excitement of the three, the faces of the three from the Li family were ashen. Just by looking at Jiang Chen they felt as if they were looking at death. With their abilities, encountering Jiang Chen was basically no different from dying. The leader no longer had any of his previous arrogance. He was so scared that his whole body was trembling and his legs were trembling. Brother Jiang Chen. Yin shouted again. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards the three from the Li family. He said, I heard that you want to kill everyone from the Yin family in this mountain, especially me. No, it's not like that. Although the leader was not weak and was at the late Qihai realm, he had just reached the Qihai realm. Compared to Li Changhao, he was much weaker. Even Li Changhao, who was at the peak of the Qihai realm, was killed by Jiang Chen so easily. They were terrified. All three of them were terrified. Jiang Chen was just standing in front of them, and they were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Papa sounds could be heard and the smell of urine filled the air. The man's legs were trembling and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Damn, this bird is so arrogant. He is at the late Qihai realm but he peed his pants just like that. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore and he said in disdain. A dog that could talk attracted everyone's attention. This dog looks so familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. No, I've heard of it before. Da Huang, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Chen shook his head, turned around and walked towards Yin Chong and the other two. He didn't even look at the three from the Li family anymore. With Da Huang dog's attack, the three's fate was already sealed. Wakaka. Da Huang dog was so excited that he started barking. He didn't get any advantage from the fight with Jiang Chen just now, and he was so depressed. But now Jiang Chen had given such a good opportunity to him. He was really loyal. Swoosh. Da Huang dog pounced on the young man and he didn't hold back at all. The late Qihai young man was no match for Da Huang dog and he was pushed down to the ground. Da Huang dog was extremely cruel. He opened his mouth and swallowed the young man's head. The young man's scream came out from Da Huang dog's mouth. Another cracking sound was heard, and the young man's head was bitten off by Da Huang dog. Blood spurted out from his neck and it flew more than a meter away. Da Huang dog spat out the young man's head. The young man's head flew more than a meter away, and he was facing the sky. His face was full of blood and dirt, and his eyes were wide open. Except for Jiang Chen, everyone else gasped. Da Huang dog was too cruel. This kind of scene was really creepy. The other two from the Li family were scared out of their wits. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of death. The young man's miserable condition had almost scared them to death. Big Yellow didn't care about the fear in the two men's hearts. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth again, revealing his eerie white teeth. Then he leaped forward and bit off the other man's head. In the end, the young man held his head with both hands and let out a miserable scream. The last line of defense in his heart was almost broken. Then his eyes rolled back and he lay on the ground. He was so scared that he fainted. Although he was at the Qihai realm, he had always lived like a prince. He rarely killed people, not to mention such a cruel scene. How could his temperament be compared to Jiang Chen's? Not only him, even Yen Chong and the other two were so scared that their faces turned pale. The Huang dog's cruelty made them very uncomfortable. Damn it, fainting just like that? Even if he fainted, he would still die. The Huang dog said. He stomped on the young man's head with his hoof, and the young man's head was smashed into pieces. Hey you dog, why are you so cruel? Can't you be a little more gentle? Jiang Chen shook his head. This stupid dog could have killed the three of them in other ways, but he just had to stomp on their heads. How am I cruel? I let them die a clean death without any pain. How dare you say I am cruel? I am being merciful, okay? Do you know what merciful is, brat? The Huang dog couldn't take it anymore. He raised his head and started arguing with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. My mouth belongs to me, I will say whatever I want. I killed someone for you and you still say I am cruel? You are so heartless. The Huang dog kept talking. Alright, you are merciful, you are the most merciful dog in the world, okay? Jiang Chen quickly begged for mercy. Although he had only known the Huang dog for a short period of time, he knew this dog's character very well. If he started arguing with the Huang dog, there would be no end to it. Yen Chong and the other two opened their mouths wide in shock. Where did this dog come from? He was too much. But it seemed like he had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. If the three of them knew that this man and dog had been fighting to the death not long ago, they would be speechless again. Their good relationship was built from fighting. Big brother Jiang Chen, Li Changming wants to bury all the men from the Yen family in this mountain range. If he wants to kill us himself, big brother Yen Yang will be in danger. We need to find him as soon as possible. Yen Chong said with a worried face. Alright, since Li Changming wants to play, let's play with him. Today I will bury all of the Li family members here. None of them will be able to leave. Jiang Chen sneered. Yen Chong and the other two looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Compared to Li Changming, Jiang Chen was the real ruthless one. Brother Jiang Chen, there are a total of 13 people from the Li family. 5 of them died just now, so there are still 8 left. According to what that man said, the rest of them are probably planning to join forces and kill us one by one. Yen Chong said. Yes, do you know where Yen Yang and the others are? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Yen Chong said. Let's go, the Li family must be heading towards that area. Jiang Chen said that the Li family had already made their move. They had to find the Yen family members as soon as possible. If they were too late, the Yen family would suffer a great loss. Yen Chong and the other two's deaths were proof of this. If Jiang Chen was half a step late, he would only be able to see the 3 dead bodies. On the other side of the forest, a battle had just begun. The remaining 7 men from the Yen family, led by Yen Yang, had gathered together. In front of them stood the remaining 8 men from the Li family, led by Li Changming. Originally, this examination was destined to become a battle of life and death. As the number 1 warrior of the Yen family's younger generation, Yen Yang had a certain level of intelligence. He had sensed the Li family's unusual movements, so he quickly gathered everyone together. Li Changming had also sensed the Yen family's movements, so he had gathered all his men, wanting to give them a fatal blow. Therefore both sides had gathered here. Yen Chong and the other 2 were too far away from each other, so they didn't meet the Li family members here. Therefore they had to fight on the other side. Luckily, Jiang Chen had intervened at the critical moment. Li Changming, what you've done has broken the rules of the examination. Yen Yang's face was gloomy. Today's situation was deadly for the Yen family. Li Changming was a mortal core warrior and he could kill all of them by himself. Rules? Once I kill all of you, the qualification to enter the Tianjin Gate will belong to the Li family. Besides, I've already reached the mortal core realm, so I'll definitely be able to enter the Tianjin Gate. Right now, I just want to know where Jiang Chen is. Li Changming Leng said. Chapter 51. Jiang Chen was Li Changming's most important target, and also his biggest goal. Jiang Chen had killed 2 of his brothers, making him a mortal enemy. Outside, Jiang Chen was protected by the Yen family. If he kept hiding in the Misty Rain Tower, there would be no chance for him to kill him. Li Changming, you want to kill Jiang Chen? Stop daydreaming. Who is brother Jiang? Do you really think anyone can kill him? Yen Yang let out a cold snort. Although he and Jiang Chen hadn't known each other for a long time, he really admired Jiang Chen's strength. In his mind, maybe Jiang Chen was no match for Li Changming, who was an early mortal core warrior, but if Jiang Chen wanted to escape or hide, then Li Changming wouldn't have the chance to kill him. Is that so? Then I'll kill all of you first, then I'll go find Jiang Chen. You should know that a mortal core warrior has already opened up their divine sense. Under my divine sense, Jiang Chen has nowhere to run. Li Changming's face was filled with killing intent. He unleashed the energy of an early mortal core warrior, and his yuan energy vibrated, creating ripples in the air. Yin Yang's expression changed. The strength of a mortal core warrior was not something he could compare with. He and Li Changming were both the #1 geniuses in Red City, and both of them had the potential to break through to the mortal core realm. He didn't expect Li Changming to be one step ahead of him, but this one step represented the difference between heaven and earth. Even though he had reached the peak of the Qi realm and was half a step into the mortal core realm, compared to Li Changming, who was a real mortal core warrior, the gap was still too big. Yin Yang, are you scared now? If you beg for mercy, then I might be merciful and let you die a quick death. The playful smile on Li Changming's face became bigger and bigger. His former rival was now completely suppressed by him. This feeling was really satisfying. Li Changming, if you want to fight, then fight. Even if you can kill all of us here today, your Li family will still have to pay a price. If you don't believe me, then try me. Yin Yang's aura fluctuated as he pulled out a long sword. The long sword was shining brightly. It was actually a low-ranked combat weapon. Low-ranked combat weapon? Looks like Yin Xuanhuan has prepared for this. He's even willing to let you use a low-ranked combat weapon. My brother lost a low-ranked combat weapon last time, and today I'll take it back from you. Li Changming's eyes brightened. A combat weapon was an unexpected gain. Brother Ming, there's no need to say so much to them. Just attack and destroy them. A late Qi warrior from the Li family said with a grin on his face. He was treating Yin Yang and the others like prey waiting to be slaughtered. Do it. Li Changming shouted coldly. All the men of the Li family charged towards the men of the Yin family with a ferocious aura. Li Changming locked onto Yin Yang. He couldn't let this old rival of his die so easily. Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Even if we die, let's drag 2 of them down with us. Yin Yang's voice was stern, and his handsome face was twisted. For a warrior, at the most critical moment, death wasn't that scary. Kill? The 7 men from the Yin family let out loud roars. The despair on their faces instantly turned into madness. Dozens of Qi warriors collided with each other, and their yuan energies kept colliding, destroying the entire forest. The fierce battle had reached its climax. Both sides were like fire and water, and they couldn't be reconciled. This was a battle of life and death, and no one dared to be careless. Everyone was fighting with all their strength because being careless meant death. Yin Yang, prepare to die. Li Changming unleashed his killing intent, and he suddenly struck towards Yin Yang with his palm. The invisible yuan energy was like an invisible mountain, and it rushed towards Yin Yang. Such a powerful yuan energy attack immediately made Yin Yang feel like he was suffocating. Yin Yang let out a shout, and all the yuan energy in his body flowed into the long sword in his hand. The long sword produced a powerful buzzing sound, and with a whistling sound, the long sword became like a dragon, slashing towards Li Changming's yuan energy attack. Bang! Too bad, the gap between their cultivation levels couldn't be made up for. Even with his combat weapon, Yin Yang was still no match for Li Changming. The difference between the Qi realm and the mortal core realm was huge, and this gap was completely different from the gap between the mid and late Qi realm. Tap tap tap. Yin Yang took 3 big steps back and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto the long sword, and under the sunlight, it was very eye-catching. On the other side, the 6 men from the Yin family and the 7 men from the Li family were engaged in a chaotic battle. Because of the difference in numbers and the fact that the overall strength of the Li family was stronger, the Yin family quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Some of their men were already injured, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the men from the Yin family couldn't hold on anymore. Is the Yin family going to die just like this? Yin Yang had a helpless and bitter smile on his face. It wasn't hard to imagine that if all the young geniuses of the Yin family were to die here, it would be a huge blow to the Yin family. If Li Changming managed to enter the Tianjin Gate, then the strength of both sides would decrease, and in just a few years the Yin family would be destroyed by the Li family. That's right, there's still Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has the 9 Yin meridians and she was born with a divine body. With a divine body, the Yin family will never be destroyed. So what if I, Yin Yang, die? Xiaoyu will avenge me sooner or later. Yan Yang thought about Yan Qinyu and his mood immediately became better. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians had awakened, and that was a peerless divine body. No one could imagine what she would achieve in the future. As long as Yan Qinyu was here, the Yan family would never be destroyed. Yan Yang, you can go die now. I didn't want you to die so easily, but after killing you, I still need to find Jiang Chen, so I'll let you have it easy. Li Changming's energy fluctuated, and he suddenly pointed his finger towards Yan Yang. It was also the Li family's heavenly yellow finger, but when it was used by Li Changming, its power was definitely not something Li Xianghao or Li Xianghong could compare with. Boom! A huge yellow finger suddenly appeared, and with a loud bang, it arrived in front of Yan Yang in the blink of an eye. Facing this heavenly yellow finger, Yan Yang's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He had completely given up on resisting because he knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block Li Changming's heavenly yellow finger, even if he had a low-ranked combat weapon. Yan Yang's smile was very bitter. Anyone who was facing death would feel bitter. Yan Yang closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Boom! Suddenly, a huge impact was heard, but it wasn't the heavenly yellow finger that hit his body. Yan Yang clearly felt that the huge explosion and the shockwave came from in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a figure in white suddenly appear in front of him, and with a single punch, the figure shattered the heavenly yellow finger. Brother Jiang. Seeing this person, Yan Yang's face immediately showed an ecstatic expression, and then he secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just now, he really walked around the gates of hell. Brother Yan Yang. Yan Chong and the other two walked in front of Yan Yang with a face full of concern. You three are fine. When Yan Yang saw the three of them, a happy expression appeared on his face. Brother Jiang Chen saved us. Yan Chong said. Leave Li Changming to me, you guys go deal with the others. Jiang Chen said indifferently. All right. Yan Yang nodded his head. He didn't know if Jiang Chen could deal with Li Changming, who was an early mortal core warrior, but he knew that today besides Jiang Chen, no one else could deal with Li Changming. Yan Yang carried his long sword and led Yan Chong and the other two to join the battle on the other side. The situation of the Yan family's defeat had been reversed in an instant. With the addition of 4 Qihai warriors, the Yan family immediately gained the advantage of numbers. More importantly, the Yan family had a powerful warrior like Yan Yang. On the Li family's side, Li Xianghao had been killed by Jiang Chen, and Li Changming was being restrained by Jiang Chen. They didn't have a single peak Qihai warrior. Although Yan Yang was injured in the fight with Li Changming, he still had a combat weapon in his hand, so these people couldn't deal with him. The white-hot battle was the most brutal. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle, and no one noticed that not far from the battlefield, there was a De Huang dog lying on the ground. De Huang dog was lying on the ground with its long tongue sticking out. It was enjoying the battle with a satisfied expression on its face, as if it was just watching a show. Li Changming frowned as if he had noticed something. There's no need to watch anymore. The rest of you are all dead, killed by me. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile on his face. Jiang Chen, you really deserve to die. Li Changming's eyes shone with a cold light. Looking at him, it seemed like he wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces bit by bit. It's hard to say whether I'll die or not, but you won't be able to live today. Didn't you want to kill me to avenge your brother? Do you know what the final result will be? Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The final result will be that you will die a horrible death. Li Changming gritted his teeth. Wrong, the final result will be that Li San you will die without any descendants. Jiang Chen shook his head. His bright eyes were shining brightly. Let me see how strong you really are. Li Changming let out a cold snort. He jumped up into the air and his hand formed into a claw shape. With a powerful aura he grabbed towards Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The attack of a mortal core warrior was indeed extraordinary. With his mid-Qihai strength he would have to use all his strength to fight Li Changming. Pop! Jiang Chen shook his arm and threw a punch at Li Changming's palm with lightning speed. The punch was shining brightly and was aimed at Li Changming's palm. Bam! A clear sound was heard. When the two men collided, a huge yuan energy whirlpool was formed. The aftermath of the collision turned into a tornado, and the dried leaves on the ground were blown into pieces. Both men's bodies shook. The collision this time was a draw. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a faint smile. A mid-Qihai warrior fighting against an early mortal core warrior without being defeated. He was very satisfied with this result. But Li Changming was shocked. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He could feel that his palm was numb and he couldn't believe this was real. How is this possible? He is only at the Qihai realm, how can he have such powerful combat strength? Besides, how can his body be so strong that it made my palm numb? Li Changming's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 52. Now, Li Changming finally understood why Jiang Chen was able to kill his brother. Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. In Li Changming's mind, a mortal core warrior would be able to suppress a Qihai warrior, but when it came to Jiang Chen, the suppression wasn't obvious at all. A mortal core warrior is just SOSO. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. This sentence had undoubtedly hurt Li Changming's heart. Li Changming immediately shouted out and unleashed his heavenly yellow finger. Bang! The forest shook. The gigantic heavenly yellow finger was unleashed, and it charged towards Jiang Chen in a ferocious manner. This attack was unleashed by Li Changming, and it was a full-force attack from an early mortal core warrior. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he couldn't underestimate it. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Heavenly Yellow Finger was only a low-rank mortal combat skill. Although it could unleash a powerful force in Li Changming's hands, it was still no match for Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. The 6 solar fingers was a high-rank earth combat skill. Even the single solar finger was more than enough to suppress the Heavenly Yellow Finger. Besides, Jiang Chen's mastery of the single solar finger had reached perfection. Once he broke through to the late Qihai realm, he would be able to unleash the second finger of the 6 solar fingers, which was called the double solar finger. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and drew a mysterious path in the air. The tip of his finger was surrounded by a bright light, and he pointed it towards the sky. The force of the finger was much stronger than Li Changming's. Immediately after, a bright golden giant finger was formed. The giant finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens. No matter if it was the force or the size, it was more powerful than the heavenly yellow finger. Bang! This was a battle between 2 finger skills. The heavenly yellow finger and the single solar finger collided with each other in the most direct and violent way. The shockwave caused by the collision caused the entire forest to shake, as if there was a huge earthquake. Kacha kacha. The golden shockwave spread out, and the trees not far away were all destroyed. It was obvious how powerful the shockwave was. Tap tap. Under such a powerful shockwave, Li Changming took 2 steps back, and the shock in his eyes became even more intense. He looked at Jiang Chen with a horrified expression. He had never seen Jiang Chen's finger skill before. Compared to it, the Li family's heavenly yellow finger skill, the Li family's heavenly yellow finger was like a trash fighter. Li family has any stronger combat skills? I've seen your Chen's heavenly yellow finger skill before, Ming Yang. Changming to Li Changming Yang. Brother Ming, hurry up and kill him. We can't hold on much longer. On the other side, a young man from the Li family shouted at Li Changming. He was covered in blood and he was gasping for breath. The battle was extremely fierce. Because of Yin Yang and the other 3, the Li family was defeated again and again. They originally had 7 men, but Yin Yang had already killed one of them, and the remaining 6 were badly wounded. If this continued, in just a few minutes the Li family would be completely defeated and all of them would die. Look, your men can't hold on any longer. You wanted to kill all the men from the Yin family here, but in the end, not a single man from the Yin family has been killed, and your men are going to die here. What an irony. Jiang Chen used the coldest tone to provoke Li Changming. Li Changming's face turned red. Jiang Chen's words had truly provoked him. He raised his head and looked at the Li family's camp. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. His original plan was to kill all the men from the Yin family here, but now all of his men were about to be killed. I don't believe that with my mortal core cultivation level, I can't kill a Qihai warrior. Take this, my great howling palm. Li Changming became furious. He jumped more than 10 feet into the air. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and the energy around his body was like a tsunami. Both of his palms were surrounded by cyclones. The Great Howling Palm was a high-ranked mortal combat skill, and it was also the Li family's most powerful combat skill. Li Sanyu had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Li Changming hadn't trained the Great Howling Palm for a long time, so he wasn't very familiar with it. The Great Howling Palm was a technique that used one's palm to unleash energy. In an instant, all the yuan energy in one's body would be gathered in the center of one's palm. Countless cyclones would appear and in the end they would condense into an attack. The attack was powerful like a tsunami. Bang! Li Changming struck a palm strike from above, and the void directly emitted an explosive sound. Countless cyclones turned into shocking giant waves, like a tsunami descending. The pressure of the origin power was like a mountain. If this palm strike landed, the ground would be smashed into a huge pit. At the edge of the battlefield, the Huang dog, who was bored from watching the fight, was shocked. A mortal core warrior was really something. What a great howling palm. Too bad you've just touched it, so you can't unleash that earth-shattering roar. I can break it with just one finger. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He stared at Li Changming, and his hands were crossed in front of his chest. Both of his index fingers were trembling. Suddenly Jiang Chen attacked. A huge golden finger dashed out, and next to it there was another huge finger shadow. The 9 solar energies was created by Jiang Chen himself, and the 6 solar fingers was a part of the 9 solar energies. Although Jiang Chen was only at the mid-chi high realm, with the help of the single solar finger, he was able to unleash the second solar finger shadow. The illusionary huge finger merged with the single solar finger, causing the power of the single solar finger to increase dramatically. It rushed towards the Yuan energy tsunami unleashed by Li Changming. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out, and the powerful shockwave tore a huge hole in the ground. The hole extended all the way to the edge of the ground. The Huang dog cursed and jumped up from the ground. He then chose a place where he wouldn't be affected by the shockwave and lied down. The shockwave was so powerful that it was like a real tsunami. Everything within a 10-mile radius was shaken, and all the trees that were close to the battlefield were cut in half by the shockwave. Such a powerful shockwave caused even Yin Yang and the others to stop what they were doing and look over. The Yin family had won the battle, and they had killed 2 more men from their opponents. The Li family only had 4 men left, and they were all heavily injured. So powerful. Big brother Jiang Chen is fighting against a mortal core warrior with his chi high cultivation. He's like a god. Yin Chang's face was filled with excitement. Jiang Chen had saved his life before, so of course he would worship him. In the end, the great howling palm was no match for the 6 solar finger. Li Changming's body fell down from the sky and crashed into a big tree. The tree broke into pieces, and Li Changming's body shook as blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Looking back at Jiang Chen, he still had a faint smile on his face as if nothing had happened. He had completely suppressed Li Changming. Jiang Chen had formed 6 dragon marks, and he could unleash 60,000 gene of force. An ordinary mortal core warrior could only unleash 50,000 gene of force. Although Li Changming was talented in terms of combat strength, he was only on par with Jiang Chen. If they were to compare their combat skills, Li Changming would definitely be weaker. Good. Yin Yang shouted. This kind of battle had made him look at Jiang Chen in a new light, and he had a new understanding of him. So cool, so cool. Big brother Jiang Chen is only at the mid-chi high realm, but he is able to defeat an early mortal core warrior. This has turned my mind upside down. Ah, Li Changming, you're finished? Hurry up and give yourself up. There is always someone better than you. Although brother Jiang Chen is only 15 years old, he is a real genius. How can a chicken like Li Changming compare with him? Yin Chong and the others were in a good mood, so they didn't forget to mock Jiang Chen. As for the rest of the Li family, they weren't in a hurry to kill them. They were like turtles in a jar, and there was no way they could escape. Now the tables had turned, and it was time for them to experience the feeling of despair. When Li Changming heard the men from the Yin family comparing him to a chicken, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was an insult to himself. No, he had to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. I'm a mortal core warrior. A mortal core warrior will never lose to a chi high warrior. I can definitely kill him. Li Changming had a ferocious expression on his face. He took a deep breath and unleashed his energy once again. At the same time, a shining golden blade appeared in his hand. It was another low-ranked combat weapon. Low-ranked combat weapon. Looks like all of your Li family's combat weapons are going to be in my hands. Li Changming, you should know how your brother Li Changhao died. Not only did he die, he also lost a low-ranked combat weapon. Today you will be the same as him. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The Li family only had 3 low-ranked combat weapons. Besides Li Sanyu, who had 1, none of the mortal core elders had 1. When Li Changhao and Jiang Chen fought last time, Li Sanyu had lost a low-ranked combat weapon. Li Sanyu had been heartbroken. After Li Changming broke through to the mortal core realm, Li Sanyu had rewarded him with a low-ranked combat weapon. Jiang Chen, go to hell. Li Changming roared out. He raised his blade high up and slashed towards Jiang Chen. However, he had suffered quite a serious injury when he fought with Jiang Chen with the great howling palm. The mortal core in his body had cracks, and his combat strength had been severely affected. Even though he had a low-ranked combat weapon in his hand, it was still not enough. I'm done playing with you. Jiang Qin shook his shoulder, and the black soul sword appeared in his hand. With a swoosh sound, a golden flame covered the black soul sword. It was extremely hot. At the same time, Jiang Qin shook his wrist, and the black soul sword turned into a poisonous snake. With a tricky posture, it pierced towards Li Changming, who was rushing towards him. Both of them were extremely fast. Just when the blade and the black soul sword were about to collide, something strange happened. Jiang Qin moved his feet, and like a nimble cheetah, he dodged Li Changming's attack. The black soul sword swung and struck out like lightning. It pierced into Li Changming's armpit, and the sharp blade came out from Li Changming's shoulder. Blood started gushing out. Chapter 53. The shrill scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Not only had Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Li Changming's shoulder, it had also pierced through the nerves in his body. Besides that, Jiang Chen's sword carried a blazing hot flame, and it had directly burned into Li Changming's body. Even a mortal core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pain. In other words, a single sword strike couldn't completely make a mortal core warrior lose his ability to fight, but the pain brought by Jiang Chen's sword was beyond normal. Under this kind of pain, Li Changming's body was convulsing. Besides screaming, it seemed like he couldn't do anything else. The big blade in Li Changming's hand fell onto the ground, producing a clear sound. Swoosh. Jiang Qin slowly pulled out the black soul sword from Li Changming's body. Every time the sword was pulled out, more blood would be spat out. The blood that was spat out was instantly dried up by the burning flame and fell onto the ground. This was a chilling scene. The remaining 4 men from the Li family had pale faces. Their hearts were filled with despair. They were finished, they didn't have any more chances today. Even Li Changming wasn't Jiang Chen's match. Their biggest reliance was also gone, let alone them. Jiang Chen's face was filled with despair. Even the men from the Yan family were holding their breaths. Looking at Li Changming's miserable condition, they couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. Jiang Chen's attack was too cruel. Luckily, Jiang Chen was one of them. If he was an enemy, their ending wouldn't be any better than Li Changming's. I told you before, a mortal core warrior is just SOSO. I also told you not to mess with me because the consequences would be too severe, but you didn't listen to me. So, Jiang Qin said casually. The sword in his hand had already reached Li Changming's neck. Jiang Qin, if you dare kill me, my dad will never let you go. Li Changming's body was trembling. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's energy, he had completely lost his ability to fight back. He could only use Li Sanyu to threaten Jiang Qin. Didn't I tell you before? Li Sanyu is doomed to die without descendants. Li Changming's threat was no different from a fart to Jiang Qin. Moreover, it was the kind of fart that didn't make any sound. He thrust the black spirit sword forward and pierced into Li Changming's neck. Li Changming's mouth kept opening and closing, and his eyes were filled with despair. As his eyes gradually lost focus, his vitality quickly disappeared. Thump. In the end, Li Changming fell to the ground on his back. He died with his eyes wide open. Perhaps at the last moment of his life, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. Li Changming is dead? Big brother Jiang Qin killed Li Changming, who was an early mortal core warrior with his qi high cultivation level. He saved all of our lives. The way the people of the Yan family looked at Jiang Qin was very complicated. There was excitement, gratitude, admiration, and fear. They had witnessed how terrifying this young man was. He was just like a little demon king. Being his enemy would not end well for anyone. Brother Jiang, what should we do with the remaining 4? Yin Yang asked. At this point, everyone couldn't help but follow Jiang Chen's lead. Jiang Qin turned around and walked up to the remaining 4 men from the Li family. The 4 of them felt like the world was spinning around them, and their bodies didn't even belong to them anymore. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. Among you 4, which one of you is from the Li family's subsidiary forces? Jiang Qin asked. The 4 of them were startled. They didn't know what Jiang Qin meant by this. Yin Yang said embarrassedly. A low-ranked combat weapon was indeed too precious. Although he had a low-ranked combat weapon with him, it was given to him by the Yan family temporarily, and he still had to hand it in when he got back. Jiang Chen's blade was a real gift to him. He would be lying if he said he didn't like it. Really? If you're feeling embarrassed, I'll just give it to Yan Chong. Jiang Qin reached out his hand to take the blade. Yin Yang quickly took a step back and said with a big smile on his face, Of course I'm embarrassed. How can I give it to someone else? Yin Chong shrugged with a disappointed look on his face. Let's go, let's get out of here as well. All the people from the Li family are dead. The qualification to enter the Tianjin gate is now on you guys. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Everyone cleaned up their wounds and got ready to leave the mountain. It hadn't even been 4 hours yet, but there was no need to stay any longer. Today, under the leadership of Jiang Qin, the Yin family had won an unprecedented battle. Now, the younger generation of the Li family had been reduced to 0, while the Yin family was still at its peak. With the addition of Yin Qinyu, who had the 9 Yin meridians, in a few years, the Li family would be swallowed by the Yin family, and from then on, the Red City would be ruled by the Yin family. The Huang dog stood up and followed behind Jiang Qin. Suddenly, everyone was staring at him. Why did this dog look so familiar? What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome dog before? Oh, I'm not a dog. The Huang dog stared at him and scolded him. Damn it, this dog can talk and he's so narcissistic. At this moment, outside of the mountain, a few people were still waiting. Qin Shuang and the other 2 from the Tianjin gate were chatting and laughing. Li Sanyu had a big smile on his face. He was trying to find a topic with Yan Zhanyun, but Yan Zhanyun's face was cold and worried. Yan Zhanyun, I'm afraid all the people from your Yin family are dead by now. Li Sanyu said with a smile on his face. All the people from your Li family are dead. Yan Zhanyun stared at Li Sanyu. He wished he could just jump on him and tear his mouth apart. Yan Zhanyun, I know you're feeling bad right now, but you need to learn to accept reality. You should think about it, if all the young generation of your Yin family are dead, how many more years can your Yin family survive in Red City? Li Shanyu licked his face. His face was filled with shamelessness and pride. The exam isn't over yet, how do you know the result? Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. Someone is coming out. Right at this moment, the mortal core warrior from the Li family said. Everyone looked over and saw 2 men slowly walking out from the mountain range. One of them was carrying a dead body on his shoulder. Let's go. Let's go. When Li Shanyu saw the faces of the 2 of them clearly, the gloating expression on his face suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men arrived in front of Li Sanyu. They kneeled down in front of Li Sanyu and tidied up Li Changming's dead body. Swoosh. Everyone, including Qin Shuang and the other 2 men, looked at Li Changming's dead body in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Changming, a mortal core warrior, was dead. This was unbelievable. Ha, Li Sanyu, this is the result you've been waiting for. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. His mood had never been so good before. Tell me who killed him? Li Sanyu was furious. The scary scar on his face was trembling, it was really scary. Jiang Qin. Dead, all of them are dead. Their voices were trembling. When they mentioned Jiang Qin, they still felt fear. That young man was too scary. What? Li Shanyu roared out. His anger rose and he looked like a furious lion. Jiang Qin, you killed 3 of my sons. You've made me, Li Shanyu, die without any descendants. I'm going to tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. I'll tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Li Sanyu was completely furious. All 3 of his sons were dead. It wasn't hard to imagine how he was feeling right now. Everyone is dead. You 2 don't need to live anymore. Chapter 54. The 2 of them died tragically. They didn't die in the hands of their enemies, and they even carried Li Changming's body out of the mountain. They were scared all the way and finally escaped from the tiger's mouth. They thought they had saved their lives, but they died in the hands of their own people. That Jiang Qin is so powerful. He killed a Dan stage warrior while he was only at the Qihai realm. I can't believe we all underestimated him. Qin Shuang frowned slightly. He remembered the young man in white who entered the mountain. Before entering, almost everyone thought that it was unfair for Li Changming to enter. Who would have thought that the strongest warrior would come out with a dead body? Li Sanyu, you are so cruel. You even killed your own people. It seems like those affiliated forces that followed your Li family are going to be disappointed. Yan Zhanyun laughed. He didn't miss any chance to mock Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu's anger could scare people, but Yan Zhanyun didn't care. Yan Zhanyun. As expected, Li Shanyu let out a loud shout and threw a palm towards Yan Zhanyun. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. His last son, whom he was most proud of, had died. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Yan Zhanyun's sarcastic remarks had undoubtedly ignited this volcano. Humph. Yan Zhanyun let out a cold humph. His energy fluctuated and collided with Li Shanyu's attack. Both of them took a step back at the same time. They were equally matched. This pair of old enemies had been fighting for more than 10 years, and neither of them could defeat the other. Li Shanyu, it's your own business to grieve over your son's death. Don't tell me you're not going to allow others to be happy? I'm happy. I'm especially happy. I'm so happy. I can't even feel better. Didn't you want to kill all my Yan family members in this mountain? Could it be that only Li Changming is allowed to kill us and not him? Ah. Yan Zhanyan laughed out loud. Looking at him, it was obvious that he wanted to anger Li Shanyu to death. Roar! Li Sanyu roared and jumped towards Yan Zhanyan like a lion. His mouth was about to spit fire. In the blink of an eye, the two giants of Red City clashed with each other. Qin Shuang and the other two shook their heads. They didn't care about the fight between these two men. The fight in Red City had nothing to do with them. Besides, these two men in front of them were late mortal core warriors, and Li Shanyu was in a state of rage. They didn't have the strength to interfere. At the same time, the people from the Yin family had also walked out from the mountain. Although they all looked a bit messed up, none of them were missing. Their faces were filled with joy. Obviously, they had achieved a great victory. When Yin Yang and the others came out, they saw Li Shanyu and Yan Zhanyan fighting each other. When they saw the three corpses on the ground, they knew why they were fighting each other. Big brother Jiang Qin, how do you know that those two will die as well? Yen Chong looked at Jiang Qin with admiration and worship. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Even Li Changming is dead, but they are still alive. When they see Li Changming's body and all three of Li Sanyu's sons are dead, they will definitely lose their minds and kill them with a single slap. Big brother Jiang Qin is so smart. Yen Chong was so impressed that he prostrated himself on the ground. Jiang Qin, you little bastard, give me your life. When Li Sanyu saw Jiang Qin walking out from the mountain, his eyes immediately spat out flames. All three of his sons were killed by this young man. Li Sanyu wished he could eat him alive. Li Sanyu immediately threw Yan Zhanyan aside and jumped towards Jiang Qin. Li Sanyu, did you ask for my permission before you killed someone? Of course, Yan Zhanyan would not let Li Sanyu have his way. Once again he stood in front of Li Sanyu. Although he did not enter the mountain with his intelligence, he could guess what had happened. Obviously, Jiang Qin had saved everyone from the Yan family. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin under Li Changming's lead, the ones who would be killed would not be the Li family, but Yen Yang and the others. Jiang Qin had saved Yen Meng and the others, then he had saved Yen Qinyu and helped her cure her 9 meridians. Now he had saved the hope of the Yen family's younger generation and dealt a heavy blow to the Li family. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin was the Yen family's biggest benefactor. Even if he had to risk his life, Yan Zhanyan would still protect Jiang Qin. Da Huang dog. Suddenly, a discordant scream was heard. Nguyen Ling from the Tianjin gate jumped up. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Da Huang dog, who dared to stand beside Jiang Qin. Her eyes were about to spit out fire. It's really this damn dog. I've searched far and wide for it. Xiaohua was even more direct. With a clang, he drew out a long sword and unleashed his aura. Let's attack together. Skin him alive. Don't let this damn dog escape again. Qin Shuang shouted. The three of them clenched their teeth and attacked. Like 3 tornadoes, they rushed towards Da Huang dog. Damn it. What happened? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even Yan Zhanyan and Li Sanyu, who were fighting fiercely, stopped what they were doing. They stared at the 3 people from the Tianjin gate with horrified eyes. These 3 people had always been very friendly, but now they were so angry when they saw a dog. At this moment, the people from the Yin family also came to their senses. No wonder this dog looked so familiar. It was the dog that the disciples of the Tianjin gate were looking for. Looking at the 3 people who couldn't wait to grind Da Huang dog's bones into ashes, everyone had the same thought in their mind. What had this dog done to infuriate both humans and gods? Damn you. How did these 3 fellows manage to chase us all the way here? Da Huang dog cursed loudly. After that, he did something that made Jiang Qin speechless. Da Huang dog immediately hid behind Jiang Qin, but he didn't forget to stick out his tongue at the 3 angry men. At the same time, he also winked at Nguyen Ling. Pretty girl, your body size is too small. Why don't you become my human pet? I'll help you modify your body. Although Da Huang dog was being chased, he obviously wasn't afraid of these 3 men. Even at this moment, he still didn't forget to flirt with the pretty girl. In fact, Da Huang dog's current strength was almost the same as Jiang Qin's. He could kill an early mortal core warrior, but he was no match for a mid-mortal core warrior. However, his speed was too fast and it was extremely difficult for these 3 men to catch Da Huang dog. Hearing Da Huang dog say her body size was too small, Nguyen Ling's anger immediately increased. He was not Li Changming who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, but Xiaohua had been at the early mortal core realm for quite some time. He didn't care about Jiang Qin who was only at the mid-Qi high realm. "Da Huang dog, what the fuck have you done?" Jiang Qin felt speechless and asked. "Don't ask first, take this." Da Huang dog urged. Swoosh. Xiaohua moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye he had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Die. Chapter 55. Everything was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. The shameless Da Huang dog dragged Jiang Qin into this mess, and the angry disciples of Tianjin Gate believed that Jiang Qin and Da Huang dog were in cahoots. When they thought about all the crimes that Da Huang dog had committed, of course they wanted to kill Jiang Qin as well. Jiang Qin was not someone who could be killed easily. The Mu Rong family offended him and their entire family was uprooted. The Li family offended him and all 3 of their sons were killed by him. Li Sanyu's family line was cut off. Now these 3 disciples of Tianjin Gate had come to provoke him, and the consequences wouldn't be any better. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had stepped on piles of bones to reach his peak. The law of the jungle in the cultivation world was something he had seen clearly. When an opponent showed their killing intent towards Jiang Qin had already sentenced them to death. Just like this Xiaohua in front of him. Jiang Qin's movement was extremely fast. Before Xiaohua's long sword could even land on Xiaohua, the green beam had already pierced into his body. When the green beam entered his body, Xiaohua, who had an imposing aura, suddenly started convulsing. After that, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiaohua threw away the longsword in his hand. He grabbed his chest with both of his hands, but it was useless. Green smoke kept coming out from his chest. The green smoke kept spreading and soon, it covered Xiaohua's entire body. Plop. Xiaohua fell onto the ground with a plop. Both of his legs were trembling, and the scream coming out from his mouth was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. In just a few seconds, Xiaohua had completely stopped moving. His body was completely black and his face was like coal. His eyes were wide open and they were filled with fear. A large part of his chest had been corroded, as if he was being corroded by thousands of creatures. It was a cruel and terrifying scene. This was terrifying. This scene was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. An early mortal core warrior had been killed in the blink of an eye, in the most painful way possible. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone looked at Xiaohua, who had almost turned into charcoal on the ground, and then looked at Jiang Qin, who had an indifferent smile on his face. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Too ruthless, too savage. This is death by poison. This brat actually knows how to use poison. What a vicious method. Li Sanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Changming's corpse. Jiang Qin didn't use this kind of poison on Li Changming. It seemed to be merciful. What kind of poison is that? So powerful. An early mortal core warrior died in an instant. Big brother Jiang Qin actually had a hidden trick. If he had used this trick in the forest, Li Changming wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Yeah, big brother Jiang Qin is too scary, but he killed a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. What should we do? Everyone on the scene were sighing. The poison Jiang Qin used was undoubtedly terrifying, but what worried them more was that Jiang Qin had just killed a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. This was undoubtedly a huge disaster. Jiang Qin, what a vicious method. Qin Shuang's expression changed dramatically as he shouted at Jiang Qin. Nguyen Ling, who was standing beside him, had lost her arrogant attitude. The way she looked at Jiang Qin, aside from hatred, there was also fear in her eyes. At the same time, she felt lucky. If she was the one who attacked first and not Xiaohua, she would be the one lying on the ground now. Although she was a woman, this guy in front of her obviously wouldn't show mercy to the fairer sex. I've warned you before, don't mess with me. Jiang Qin was indifferent towards Qin Shuang's anger. How dare you kill a disciple of the Tianjin Gate? No matter where you are, you will die. Qin Shuang's killing intent soared to the sky. Kill me first. Jiang Qin didn't mind at all. Today I will kill you and that damn dog together and avenge junior disciple Xiaohua. After saying that, Qin Shuang swung his arm and threw out a sharp sword. It was a low-ranked combat weapon. Combat weapons were extremely precious in Red City, but they were much better in the Tianjin Gate. Some of the more experienced Outer Circle disciples could even get a low-ranked combat weapon. As for those powerful Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples, many of them even had a mid-ranked combat weapon. Qin Shuang's energy was strong, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He had fully displayed the strength of a mid-mortal core warrior, and he even had a low-ranked combat weapon in his hand. His strength was not something that Xiaohua could compare with. Even though he knew that Jiang Chen could use poison, he didn't show any signs of fear. This was because of his confidence in his strength. With his mid-mortal core skills, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a mid-chi high warrior. After all, there was a huge gap between the two. Facing Qin Shuang's powerful attack, Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. A cunning look appeared in his eyes. After that, he pretended to have a changed expression and started running away. "Damn dog, why aren't you running?" Jiang Chen shouted at the Huang dog. Seeing Jiang Chen running away without a fight, the Huang dog was startled. This guy was so arrogant just a moment ago, but in just a blink of an eye, he had turned into a coward. "Immortal my ass." The Huang dog leaned back and turned into a golden light. He quickly followed behind Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, that damn dog. Today I will kill you no matter what." Qin Shuang was filled with killing intent. He dashed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Hearing Qin Shuang calling his name together with the Huang dog, Jiang Chen felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't this just insulting him? Behind them, Nguyen turned around and looked at Li Sanyu. "Chief Li, I hope you can help us catch Jiang Chen and that dog. The Tianjin Gate will definitely reward you handsomely." "All right." Li Sanyu immediately agreed. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to eat Jiang Chen's flesh and drink Jiang Chen's blood. He would definitely be the first one who wanted to kill Jiang Chen. "No way. Li Sanyu, with me here, don't even think about taking a step into the mountain range." Yan Zhanyun released his qi and stood in front of Li Sanyu. "Yan Zhanyun, how dare you go against the Tianjin Gate?" Nguyen was furious. "Miss Nguyen, the Yan family will never go against the Tianjin Gate. If you and young Master Qin Shuang want to kill Jiang Chen, the Yan family will definitely not stop you. But this Li Sanyu is our enemy. Me stopping him has nothing to do with the Tianjin Gate," Yan Zhanyun said. Looking at his attitude, it seemed like he would never let Li Sanyu go. Jiang Chen had done the Yan family a great favor. Even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't let Li Sanyu have the chance to kill Jiang Chen. As for Qin Shuang and Nguyen, he believed that Jiang Chen would have a way to deal with them. With their strength, it would not be easy for them to kill Jiang Chen. But Li Sanyu was a different story. He was a late mortal core warrior and he was not someone to be trifled with. "Alright, Yan Zhanyun, the Tianjin Gate will remember what happened today," Nguyen said in a cruel manner. After that, she started chasing after Jiang Chen. "Yan Zhanyun, you have offended the Tianjin Gate today. Your Yan family will be finished sooner or later." "Ah." Li Sanyu started laughing out loudly. "That's none of your business." Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. "Yan Zhanyun, that brat Jiang Chen has killed the men from the Tianjin Gate. He will definitely die. Although he knows how to use poison, it won't be easy for him to kill Jiang Chen if he is prepared. Do you really think that with his mid-chi high cultivation he can fight against a mid-mortal core warrior? And your Yan family, you have offended the Tianjin Gate by stopping me today. Sooner or later, you will be finished along with Jiang Chen. It's a shame that I can't kill Jiang Chen with my own hands. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. But even if Jiang Chen is dead, I won't let the Jiang family of Fragrant Sky City go." Li Sanyu was furious. He picked up Li Changming's body and left. Yan Zhanyun took a deep breath. Right now, Li Sanyu was a very scary man. A lion who had nothing to worry about. Once he went all out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Sanyu was in this state right now. All 3 of his sons were dead and what he was going to do next would be crazy. "Chief, what should we do now? I wonder if Brother Jiang can handle it?" Yin Yang said worriedly. Everyone's face turned pale. Jiang Chen had saved their lives, so they naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. They had just won the battle, but they didn't expect the situation to change because of a stupid dog. "Don't worry, Jiang Chen just sent me a message with his divine sense. He asked us not to get involved in the battle between him and the Tianjin Gate. I believe he can handle it," Yan Zhanyun said with a smile. "Brother Jiang is only at the Qi-Hai realm, but he can actually use divine sense to send messages?" Yin Yang was shocked. Brother Jiang Chen is an extraordinary man, and you can't use common sense to judge him. I'm sure he has a way to deal with the 2 men from the Tianjin Gate. The reason why he chose to enter the mountain range is probably because he doesn't want to drag our Yan family into this. After all, it's the Tianjin Gate. Brother Jiang Chen has really put a lot of effort into this. Yan Zhanyun let out a long sigh. In fact, he had really thought too highly of himself this time. Although this was one of the reasons why Jiang Chen chose to run away, he had a bigger plan in mind. Within the mountain range, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were running like crazy, and Xuanhuan was hot on their heels. What the hell are you doing? You have a deadly poison in your hand, and with your skills and speed, it's not impossible for you to kill that Xuanhuan. Why are you running away? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. You don't know shit. Father's poison isn't something that I can use whenever I want. After using it once, I need a long time before I can use it again. Besides, that Xuanhuan is a mid-mortal core warrior. If he's prepared, even if I have deadly poison, it won't be easy for me to kill him. I'm no match for a mid-mortal core warrior, so if I don't run away, what else can I do? Jiang Chen snorted. This guy didn't even blink his eyes when he lied. He had completely mastered the green hellish python's deadly poison, and he could use it as he wished, just like his yuan energy. Although Xuanhuan was a mid-mortal core warrior, and it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him with Jiang Chen's skills and deadly poison, he wasn't afraid of Xuanhuan at all. Of course, there was a reason why he chose to run away. This De Huang Dog had dragged him into this, and if Jiang Chen didn't get some benefits from De Huang Dog, then he would be letting this damn dog off. Damn you, why did you use deadly poison on that weakling? What a waste. De Huang Dog was so angry that smoke was coming out from his nostrils. He scolded Jiang Chen for being a black sheep. Cut the crap. The one behind us is catching up. I can't run anymore, carry me on your back. Chapter 56. Fuck, damn you, how dare you ride on me? De Huang Dog was furious. No one had ever dared to ride on him before. He immediately unleashed his energy and tried to shake off Jiang Chen. Damn dog, you dragged me into this mess and now you don't even want to carry me? You're so heartless. Jiang Chen grabbed onto De Huang Dog tightly and refused to get off. This dog dragged him into this mess, so he had to pay the price. Damn you. De Huang Dog cursed as he spat out a mouthful of saliva. After that, he kept running. Damn dog, where do you think you're going? Behind him, Xuanhuan shouted out and unleashed a sword beam towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen turned around and unleashed his single solar finger, blocking the sword beam. Damn dog, run faster. Aren't you pretty fast? Jiang Chen slapped De Huang Dog. That's enough, little bastard. Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog was furious. That guy is a mid-mortal core warrior after all, his speed isn't slow at all. The terrain here is flat, I'll need some time to shake him off. De Huang Dog die. Xuanhuan unleashed another sword attack from behind. The sword beam danced in the air and caught up with De Huang Dog in an instant. Jiang Chen laughed, but he only managed to block it slightly. The remaining force of the sword beam hit De Huang Dog's butt. De Huang Dog screamed out, "Damn you, bastard, why didn't you block it?" I did, but I couldn't. Today I fought with you, then I fought with Li Changming. Just now, I killed an early mortal core warrior with poison. I'm exhausted and I'm at the end of my rope. That Xuanhuan is a mid-mortal core warrior, I can't block him anymore. Jiang Chen said. He had a bright smile on his face, and the sly look in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Go to hell, you're trying to fool me. De Huang Dog almost coughed up blood. This guy said that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Who would believe him? Bang. Following that, Xuanhuan continued to attack with his sword. However, De Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast. Even with his mid-Dan realm cultivation, he couldn't catch up with him in a short amount of time. The distance between them was increasing bit by bit. Every time Xuanhuan attacked, Jiang Chen would only block it slightly before hitting De Huang Dog's butt. Jiang Chen rode on De Huang Dog's back, grinning from ear to ear. In any case, De Huang Dog's skin was coarse and thick. After he blocked the attack, he could no longer cause any damage to De Huang Dog. However, the series of attacks still caused De Huang Dog's butt to turn red. Fuck your sister, can't you block it for a bit? De Huang Dog was about to go crazy. I blocked it. Didn't you hear it? I really can't take it anymore. I'm really not pretending. Jiang Chen looked like he was wronged. That bastard dared to attack my butt. I'm going to eat him up. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth. The continuous attacks on his butt made him furious. If you can't beat him, then what's the point of eating him? Let's just run away first. Jiang Chen said. Woof woof, De Huang Dog let out a roar. Suddenly, a golden light shone on his body. Under this golden light, his speed increased again. In the blink of an eye, he had shaken off Xuanhuan. The dragon horse's talent is indeed extraordinary. This dog used a secret skill to increase his speed. Jiang Chen was surprised. In front of them was a valley. It was the place where Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog fought. De De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and passed through the valley. In the blink of an eye he entered the cave. "Get down from me." De Huang Dog's body shook, and he pushed Jiang Qin down from his back. "De Huang, amazing. I never expected you to be so fast. Even a mid-mortal core warrior was shaken off by you." Jiang Qin gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. "Of course. I, your father, have a lot of awesome abilities that you haven't seen yet." De Huang Dog immediately became extremely narcissistic. "But that xuanhuan has already opened up his divine sense. With his divine sense, I'm afraid it won't be hard for him to find us." Jiang Qin said again. "You've dragged me down. If it wasn't for you, I could have easily shaken him off." De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin with a complaining expression. "You think you're in the right? You're the one who dragged me down. If it wasn't for you, you damn dog, would I have been able to fight against those disciples from Tianjin Gate? That's Tianjin Gate, I can't afford to offend them." Jiang Qin said with a wronged expression. All right, look at you." De Huang Dog said with a disdainful expression. "But I'm curious, you damn dog, what did you do to Tianjin Gate? What made them come all the way here just to kill you?" Jiang Qin asked curiously. "Actually, it's nothing much. I released 3 heavenly core demon lords from the Tianjin Gate's demon prison tower, but they were captured by their inner circle disciples. Then I went to the outer circle and caused some trouble. I collected all the female disciples' underwear and burned them in their square. Kaka, I didn't expect the fire to be so big, it even burned half of their dormitory. Damn it, isn't it just a fire? Why are they so relentless?" When De Huang Dog thought about his glorious deeds, he felt excited and depressed at the same time. Jiang Qin really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood onto De Huang Dog's face. This damn dog was nothing but an evil dog. He really could do anything. If it was Jiang Qin, he would have skinned him alive, pulled out his tendons and burned his bones into ashes. No wonder they came all the way here just to kill you, you deserved it. Brilliant, you're really brilliant. Looks like it's not wrong for them to want to kill me." Jiang Qin gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't wrong for Nguyen and the other 2 to treat him and De Huang Dog as accomplices, because what De Huang Dog had done had angered both men and gods. "Don't worship me, my goal is to burn down the demon prison tower one day, Kaka," De Huang Dog said as he laughed narcissistically. Jiang Qin laughed, and with an evil look he moved closer to De Huang Dog and said, "De Huang, do you want to kill that guy?" He poked your butt so hard that it almost bloomed. Thinking about his butt, De Huang Dog jumped up and said, "Fuck, kill him, we have to kill him. I have a way to kill him, and I guarantee that you'll feel great when you take your revenge," Jiang Qin said with a smile. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. "What is it?" "It's too simple. As long as I reach the late Qihai realm in a short time, I guarantee that I'll kill him. At that time you can do whatever you want to him," Jiang Qin said. "Looking at you, you must have just reached the mid-Qihai realm. It's not realistic for you to reach the late Qihai realm in a short time." De Huang Dog shook his head. He felt that Jiang Qin's idea was not reliable at all. "That's why I need your help." The smile on Jiang Qin's face became wider and wider. "Oh." De Huang Dog regretted after asking the question, because he had a bad feeling about Jiang Qin's smile. "It's actually very simple. You just need to bleed a little bit. Get lost." Before Jiang Qin could finish his words, De Huang Dog jumped up. This guy really did not have any good intentions. It turned out that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. "It's just a little bit of blood. You're too stingy." Jiang Qin knew that this dog would not agree so easily. If it weren't for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would have pressed De Huang Dog down and let him bleed. "Anyway, I'm tired. When that guy catches up, you'll have to run again. I don't think you'll be able to take revenge." Jiang Qin leaned on the ground with his hands under his head and said in a weird tone, "Damn you. If it weren't for the fact that I haven't activated my innate ability, I would have eaten that bastard in one bite." De Huang Dog muttered, feeling very depressed. He looked at Jiang Qin, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be a rascal. Feeling the pain coming from his butt, he felt even more depressed. Such a scene must never happen again. Revenge, I must take revenge. Kill him, I must kill him. Brat, I can give you some blood. But you have to promise to cripple that brat and hand him over to me. De Huang Dog compromised. "It's a deal." Jiang Qin suddenly stood up from the ground. His eyes were shining and he did not look tired at all. De Huang Dog suddenly felt like he had been cheated. In fact, the main reason why Jiang Qin chose to run away was because De Huang Dog had the dragon blood in his body. It could make his dragon transformation skill change. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Everything that happened after that was according to Jiang Chen's plan. De Huang Dog was someone who could not afford to lose. After his but was continuously attacked, he would definitely be furious. Jiang Chen could use this opportunity to take his blood. Brat, you are a cunning and shameless bastard. Let's make a deal. If you don't cripple that guy, I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog threatened. Don't worry, I promise I'll help you take revenge. Jiang Chen patted his chest and promised. As long as he reached the late Qihai realm, he would be able to use the double solar finger. With his skills, killing xuanhuan would be a piece of cake. All right. Big Yellow had made up his mind. With a sway of his body, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the blood with his hand. The blood of an ancient dragon horse is indeed different. Although it does not have the blood essence, it is enough to make my dragon transformation skill change. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He did not expect De Huang Dog's blood essence. This dog would definitely not give it to him. Being able to get a ball of golden blood was already good enough. In the Saint Origin world, the descendants of dragons had long been extinct. This De Huang Dog in front of him was probably the last remaining descendant. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, was lucky to meet De Huang Dog. Protect me, I'm going to start refining it now. After saying that, Jiang Chen sat down with his legs crossed and swallowed the ball of golden blood. Boom. As soon as the blood entered his body, a strong yang qi spread out in all directions. The dragon marks in his qi were jumping excitedly. The dragon horse bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the world. It was extremely strong, which was exactly what the dragon transformation skill needed. Chapter 57. The blood of the dragon horse was slowly absorbed by Jiang Chen using the dragon transformation skill. As the golden blood was absorbed, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill was much faster than before, and the absorption speed of the natural yuan energy was much faster as well. The 6 dragon marks in his qi kept vibrating, and the blood of the dragon horse spread to every part of Jiang Chen's body through the vibrations of the dragon marks. Buzz. Jiang Chen's entire body was emitting a buzzing sound. His expression was calm and his eyes were tightly closed. His body was surrounded by a golden light, and it looked really mystical. Big Yellow was pounding his chest and stamping his feet gloomily. It wasn't a good feeling to watch someone refine his blood with his own eyes. What was more depressing was that he had to stay here to protect Jiang Chen. This guy is an extraordinary man. He has opened up his divine sense at the Qihai realm, and he is able to fight against a mortal core warrior when he is only at the mid-Qihai realm. His body can even withstand the poison of the green hellish python, and his body is as tough as steel, and his qi and blood are like dragons. He is born with the aura of a superior being. This is really rare. De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. Even with his pride, he had to admit that this young man in front of him was really outstanding. Perhaps this kind of monster couldn't even be described as outstanding, but as miraculous. In fact, reincarnation itself was a miracle, and it was Jiang Chen's reincarnation that created this miracle. What kind of skill is this guy cultivating? How can he absorb my blood? De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Chen and he became more and more shocked. On the other side of the forest, Qin Shuang had a gloomy expression, and Nguyen Ling was following behind him. Senior disciple Qin, that dog is extremely fast, even you can't catch up with him. Nguyen Ling said. No matter what? Today we have to kill that damn dog, and that Jiang Chen, how dare he kill people from the Tianjin gate? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Qin Shuang gritted his teeth. He scanned the area with his divine sense and locked onto a direction. Search in that direction. My divine telekinesis can sense their passing auras. They're not far ahead. As Qin Shuang spoke, he brought Nguyen Ling forward. That direction was the valley where Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were hiding. Inside the cave, Jiang Chen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon horse's blood had been completely refined by him, and the dragon transformation skill had undergone a huge change. The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill had doubled. This meant that Jiang Chen's cultivation speed had also doubled, and the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. At the same time, after absorbing the dragon bloodline contained in the dragon horse, not only did the dragon transformation art undergo a qualitative change, but Jiang Chen's qi and blood also became more vigorous. Above his head, a bloody aura vaguely resembling a dragon appeared. What? This brat actually released dragon qi. How was this possible? Just what kind of divine secret technique is he cultivating? It's actually so mystical. De Huang Dog couldn't stay calm anymore. It was as if he had seen the most bizarre thing in the world. A human could actually emit dragon chi. It's really dragon chi. This brat is too abnormal. If I give him my origin blood essence, won't he be able to use the cultivation method to evolve my supernatural power? Damn it, my own supernatural power hasn't even been awakened yet. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Buzz, a vibrating sound came from Jiang Chen's dantian again. The original 7th illusory dragon pattern began to gradually condense, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely condensed. At the same time, the 8th dragon pattern quickly appeared. The continuous condensing of 2 dragon patterns was definitely not due to the energy contained in De Huang Dog's blood. It was completely driven by the qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon pattern condensed under the impetus of this qualitative change was the most solid. Soon the 8th dragon pattern was completely formed. Jiang Chen's entire Qihai underwent a tremendous change. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly took out a handful of human elixir and swallowed it. Whoosh! Waves of wind came out from the cave. At this moment Jiang Chen had reached the late Qihai realm, but his Qi had not stopped growing. The qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. It was definitely not something that could be compared to absorbing a powerful demon soul. In his Qihai, the 9th dragon pattern was gradually forming, and the 10th dragon pattern was completely condensed. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of Qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body, shaking the whole cave as if there was an earthquake. With 10 dragon patterns, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late Qihai realm, and he was even close to reaching the peak. His combat power had increased by at least a few times. 10 dragon patterns originally had the strength of 100,000 jin, but because of the qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill, this strength had to be stacked. Even if it was not stacked, a late Qihai realm warrior with the strength of 100,000 jin had never been seen before. This was too terrifying and unimaginable. Damn you, your father still wants to change the world? De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue. Jiang Chen's transformation had really shocked him. Brother Chen, there's some movement over there. Nguyen Ling and Qin Shuang had just walked to the edge of the valley, and they immediately sensed the movement inside the valley. It must be that dog and Jiang Chen. Let's go. Sister Ling, if they fight later you just need to stand behind them. That man and that dog are very cunning, you're not their match. Qin Shuang reminded her. Alright, I'll stand aside and help Brother Qin, Nguyen Ling said. But when she thought about what that dog had done, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Inside the cave, 2 beams of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He slowly stood up from the ground and grinned at De Huang Dog. After obtaining great benefits from De Huang Dog, he found De Huang Dog to be more and more pleasing to the eye. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. Those 2 from Tianjin Gate are here. Kill them for me. Let's go. Jiang Chen grinned. 1 man and 1 dog strode out of the cave. Coincidentally, Qin Shuang and De Huang Dog had also arrived outside the cave, and the 2 sides directly met face to face. Jiang Chen, damn dog, let's see where you can run now. Qin Shuang drew out his long sword with a clang. His cold eyes stared at the man and the dog. At such a close distance, he had already locked onto the breath of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This time he absolutely couldn't let them run away. I'm not going to run this time, Jiang Chen said calmly. Jiang Chen, other than using poison, what else do you know? Even if you use poison, I'll still kill you today. Qin Shuang raised his long sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. I don't need poison to deal with you. It's such a waste, Jiang Chen said confidently. With his strength that was close to the peak of the Qihai realm, he could instantly kill an early-stage Dan warrior. If he used all his strength, it was not impossible for him to kill Qin Shuang. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Qin Shuang threw his head back and laughed. After that, he swung the long sword in his hand and unleashed a dazzling net of swords towards Jiang Chen. Go kill him. No, don't kill him. I still want to take revenge. De Huang Dog moved to the back and squatted on the ground. He stuck out his tongue and looked like he was watching a good show. Facing Qin Shuang's attack, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. With a shout, he immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. Along with 2 loud bangs, 2 huge golden fingers appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was as thick as a pillar that could support the heavens, and they shone brightly. After breaking through to the late Qihai realm, Jiang Chen was able to unleash the 2nd solar finger from the 6 solar fingers. The 2nd solar finger allowed one to attack with 2 golden fingers at the same time. Moreover, after Jiang Chen attacked with the second solar finger, the two golden fingers quickly merged together and became one. When the two huge fingers fused together, their size did not increase significantly. However, the light they emitted became much brighter. In terms of power, it was definitely not as simple as two huge fingers fusing together. This kind of fusion was several times stronger than the single sun finger. Rumble. Under the impact of the golden fingers, the sword net created by xuanhuan was shattered. The power of the golden fingers did not decrease and continued to attack xuanhuan. What? xuanhuan's expression changed. Such a powerful combat skill was rare even in the Tianjin Gate. Although xuanhuan was a mid-mortal core warrior, the combat skills he cultivated were only mid-rank Mortal Kombat skills. He didn't even have the chance to cultivate a high-rank Mortal Kombat skill, let alone a powerful Earth combat skill. The golden fingers arrived in front of him in an instant. xuanhuan didn't dare to be careless. The combat weapon in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and he unleashed another bright sword beam. The sword beam was like a golden waterfall, and it clashed with Jiang Chen's golden fingers. Rumble. The loud explosion caused the entire valley to shake. The golden light shot up into the sky. It was bright and dazzling. Although xuanhuan had blocked the attack, he did not feel any better. He was forced back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body rumbling and his chest felt stuffy. It was an indescribable pain. He looked at Jiang Chen who was standing in front of him and he looked refreshed and energetic. Impossible, this is not possible. xuanhuan's eyes turned red. He couldn't accept this result. He was a genius disciple of the Tianjin Gate, a mid-mortal core warrior. How could he lose to a young man who was only at the Qi High realm in this remote place? This was ridiculous. Nguyen Ling who was standing behind him had her mouth wide open. Her confidence in xuanhuan had suddenly disappeared, and her heart was filled with shock. Kaka good. Young man, you really didn't disappoint me, woof woof. The Huang dog was barking excitedly. It looked like this guy was used to being a dog and he had forgotten that he was a proud dragon horse. I don't believe that I will lose to a Qi High warrior. Even if you have reached the late Qi High realm, I still won't lose. xuanhuan gritted his teeth. He had always been proud and he couldn't accept the fact that he had lost to a Qi High warrior. Jiang Chen, I haven't used all my strength yet, take my thunderbolt slash. xuanhuan unleashed his energy once again. He leapt up into the air and he reached a height of 20 feet. Bright yuan energy covered his body, and the air around him was vibrating. The long sword in his hand was emitting waves of sword energy. Slash. Chapter 58. xuanhuan had used his thunder slash and his low-ranked combat weapon. He had used all his strength, but he was still confident that he could kill Jiang Chen with his sword this time. Besides, the finger skill Jiang Chen had just used was too powerful. It was obviously an earth-level finger skill. It was already very difficult for a Qi High warrior to use such a powerful finger skill. He was sure that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to use it again in a short period of time. Too bad Jiang Chen had disappointed him. The 6 solar fingers was created by Jiang Chen, so it was easy for him to use it. Besides, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so the yuan energy in his qi had reached its peak. With the help of the 10 dragon marks and the fact that the dragon transformation skill had just absorbed some dragon blood, it was enough for him to use the double solar fingers continuously. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His fingertips were sparkling with a bright light, causing the void to make crackling sounds. His body was covered with billowing airwaves, and there was a blood-red dragon shadow flickering above his head, making him look holy and mighty. Jiang Chen looked calm and composed. Bang! Another 2 huge golden fingers were formed, and the double solar fingers merged together in a blink of an eye. The 2 fingers then dashed towards xuanhuan. For Jiang Chen, fighting with a mid-mortal core warrior was a test of his combat strength. He kept using the double solar fingers and chose to fight with xuanhuan head-on. The feeling of defeating an enemy head-on made him feel refreshed, and his confidence was boosted. The air shook. The huge golden fingers collided with the thunder slash again. The huge finger had shattered all 3 thunder slashes. It was as if it was destroying everything in its path, and there was no doubt about the result. In a situation where the yuan energy was almost the same, the advantage of combat skills was obvious. Although xuanhuan had a low-ranked combat weapon, it couldn't make up for the difference between a mortal and an earth-level combat skill. In this situation, unless xuanhuan had a mid-ranked combat weapon or an earth-level combat skill, he wouldn't be able to fight with Jiang Chen. Jiangchen was too powerful and he couldn't be judged by normal standards. The golden waves created by the collision were like ribbons, constantly circling above the valley. The powerful impact had wreaked havoc in the valley, creating huge pits with black smoke rising from them. On the other side, Xuanhuan's long sword was stabbed into the ground, supporting his tottering body. His hair was in a mess and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, dyeing his chest red. In that strike just now, Xuanhuan had not only received a heavy injury from the double solar finger, but he had also received a backlash from the thunderclap slash. Under the double impact, Xuanhuan was already seriously injured. It could be said that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xuanhuan kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he had just seen, especially when he saw Jiangchen standing in front of him, who was still calm and composed. Xuanhuan felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. Kaka, leave the rest to me. The Huang dog laughed out loud as if he had been injected with chicken blood. With a swoosh, his majestic body dashed out and arrived in front of Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. Damn you! How dare you hit my butt? The Huang dog bared his teeth and moved behind Xuanhuan. Without saying anything, he opened his mouth and bit down on Xuanhuan's butt. Ah! A sharp scream resounded throughout the valley. With Xuanhuan's current condition, of course, he was no match for the Huang dog. The Huang dog's teeth were extremely sharp, and with a slashing sound, half of Xuanhuan's butt was bitten off, causing blood and flesh to splatter all over the place. Although Xuanhuan was a mid-mortal core warrior, when it came to the strength of his body, he was far weaker than Jiangchen. The Huang dog couldn't bite through Jiangchen, but it could definitely kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan let out a miserable scream towards the sky. He was terrified and it scared Nguyenling, who was standing next to him. Nguyenling's expression changed, and she lost all her previous arrogance. The Huang dog was extremely cruel. With a single bite, he tore off the other half of Xuanhuan's butt. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. It was a horrible scene. After that, the Huang dog pushed Xuanhuan onto the ground. Then he jumped onto Xuanhuan with his huge body and bared his fangs. He unleashed the most brutal and bloody attack on Xuanhuan's body. So fucking cruel. Witnessing such a bloody and brutal scene, even Jiangchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This dog was definitely a cruel character. Whoever offended him would face serious consequences. In order to avenge his butt, the Huang dog didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own blood. Of course, he wanted to vent his anger on Xuanhuan's body. A miserable scream resounded throughout the valley. Xuanhuan's body had become a bloody mess, but he was still alive. It was obvious that the Huang dog wanted to torture him to death. Who asked you to spank me? The Huang dog didn't forget to curse as he ravaged Xuanhuan crazily. The Huang, that's enough. Jiangchen frowned. Xuanhuan must die, but there was no need to hold such a huge grudge against him. Crack. As soon as Jiangchen finished speaking, the Huang dog snapped Xuanhuan's neck. Xuanhuan's screams came to an abrupt end, and he was completely dead. Bah, you got off lightly. The Huang dog spat viciously. Jiangchen, who was at the side, almost fainted. Damn it, Xuanhuan was already in such a state and he still got off lightly? What if he didn't get off lightly? After killing Xuanhuan, Jiangchen picked up the long sword that Xuanhuan had dropped. Then, his gaze and the Huang dog simultaneously landed on the terrified Nguyenling. Jiangchen's face was cold, while the Huang dog's face was filled with a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, one man and one dog walked to the front of Nguyenling. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. Nguyenling was scared out of her wits. She had never been so terrified before. These two fellows before her were too terrifying. This was definitely the most brutal scene she had ever seen. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to die like Xuanhuan and Xiaohua. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to. I can be your woman, I can be your human pet. Nguyenling's face was pale, and her face was filled with pleading. Hearing the word human pet, the Huang dog's eyes immediately lit up. However, with a flash of light, Jiangchen had casually cut off Nguyenling's neck. Nguyenling's eyes widened, and then her body softly fell to the ground. Damn it, brat, what do you mean by this? She already agreed to be my human pet, why did you kill her? The Huang dog was instantly angered. It took him so much effort to get a human pet, but now she was killed by Jiangchen with a single slash. Jiangchen glanced at the exasperated De Huang dog for a second, then ignored him and slowly put the longsword into his storage bag. A low-ranked combat weapon could be considered as a rare treasure. Hey brat, why are you so cruel? You don't even have the slightest bit of sympathy. You even killed a woman. You better compensate me for being your father's human pet. The Huang dog didn't give up. The word, sympathy, came out of his mouth, but he didn't feel ashamed at all. Enough. Have you forgotten that this woman has been chasing after you all the way here? If you fall into her hands, I'm sure you'll be skinned alive. She's from the Tianjin gate, and when you cut the grass, you need to get rid of the roots. Jiang Qin glared at the Huang dog. Nguyen Ling wasn't a weak woman, she was a mortal core warrior. When she was gnashing her teeth and trying to kill him outside the mountain range, Jiang Qin had already sentenced her to death. Besides, Nguyen Ling was from the Tianjin gate, and Jiang Qin didn't want to draw the hatred of the Tianjin gate here. The Huang dog was still mumbling, but he didn't really say anything. Jiang Qin set a fire and burned the bodies of Qin Shuang and Nguyen Ling. After that, he brought the Huang dog and left the mountain range. Outside of Mount Origin, a young girl in purple clothes was rushing towards them. She looked like she was about 14 or 15 years old, and she was extremely beautiful. Her face had a childish look, and her bright eyes were as pure as water. She was extremely fast, and wherever she went, the air would be filled with a cold aura. Big bro Jiang Qin, please be safe. While the young girl was rushing towards them, she was praying. This young girl in purple clothes was none other than Yan Qinyu, who had completely awakened her 9 meridians. Not long ago, she came out from her closed-door cultivation, and the first thing she asked was Jiang Qin's whereabouts. In her mind, Jiang Qin was her first man and also the only man in her life. After knowing what happened to Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu didn't say anything and immediately left the Yan family, rushing towards Mount Origin. When Yan Qinyu arrived at the outer area of Mount Origin and was about to enter, she saw a man and a dog walking out from the mountain range. Big bro Jiang Qin. When she saw the young man in white clothes, Yan Qinyu's worried expression immediately turned into surprise. She couldn't help but call out to him. Xiao Yu. When Jiang Qin saw Yan Qinyu, he was also happy. This little girl is so pretty, if she can be my human pet, hee hee. The Huang dog had a lewd look on his face, but before he could finish his sentence, a slap landed on his head. The Huang dog glared at Jiang Qin and shrunk his neck. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything to fight back. Although the Huang dog was shameless, he wasn't an idiot. He could tell that this beautiful girl in front of him had a certain position in Jiang Qin's heart. Big bro Jiang Qin, you're alright. This is great. Perhaps Yan Qinyu was overjoyed. She actually threw herself into Jiang Qin's arms. The soft body in his arms was so soft that it seemed as if it didn't have any bones. She even had a faint fragrance. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, and his face was filled with enjoyment. He didn't even need to think to know that Yan Qinyu was worried about him, so she came to help him. This little girl was so affectionate, it touched Jiang Qin a lot. Xiao Yu, don't worry. I'm fine, right? Jiang Qin patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Only now did Yan Qinyu realize that she was in Jiang Qin's arms. She immediately jumped out of Jiang Qin's arms like a frightened rabbit, her face blushing. Hee hee, Jiang Qin chuckled, his face was filled with enjoyment. A beautiful flower stuck on a cow dung. The Huang dog murmured. Get lost. Jiang Qin kicked out with his foot. Jiang Qin scanned Yan Qinyu's body with his divine sense. He found out that Yan Qinyu was brimming with vitality, and her weak condition was completely gone. The formation of her 9 meridians had completely transformed her. Chapter 59. Little you, you have already broken through to the mortal core realm, isn't this just a blow to your confidence? Jiang Qin looked like he had suffered a heavy blow, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. The stronger Yan Qinyu was, the happier he would be. After all, the 9 meridians was an ancient divine body. Since it was a divine body, it was not something ordinary people could compare with. The divine body among humans was just like the divine beasts among demon beasts, they were favored by the heavens. The speed of their cultivation was not something ordinary people could compare with. As they cultivated, they would develop all kinds of innate abilities, and each of them was extremely powerful. People like this could not be judged by ordinary standards. Big bro Jiang Qin, it's all because of you that I am where I am today. You saved my life and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Yan Qinyu said in a serious manner. Then how should little you thank big bro Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin had an evil smile on his face. Just marry me, stop being so mushy in front of your father. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Bad doggy. Yan Qinyu stared at the Huang dog. Thinking about marrying him, her face became even redder. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt. She immediately turned her back to him. De Huang Dog bared his teeth and was about to tease this innocent girl again, but Yan Qinyu's words knocked him down to the ground. Little doggy, don't talk nonsense. Plop. The word little doggy instantly knocked De Huang Dog down to the ground. Jiang Qin, who was standing aside, immediately laughed out loud. Little Yu's naivety had even defeated De Huang Dog. This cynical dog had finally found his match. Big Yellow stood up from the ground while trembling. He was extremely furious and tears were streaming down his face. How dare this girl call him a puppy? Damn you. Which part of your father is small? Can you find a dog that's bigger than your father? Well, I'm not a dog. All right, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. Big bro Jiang Qin, where are the people from Tianjin Gate? Yan Qinyu asked on the way. I killed them. Jiang Qin said casually. Hearing the word kill, Yan Qinyu's face showed a trace of uneasiness. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. This little girl was too naive. The torment of her illness had prevented her from taking a step out of the Yan family's front door for a few years. She was an innocent girl who knew nothing about the world. To her, killing was a strange and unreachable thing. Little Yu, you'll get used to it in the future. Jiang Qin gently put his arm around Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians, and this small red city would not be able to hold her down. Sooner or later she would step into the real world of cultivation, and if her 9 meridians wanted to grow, killing was a necessary stage. I don't want to kill anyone, Yan Qinyu said with a serious face. To her, killing someone sounded like a cruel thing. Jiang Qin didn't say anything and just smiled. The little girl had just come out of the mortal world and still needed a period of time to adapt. This was something that couldn't be rushed. Along the way, De Huang Dog surprisingly didn't say anything. Yan Qinyu's puppy had completely defeated him. The Yan family's meeting hall. Yan Zhanyun was pacing back and forth in the hall. The great elder Yan Hongtai and the others had worried expressions on their faces. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians had been awakened, and not only had her illness been cured, she had also become a mortal core warrior. This was supposed to be something worth celebrating, but no one could laugh about it. I wonder how brother Jiang Chen is doing now? Yan Zhanyun said worriedly. Yu is already a mortal core warrior, and with her 9 meridians she will definitely be able to help brother Jiang Chen. Yan Hongtai said. Chief, brother Jiang Chen has helped the Yan family a lot, we can't just watch something bad happen to him. Yan Yang said with a loud voice. His life was saved by Jiang Chen, and now that Jiang Chen was in danger, he couldn't help but worry. There shouldn't be a problem. With brother Jiang Chen's abilities, it won't be easy to kill him. Yan Zhanyun said. He was just trying to comfort himself. In fact, he was more worried about Jiang Chen than anyone else, but the Yan family really couldn't do anything right now. Firstly, for the sake of the Yan family's survival, he couldn't go against the Tianjin Gate directly. Secondly, Li Sanyu hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now that he finally had a chance to kill Jiang Chen, Li Sanyu would never let it go. He would definitely pay close attention to the Yan family's movements. If Yan Zhanyun decided to do something, Li Sanyu would definitely stop him, just like how he stopped Li Sanyu outside the mountain range. Just when everyone was feeling restless, Yan Meng walked into the hall with a face full of joy. Master, Great Elder, Miss and Brother Jiang Chen are back. What? They're back. Everyone's worried faces were instantly replaced by joy. They raised their heads and saw 3 figures walking into the hall. It was Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu, followed by a De Huang Dog. When they saw Jiang Qin, the originally gloomy hall immediately turned into a celebratory atmosphere. Haha, brother Jiang Qin, it's great that you're all right. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. He couldn't contain his joy. Brother Jiang, where are the people from the Tianjin Gate? Yan Yang asked in surprise. They've been burnt to ashes. De Huang Dog said. He wanted to prove his existence. Everyone was familiar with this dog. He was a disgusting dog, and his image had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. This dog was able to make the disciples of the Tianjin Gate travel thousands of miles to kill him, so no one dared to look down on him. However, since this dog was following Jiang Chen, no one would reject him. No way, brother Jiang, you killed them all? Yin Yang's mouth was wide open in shock. That's right, I broke through to the late Qihai realm at the most critical moment and defeated Xuanhuan. Jiang Chen said it casually, but it had shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone in the hall were staring at this young man in front of them. Aside from shock, there was also disbelief in their eyes. Since when did breaking through become so easy? This was a huge blow to everyone's confidence. Besides, even if he was a late Qihai warrior, he couldn't just kill a mid-mortal core warrior just like that. That was a mid-mortal core warrior. Since when did a mortal core warrior become so weak? If it wasn't for the fact that they knew Jiang Chen well, they would have laughed at Jiang Chen's boasting and then looked down on him. Everyone was speechless and shook their heads. Yin Yang had a helpless expression on his face. Compared to Jiang Chen, who would dare call himself a genius. He couldn't even be called a genius anymore, he was a monster. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sure the Li family knows that you and Xiaoyu have returned. 3 of Li Sanyu's sons have died, and he won't let this go easily. If this guy goes crazy, he can do anything. Yin Zhanyun said with a frown. Li Sanyu's target is only me. If Chief Yin feels that I've brought trouble to the Yin family, then Jiang Chen will leave now. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, what are you talking about? You've helped the Yin family a lot. Even if I, Yin Zhanyun, have to risk my life, I won't just stand by and watch. Besides, in Red City, the Yin family and the Li family have always been enemies. Sooner or later we'll have to fight each other. Yin Zhanyun's face turned serious and he quickly said. That's right, we'll just have to fight. We're not afraid of Li Sanyu right now. Yin Hongtai said. Everyone on the scene were acting arrogantly. They might not have the courage to fight against the Tianjin Gate, but when it comes to fighting against the Li family, they would never back down. If Li Sanyu chooses to fight us now, he will definitely lose. Therefore, this is an opportunity for the Yin family. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, why do you say that? Yin Zhanyun asked. Think about it, the Li family lost 3 young masters and almost all of the young geniuses were killed. This kind of attack has caused the Li family's morale to plummet. But the Li family is deeply rooted in Red City. The death of a few Qihai warriors won't affect the Li family's overall strength. So what is Li Sanyu trying to do? He should be trying to calm the people and increase their morale. But Li Sanyu was so angry that he killed 2 of the geniuses from the Li family's subsidiary forces. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining with wisdom. He continued, Li Sanyu's actions will definitely disappoint those subsidiary forces. They will lose their morale. Even if the Li family is at its peak, they still won't be a match for the Yin family. Jiang Chen's words had unquestionably awakened the crowd. Jiang Chen was right. A fight between 2 families was like a war. When both sides were equally powerful, the most important thing in a war was morale. Almost all of the young geniuses of the Li family had died. They had lost their morale. Li Sanyu had killed 2 young masters from the subsidiary forces, which had caused them to lose their morale. If a war were to break out, it would be the Yin family's best chance. Brother Jiang Chen is right. If the Li family wants a war, we won't be afraid at all. Yin Hongtai said. Good. Everyone go and make the necessary arrangements. Gather all the forces of the family and prepare for a war. Yin Zhanyun's aura fluctuated. Leader Yin, I have a favor to ask. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, please speak. Yin Zhanyun was very polite to Jiang Chen. I want Head Elder to stay with the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City for a few days. With Head Elder here, I can feel at ease. Jiang Chen looked at Yin Hongtai. Brother Jiang Chen, you're afraid that Li Sanyu will send someone to attack the Jiang family, right? But don't you have a heavenly core warrior hiding in the Jiang family? Yin Hongtai didn't understand. Everyone could understand why Jiang Chen was worried about the safety of the Jiang family. But the Jiang family already had a heavenly core warrior, why would they need another mortal core warrior? Heavenly core warriors have strange personalities. If Head Elder can go there himself, then I'll feel better. Jiang Chen said that the Jiang family didn't have a heavenly core warrior. If Li Sanyu became desperate and sent a mortal core warrior to attack the Jiang family, with the Jiang family's current strength, there was no way they could defend themselves. Jiang Chen had to be careful about this. Chapter 60. Grand Elder, please go to Fragrant Sky City and ensure the safety of the Jiang family. Yin Zhanyun looked at Yin Hongtai. As for Red City, there was no need to worry. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were both powerful warriors, and they were equivalent to mortal core warriors. If Yin Qinyu used her 9 meridians, she would be as powerful as Yin Hongtai. Alright, I'll leave now and head to Fragrant Sky City. Don't worry, brother Jiang Qin. With me here, I won't let anyone touch the Jiang family. Yin Hongtai promised. Thank you. Jiang Qin cupped his fist towards Yin Hongtai. With Yin Hongtai personally taking care of the Jiang family, he felt much safer. Next, he would have to settle the debt with the Li family. After that, the Jiang family would have nothing to worry about. At that time, Jiang Chen would leave Origin Mountain and start his journey. Yin Hongtai left for Fragrant Sky City. The Yin family had started to prepare everything. Once the Li family made a move, the Yin family wouldn't be caught off guard. Li family. For the past few days, the Li family had been grieving. Li Changhao's white silk hadn't been removed yet, and now Li Changming's silk had also been removed. The atmosphere of the entire Li family was extremely gloomy. The anger that came from Li Xuanhu made even the lowest-ranked guards and servants tremble in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe. In the Li family's courtyard, a huge mourning hall was built with black cloth. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 black coffins with the word funeral written in white. Li Sanyu and a few other mortal core warriors were standing in front of the mourning hall. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Right at this moment, a scout from the Li family ran over in panic. The scout was sweating profusely, and his face was filled with anxiety. "What's wrong?" a mortal core warrior asked with a frown. "Chief, Jiang Chen is not dead," the man said carefully. Bang. Indeed, when he heard this, Li Sanyu's anger immediately erupted. He suddenly turned around and the scar on his face looked ferocious. "What did you say? What was that Xuanhuan doing? He actually didn't kill him." Li Sanyu was furious. "Jiang Chen is still alive. I saw him and a Huang dog entering the Yin family with my own eyes. Oh right, there was a young girl in purple clothes with him. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. I didn't see any disciples of Tianjian Gate coming out from the mountain." That person spoke very carefully for fear of angering the angry Li Sanyu. If Li Sanyu used him as an outlet to vent his anger and slapped him to death, it would be too unjust. Li Sanyu had just slapped 2 of his own people to death not long ago. The spy did not recognize that the girl in purple was Yen Qinyu. Ever since Yen Qinyu was attacked by the 9 Yin meridians, she had never left the Yen family. Now that she had grown into a beautiful young lady, it was only natural that the spy did not recognize her. "Good boy, you are really lucky." Li Sanyu clenched his fists tightly. He thought that with Qin Shuang's ability he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Chen. If that was the case, although he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, he would still be able to vent his anger. Now that Jiang Chen was dead, he had set his eyes on the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, looking for an opportunity to destroy the Jiang family. However, he never expected that Jiang Chen was so lucky that he could walk out from Origin Mountain alive. This made Li Sanyu very angry. As for the identity of the girl in purple, Li Sanyu did not care at all. He only cared about Jiang Chen's life. "Master, this boy is so mysterious. Even the disciples of Tianjian Gate couldn't kill him. Do you think that Qin Shuang and a Huang dog were killed by Jiang Chen?" Someone frowned and said, "I think it's highly possible." "Master, this boy's growth is too fast. We have to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. If we let him continue to grow, I'm afraid that it won't be long before we can take our revenge. Our Li family will also be destroyed by that boy," an elder of the Li family said. Jiang Chen's growth had finally made them feel fear. If they let Jiang Chen live, he would definitely be a huge threat to the Li family. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Did you see it clearly? Jiang Chen went to the Yen family and not back to Fragrant Sky City? Li Sanyu looked at the spy. This subordinate saw it clearly. "There's no mistake," the spy said. "Looks like it's time for the final battle with the Yen family. Gather all the men from the Li family and prepare to fight the Yen family. We have to kill Jiang Chen at all costs," Li Sanyu said while gnashing his teeth in anger. All 3 of his sons were dead and he couldn't bear it any longer. He had to strike now. If Jiang Chen returned to Fragrant Sky City, he would be afraid of the heavenly core warriors from the Jiang family, and he wouldn't have the courage to strike. But if he was at the Yen family, Li Sanyu could still give it his all. "Master, we have just lost so many men and our morale is low. I don't think it's a good time to start a war with the Yen family right now," someone said worriedly. "Say no more, we must fight. I want the blood of Jiang Chen and the Yen family to pay tribute to my 3 sons, and all those geniuses from the Li family who died." Li Sanyu waved his hand. He had made up his mind he had to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. That night, both the Li family and the Yin family made their moves at the same time. The entire Red City was in an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was coming. From the changes in the businesses of both families, one could tell that both families were going to do something serious this time. I saw that many businesses of the Li family have closed down, and even the Misty Rain Tower has closed down. Looks like these 2 families are really going to start a war, and Red City is going to be in chaos. It's all because of that Jiang Chen. This man killed all three of Li Sanyu's sons, and even Li Changming, who was an early mortal core warrior, was killed by him. It's no wonder that Li Sanyu is going to go crazy. You guys should have heard about it. During the exam in Origin Mountain, none of the young generation of the Li family survived. All of them were killed, and it's all because of Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is really daring. He even killed disciples from Tianjin Gate. I can't believe it. This is too cruel. He even dared to kill disciples from Tianjin Gate. He is definitely the most cruel man I've ever met. The chaos in Red City is also because of him. This guy is a devil incarnate. I heard that the chaos in Fragrant Sky City is also because of him. Even the Mu Rong family in Fragrant Sky City was killed by him. How cruel. Red City was going to be in chaos. Everyone was sighing, and the name Jiang Chen was being discussed everywhere. From Fragrant Sky City to Red City, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become a devil incarnate in everyone's eyes. Wherever he went, trouble would follow. For the next 3 days, both families were in a state of intense preparation. Li Sanyu didn't bury his 2 sons. He wanted to avenge them before letting them rest in peace. In the evening, the Li family had gathered all their forces and were ready for battle. Li Sanyu was wearing a black outfit and sitting in the main seat of the meeting hall. "Chief, everything is ready?" A mortal core warrior said. "All right, tonight we will fight the Yin family to the death," Li Sanyu said in a cold manner. "Chief, it's just that our men's morale is not high. Our scouts have reported that the Yin family is ready as well. In this situation, I'm afraid we are no match for them," someone said worriedly. "Say no more, there is no way out. Even if both sides are badly injured, even if the Li family is destroyed, we have to kill Jiang Chen today. If not, when Jiang Chen grows stronger, the Li family will have no choice but to stretch out our necks and wait for his death." Li Sanyu was definitely a ruthless man. If not, he wouldn't have been able to survive in Red City. Right at this moment, 1,000 miles away, a huge black hawk flew out from Mount Origin with extreme speed. The black hawk was 3 meters long, and it had a pair of tough black wings that looked like iron plates. "Ah, I've been trapped here for 20 years and I'm finally free." The black hawk laughed out loudly. In an instant he transformed into an old man in his 50s. He was skinny and he was wearing a loose black robe. His sharp eagle eyes were glowing with a cold light. "There is a city in front of us, let's go check it out." With a sway of his body, the old man transformed back into his Black Hawk form and flew towards Red City with extreme speed. A heavenly core demon lord's speed was just too fast, let alone a flying demon beast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Red City. Swoosh swoosh. The appearance of the Black Hawk caused a tornado to appear in the sky above Red City. The powerful pressure of a heavenly core warrior spread out, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Look, a huge hawk. Such a powerful aura. Heavens, don't tell me that's a heavenly core demon lord? Why is it here? Many people were shocked when they saw the big black hawk. There had never been a heavenly core demon lord in the entire Red City. The Yin family. Jiang Chen looked up into the sky and suddenly furrowed his brows. With his experience, he could easily tell how strong the big black hawk was. This black hawk was at the peak of the early heavenly core realm, and it was just a step away from the mid-heavenly core realm. The Huang dog looked at the black hawk and suddenly grinned. No one knew what he meant. A heavenly core demon lord. Yin Xuanhuan was shocked as well. The war between the Li family and the Yin family was about to break out, but a heavenly core demon lord had appeared out of nowhere and disturbed the entire Red City. No one knew what kind of big changes were going to happen next. The big black hawk who was hovering in the sky suddenly moved its body. It looked at a direction with its sharp eyes. It was the Li family's location. There's a treasure here. Although it's hidden in a mysterious way, I can still sense it. It's a familiar scent, it's the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Haha, blood-winged hawk. The big black hawk suddenly laughed out loudly. With a flap of his wings, he turned into an old man and descended towards the Li family. The blood-winged hawk was an unusual species of hawk. It had the noblest bloodline of all hawks. The big black hawk was a hawk, so he had extraordinary senses when it came to his own kind. Therefore, even though the blood-winged hawk's demon soul was hidden very well, the big black hawk could still sense it. What the big black hawk didn't expect was that a blood-winged hawk's demon soul would appear in this tiny Red City. If he could obtain this demon soul, he would have the chance to absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline and inherit its innate abilities. He would be reborn from now on. In the courtyard of the Li family, everyone was still paying attention to the big black eagle. The old man in the black robe suddenly appeared and landed in front of Li Shanyu. The old man's gaze was like a knife as he glanced around. After that, his eyes landed on Li Shanyu. "It's with you. Hand over the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, or I'll kill all of you." Chapter 61. The energy of a heavenly core demon lord made everyone in the Li family nervous. Right at this moment, everyone's eyes fell onto Li Shanyu. It was obvious that this demon lord was attracted by the chief. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul? What was that? Many of them had never even heard of the blood-winged hawk before. If they angered this demon beast, it might just wipe out the entire Li family. Wouldn't that be a joke? The Li family had sworn that they were going to have a life-and-death battle with the Yan family, but in the end, they were wiped out before the battle even started. Li Shanyu was stunned as well. Being stared at by the cold eagle eyes of the old man in the black robe, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard of the blood-winged hawk before. It was a powerful beast, but he didn't have the blood-winged hawk's demon soul with him. "Senior, are you mistaken? The Li family doesn't have the blood-winged hawk's demon soul." Li Shanyu bowed towards the old man. He didn't dare show any disrespect, and his tone was as gentle as possible. He was afraid that if he angered the old man he would be slapped to death. "The blood-winged hawk's demon soul is with you, humph. I'll give you 3 breaths to hand it over or else I'll slaughter everyone here." The old man's voice was cold and emotionless. He was filled with killing intent, and no one dared doubt the authenticity of his words. The expressions of everyone in the Li family changed. No one dared doubt the old man's words. If Li Shanyu couldn't hand over the blood-winged hawk's demon soul in 3 breaths, the old man would really kill them all. With their strength, there was no way for them to fight against a heavenly core demon lord. Li Shanyu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul, what was that? He really didn't have it, so why did this guy in front of him think that he had it? What made Li Shanyu even more depressed was that this guy in front of him was not someone he could mess with. If he couldn't hand over the demon soul in 3 breaths, then it would be no laughing matter. Could it be a red demon soul? Li Shanyu suddenly had an idea. He quickly took out something from his storage bag. "Senior, are you talking about this demon soul?" Li Shanyu raised the red demon soul and asked. He had obtained this demon soul by accident when he went out a few years ago. Although he didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, it contained a strong blood chi and a strange aura. Li Shanyu felt that it must be something extraordinary, so he kept it and threw it in a corner of his storage bag. All these years he hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect that it would attract the attention of a great demon today. But Li Shanyu wasn't sure because this demon soul was only at the early mortal core realm, and the big black hawk in front of him was a heavenly core demon lord. How could it take a mortal core demon soul seriously? It really is a blood-winged hawk. Haha, this demon soul contains the complete bloodline of the blood-winged hawk. Good luck, this is really good luck. When the old man saw the red demon soul, he immediately started laughing out excitedly. This demon soul might be just an ordinary demon soul for ordinary people, but for an eagle-type demon beast, it was a priceless treasure. What the old man cared about was not the level of the demon soul, but the bloodline of the demon soul. The blood-winged hawk was the king of all eagles, and its bloodline was extremely precious. Ordinary humans and demon beasts couldn't absorb it, but the old man could. Seeing that Li Shanyu had really taken out the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, everyone from the Li family felt relieved. At least their lives were saved. "Give me the demon soul," the old man said with an unquestionable tone. "Yes, senior," Li Shanyu replied. When he was about to hand over the demon soul, he suddenly took it back. A bright light flashed in his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Senior, I will give you the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, but I would like to ask for your help," Li Shanyu said. For him this was a great opportunity. With the Li family's current strength and morale, if they were to fight the Yan family head-on, they would definitely lose. But with the help of this demon soul, it would be a different story. "Huh? You dare to negotiate with me?" The old man's aura fluctuated, and his face was filled with anger. "I don't dare, senior." Li Shanyu kneeled down on the ground and raised the demon soul in his hand up high. "I just want to ask for your help. I don't have any intention of negotiating with you. If you don't want to help me, I won't say anything. Please accept this demon soul." Your attitude is not bad. I'm in a good mood today. For the sake of the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, tell me, what do you want me to do?" The black-robed old man took the demon spirit and examined it closely as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Shanyu was overjoyed. He was a smart man, and he knew that if he used the demon soul to threaten the old man, it would definitely anger the Black Hawk. All demon beasts were brutal and overbearing, and if he did that, it might backfire and bring disaster to the Li family. Therefore, Li Sanyu followed the old man's words and achieved his goal. I would like to ask Senior to help me kill 2 men. Li Sanyu said. Ah, that's easy. Tell me, who do you want to kill? The black-robed old man roared with laughter. Killing people was simply too easy for him, and it was as easy as flipping his hand. One of them is the chief of the Yen family, Xuanhuan, and the other one is a heavenly core warrior from Fragrant Sky City. If Senior can help me kill these 2 men, it will be a great help to me. Li Sanyu kneeled down on the ground and said. He didn't dare ask for too much, like asking the old man to kill the Yen family. All he wanted was for the old man to help him kill Xuanhuan and the hidden heavenly core warrior from the Jiang family. After that, the Li family would be able to destroy the Yen family and rule over Red City. As for Jiang Qin, he wanted to torture him to death bit by bit. He wouldn't let him die so easily. There is a heavenly core warrior in this small place? The old man furrowed his brows. Senior, this heavenly core warrior is just an early heavenly core warrior. He is definitely not your match. Li Sanyu saw the old man was hesitating, so he quickly said. In fact, he hadn't even seen the heavenly core warrior before, so how could he know if the man was an early heavenly core warrior? But this was the only way for Li Sanyu to convince the old man to help him. Alright, I promise you. The heavenly core warrior's heavenly core is also a great tonic for me. I never thought I would meet a heavenly core warrior in this small place. Interesting. But just in case, I'll help you kill this heavenly core warrior after I absorb the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. The old man said. After all, a heavenly core warrior was not someone ordinary people could compare with. They weren't easy to deal with. Even the old man had to be careful when dealing with them. However, with the blood-winged hawk's demon soul in his hands, the old man was confident that he could defeat them. Besides, the reason why he agreed to help Li Shanyu was because the heavenly core of a heavenly core warrior was a great tonic for demon beasts. Alright, I won't kill a heavenly core warrior for now. But I hope Senior can help me kill Xuanhuan before you go into secluded cultivation and absorb the demon soul. Li Sanyu had a hideous smile on his face. He didn't need to deal with the Jiang family first, he needed to eliminate the Yen family and kill Jiang Qin first. The rest of the men from the Li family were extremely excited. They didn't have much confidence and morale when it came to the war with the Yen family, but if they could get the help of a heavenly core demon lord to kill Xuanhuan, then the Yen family would be no match for them. Alright, killing a mortal core warrior is just a piece of cake for me. The old man put away the demon soul and accepted the request. If that's the case, that's great. I won't hide it from Senior. The Li family is about to go to war with the Yen family, and with Senior's help, we will definitely win. I don't think there's any need to wait for the war, let's do it tonight. Li Sanyu stood up from the ground. He couldn't hold back the excitement on his face. As the saying goes, there's a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Li Sanyu had already prepared himself for the war with the Yen family. But who would have thought that the demon soul he obtained by accident would attract a heavenly core demon lord? As long as the old man killed Xuanhuan, no one in the Yen family would be his match. Once he eliminated the Yen family and killed Jiang Qin, he would wait for the old man to absorb the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Then he would go to Fragrant Sky City and eliminate the Jiang family. From then on, the Li family would be the ruler of this land. The old man nodded his head. First of all, Li Sanyu was a good talker, and he kept calling him Senior, which satisfied his vanity. Second of all, he had just been released from the cage, and he had obtained the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. He was in a good mood, so helping Li Sanyu kill 2 men was just a piece of cake for him. Li Sanyu's energy was boosted. He shouted at the men from the Li family, "Listen up, everyone from the Li family. Follow me and attack the Yen family. With Senior's help, Xuanhuan will die for sure, and the Li family will win for sure. Tonight we will eliminate the Yen family and no one will be spared. No one will be spared, no one will be spared." With the help of a heavenly core demon lord, the men from the Li family who were low in morale were suddenly boosted up. They felt that in today's battle, the Li family would be unstoppable, and the Yen family wouldn't be able to stop them. That night, with Li Sanyu as the leader, a few hundred men from the Li family marched towards the Yen family. At the same time, the Yen family received the news, and with Xuanhuan as the leader, a few hundred men walked out of the Misty Rain Tower. Heavens, the sky is really going to change. The Li family and the Misty Rain Tower are going to fight for real this time. They've started fighting. Tonight they won't stop until one of them is dead. The Li family and the Yin family are going to fight at the same time. I think the battle will start in the central square. Red City is going to change. Let's go and watch the show. Watch my ass. Only those who are not afraid of death will go and watch the show. Two tigers are going to fight and you're just a monkey standing there. Aren't you just looking for death? Red City was in chaos. Most people stayed in their houses when they heard the news, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Some curious and busybodies stood far away from the central square, waiting to watch the show. Chapter 62. Both sides were filled with energy and killing intent. They stood in the middle of the square, facing each other. On the Li family's side, Li Xianyu was the leader. 5 mortal core warriors followed him. Li Xianyu had a ferocious smile on his face. The long scar on his face made him look even more terrifying. On the other side, Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Qin stood side by side. Yan Qinyu, De Huang Dog and 4 other mortal core warriors from the Yin family stood beside them. But in terms of overall strength, the Yin family's side was obviously stronger. But what confused Jiang Qin and Yan Zhanyun was that the Li family's morale was supposed to be low, but why was it so high? Something's wrong. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Something's wrong indeed. The Li family's morale shouldn't be so high. What actually gave them such high morale? Yan Zhanyun was puzzled as well. But right now both sides were like arrows on the bow, and a war was unavoidable. Haha, Yan Zhanyun, hand over Jiang Qin now and I'll let you die a quick death. Li Xianyu laughed out loudly. His energy was soaring, and his face was filled with confidence as if everything was under his control. Today I'll kill every single member of the Yin family, and then I'll destroy the Misty Rain Tower. The Li family's grand elders shouted out arrogantly. With the help of a heavenly core demon lord, they were confident that they could make the Yin family disappear from Red City in one night. On the other side, Jiang Qin furrowed his brows even deeper. When he thought about the heavenly core demon lord who had disappeared, he had a bad feeling about this. Li Xianyu, the younger generation of your Li family has been wiped out. Today's war will be the day your Li family is destroyed. Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort and shouted out loud. Haha, Yan Zhanyun, if that's the case I'll let you die first. Li Xianyu laughed out loud, then he turned towards a direction and shouted, Senior, please kill Yan Zhanyun. Swoosh. Right after Li Xianyu's words left his mouth, a sharp bird cry sounded out from the sky. Everyone saw a majestic black hawk suddenly appear in the sky. The black hawk flapped its wings and transformed into an old man in a black robe. He unleashed the energy of a heavenly core warrior, causing everyone in the central square to feel a great pressure. It was an indescribable feeling of discomfort. It's that great Yao. The faces of the Yin family members changed drastically. The old man was standing in the air. Being able to fly was the symbol of a heavenly core warrior. No matter if it was a demon beast or a human warrior, only those who reached the heavenly core realm would be able to control the natural energies and fly. Qi-Hai and mortal core warriors could only absorb natural yuan qi, but they were far from being able to control it. This was the difference between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the old man was an eagle and he was a flying demon beast. Even before he reached the heavenly core realm, he could still fly. The sudden appearance of the old man in black changed the situation in an instant. A heavenly core demon lord was enough to change everything in Red City. All the men from the Yin family were terrified under the pressure of the old man's energy, and their morale had been completely suppressed. Yan Zhanyun's heart skipped a beat. Now he finally understood why Li Xianyu was so confident all of a sudden. With the help of a heavenly core demon beast, he would be extremely arrogant and confident. Jiang Qin, who was standing aside, had an extremely cold expression. The sudden appearance of a heavenly core demon beast had messed up all of his plans. If it was in his previous life, he could kill a heavenly core demon beast with just a stare. But too bad he was only at the late Qi-Hai realm now. No matter how many skills he had, he couldn't use them. He was no match for a heavenly core warrior. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. He had no choice but to use the great soul derivation skill. But it wasn't easy to scare away a heavenly core demon beast with just soul pressure. Haha, Yan Zhanyun, I'll let you die a quick death today. I'll definitely kill everyone from the Yin family and let them accompany you in hell. Jiang Qin, you little bastard, I'll skin you alive and tear out your tendons. I'll grind your bones into ashes to vent my hatred. Li Xianyu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he thought about how his old enemy was going to die in front of him, and how he would be able to avenge his son, he was extremely excited. In the sky, the old man's sharp eagle eyes landed on Xianxia. This was the man he wanted to kill tonight. After killing this man, he would turn around and leave. Are you Xianxia? In order to confirm Xianxia's identity, the old man asked. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Just a single look from the old man in the black robe was enough to frighten him. With his current strength, there was no way he could fight a heavenly core warrior. They were not on the same level. Don't hurt my dad. Xianxia spread her arms and stood in front of Xianxia. She was unleashing a freezing cold energy from her body, and she was ready to attack. She would never allow anyone to kill her father in front of her, unless the old man stepped over her dead body first. What a strong cold energy. I never thought there would be someone with such a miraculous body in this small place. Too bad your cultivation level is too low. The old man was shocked at first, but soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. You, move aside. It looks like Dad is going to die today. Xianxia said. Dad, I won't move aside. Xianxia was very firm. Since you have such a deep relationship with your daughter, then let's die together. The old man obviously didn't have much patience. He stretched out his palm and was about to grab Xianxia and Xianxia. The grab of a heavenly core warrior was unstoppable, and if they were hit by it, the Yin father and daughter pair would definitely die a horrible death. Woof. Right at this moment, a dog's bark sounded out. The Huang dog raised his head and barked at the old man in the sky. The old man felt that the sound was familiar. He quickly retracted his energy and looked towards the direction of the sound. When he saw that it was the Huang dog, his expression changed. In the next moment, the black-robed old man did something that shocked countless people on the spot. The old man, who was filled with killing intent, immediately retracted his energy. He turned into a beam of light and flew down from the sky. He arrived in front of the Huang dog and kneeled down on the ground. The old man was kneeling down on the ground and his forehead was touching the ground. It was obvious how much respect he had for the Huang dog. What was going on? A heavenly core demon lord had kneeled down in front of a dog? The lively scene immediately quieted down. The entire square had become extremely quiet. Everyone had the same expression. Their mouths were wide open as they stared at the old man kneeling down in shock. What the fuck? What was going on? That was a heavenly core demon lord, but why did he kneel down in front of a dog? What kind of god was this dog? Everyone had a bad feeling about this. This scene had gone beyond their imagination. A war could change in an instant. The smile on Li Sanyu's face hadn't disappeared yet, but it had frozen on the spot. The old man was his biggest and only support. Today's war was already a foregone conclusion, and the Yin family was going to be wiped out. As long as Xianxia was alive, everything would go according to Li Sanyu's plan. But no one had expected such an incomprehensible scene to happen at the last moment. The Yin family felt like they were being toyed with by fate. According to their plan, today's war with the Li family would cause the Li family's morale to drop, and the Yin family would definitely win. But no one had expected that a heavenly core demon lord would appear at the last moment and change the situation. Right at this moment, the Yin family had lost all hope, and so did Xianxia. But who would have thought that when the demon lord was about to strike, he would kneel down in front of a dog? What the hell was going on? Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. He looked at the arrogant and narcissistic De Huang dog with surprise. Even with his experience as the greatest saint in the world, he had no idea why the old man would suddenly kneel down in front of De Huang dog. Although De Huang dog's bloodline was noble, strength was everything in this world. The old man's strength was much stronger than De Huang dog's. If they were to fight, De Huang dog wouldn't even be a match for him. But the reality was that the demon lord had kneeled down in front of him. What the fuck? De Huang, how did you do it? Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to De Huang dog. For the first time he was impressed by this dog. How is it? Impressed, right? That's right. For someone like me who is handsome and domineering, there's nothing that's impossible for me. De Huang dog's narcissism had reached the pinnacle. He began to talk to Jiang Qin using his divine sense. Enough. Hurry up and tell me, what method did you use to make this eagle kneel down? Jiang Qin's eyes widened. I'm such a mighty existence. Of course I have my own means. Do you believe that if I ask this little eagle to commit suicide right in front of me, it won't even dare to resist? De Huang dog raised his huge dog head high. He was so arrogant that he was about to reach the sky. Forget about committing suicide. Do you have any way to make this eagle listen to me? Jiang Qin asked. That's easy. Watch me. As De Huang Dog spoke, he looked at the black-robed old man who was kneeling on the ground and said, "Little eagle, stand up." Yes. The black-robed old man didn't dare to be stubborn. He quickly stood up from the ground and stood at the side respectfully, like a child who had done something wrong waiting for an adult to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, everyone looked at De Huang Dog in a different light. Their eyes were filled with admiration. It was as if they were prostrating themselves before him. Even Jiang Chen had to admit that this dog was very miraculous. In his previous life, although he had many methods to subdue demonic beasts, they were all built on the basis of strength and certain methods. From now on he's your master. You'll do whatever he asks you to do. De Huang Dog stood up straight and placed his front hooves behind his back. He circled around the black-robed old man like a human and spoke with a mature expression. Right after De Huang Dog finished speaking, the black-robed old man kneeled down in front of Jiang Chen and respectfully called out, "Master." Damn it! How could this be? Who the hell was this De Huang Dog? The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. They couldn't take it anymore. This was a heavenly core demon lord. Just a moment ago he was ferocious, but in the blink of an eye, he had become as docile as a little lamb. Chapter 63. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. He thought that De Huang Dog might have a way to make the old man listen to him, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. A heavenly core demon lord didn't dare go against De Huang Dog's words at all, he just obeyed him unconditionally. Looking at this, even if De Huang Dog really asked the old man to commit suicide on the spot, he wouldn't dare go against him. It was hard to imagine how De Huang Dog did it. Looking at the situation, the Yan family members who had lost all hope started smiling again. Xuanhuan was laughing out loudly. Fate really knew how to play a joke on him. Not only did it play a trick on him, it also played a trick on Li Sanyu. Xuanhuan was very excited, but Li Sanyu didn't feel the same way. This old fool felt his head spinning and he was completely stunned. How could this happen? Why did this happen? What was going on? A brutal and overbearing heavenly core demon lord was here to help him kill, but now he suddenly kneeled down in front of the enemy. Wasn't this just toying with him? Big Black Hawk, stand up. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. The old man stood up from the ground. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This young man in front of him looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had such an attitude. It was as if he was a superior man who had hidden his true strength. If it was any other ordinary man, he, a heavenly core demon lord, would have panicked when he saw him kneeling down in front of him. But this young man in front of him was calm, and his eyes were calm, as if kneeling down in front of him was a matter of course. But the old man immediately felt relieved. Since De Huang Dog was willing to follow him, how could he be an ordinary man? Jiang Chen placed his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. He looked at Li Sanyu with an indifferent expression and said slowly, "Li Sanyu, have you ever heard of the saying, lifting a rock only to smash your own feet?" When Jiang Chen's words came out, Li Sanyu almost vomited blood. This was simply the biggest mockery to him. He was simply the biggest idiot. Not only did he lose the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, he even made a fool out of himself. If he didn't ask for the black-robed old man's help with the Li family strength, even if they couldn't win, they could at least put up a fight. But now what's the point of putting up a fight? Li Sanyu, you should have heard of another saying, giving someone a taste of their own medicine. You wanted to use a heavenly core demon lord to kill Xuanhuan, and now I'll use a heavenly core demon lord to kill you. What do you think? Jiang Chen continued speaking with an indifferent tone. The Li family's camp immediately fell into chaos. If Li Sanyu died, there would be no point in fighting this war. Big Black Hawk, bring me Li Sanyu's head. Without giving Li Sanyu any time to think, Jiang Chen had already given the order to the black-robed old man. Yes, master. The black-robed old man bowed. With a sway of his body, he moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Li Sanyu. His cold eyes locked onto Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu immediately felt a chill in his heart. It was the threat of death. Being stared at by the black-robed old man was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. No, don't kill me, I've already given you the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. Li Sanyu said with a trembling voice. Jiang Chen heard the words blood-winged hawk clearly and his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, no wonder Li Shanyu was able to ask the old man in black to kill someone for him. It was because of the temptation of the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. The blood-winged hawk's demon spirit was a rare treasure. Not only was it tempting to the black-robed old man, it was also tempting to Jiang Chen. If it was in his previous life, the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit wouldn't be of much use to him. However, it was different now. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and could absorb any strange bloodlines in the world. So far, aside from absorbing the poison of the green hellish python, he had yet to absorb any strange bloodlines. If the dragon transformation skill wanted to level up, absorbing strange bloodlines was the best shortcut. Moreover, according to the records of the dragon transformation skill, if he could obtain the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, he would be able to inherit the blood-winged hawk's innate ability. The so-called innate ability was different from normal combat skills. Normal combat skills had a fixed level. Take Jiang Chen for example. He knew quite a few Sanctier combat skills, and the 9 solar energies was created by himself. However, his cultivation was too low, so his cultivation was limited. Even if he had a powerful combat skill, he still couldn't practice it. However, the innate supernatural powers were different. Whether it was the god body of humans or the supernatural powers of beasts, they all changed according to the changes of the cultivators. The maximum power of an innate supernatural power would increase along with the increase of the cultivator's cultivation base. It would always be in the most perfect condition. It was also the terrifying feature of the innate supernatural powers. The reason why divine bodies and beasts were so powerful was because they didn't need to practice any combat skills. They only needed to awaken their innate ability and use the support of their unique bloodlines to bring out their innate ability to its most powerful state. Crack. Completely ignoring Li Sanyu's panic, the old man's sharp claw landed on Li Sanyu's head. After that, under Li Sanyu's desperate expression, the old man crushed his head. One of the strongest men in Red City had died on the spot. Swoosh. The death of Li Sanyu had instantly caused chaos within the Li family's camp. The imposing aura had disappeared and everyone's faces had turned pale. Facing such a powerful heavenly core demon lord, Li Sanyu was killed with just a single strike. How were they going to deal with him? After killing Li Sanyu, the old man turned around and walked back to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He was extremely respectful. Little Black Hawk, well done. Big Yellow praised the old man. He was a heavenly core demon lord, but he was called a Little Black Hawk. If it was someone else, the old man would definitely tear that person into pieces. Big Yellow praised the old man. Buddy, what should we do with the rest of them? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. That's the Yin family's problem, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go. Jiang Chen smiled, then he turned to Yen Zhanyun and said, Chief Yen, I'll leave the rest to your family. I'll go back and wait for your good news. Remember, Chief Yen, when you're cutting the weeds you have to remove the roots. Don't worry brother Jiang Chen, I know what to do. Yen Zhanyun cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen. The gratitude and respect he had for Jiang Chen was like a raging river. Not only him, at this moment, everyone from the Yen family felt the same way. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with a passionate gaze. This sacred young man had once again saved the lives of everyone in the Yen family. In the hearts of the Yen family, Jiang Chen was the Yen family's lucky star. If it wasn't for him today, the Yen family would have been destroyed by now. Right now, Li Sanyu would have ended up like Yen Zhanyun. This was an undeniable fact. Although the biggest hero today was De Huang Dog, don't forget that De Huang Dog was brought here by Jiang Chen. The Yen family had nothing to do with De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He brought De Huang Dog and the black-robed old man and left the central square. He didn't want to get involved in the rest of the matter. The Li family and the Yen family had been fighting each other for a long time. Today was the day to settle the scores between the two families. The Li family was definitely going to be destroyed. As for how to deal with the Li family, he believed that Yen Zhanyun would know what to do. More importantly, Jiang Chen wanted the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. He had to get it first. Kill. Behind him, a series of battle cries were heard. Soon, the entire central square was filled with endless roars and murderous intent. The battle cries and screams were mixed together. It was a dark night. It was destined to be another night of bloodshed. After today, the Li family of Red City would be wiped out, and the city would welcome a new order. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about any of this. For him, the crisis in Red City was just a note in his rebirth. Soon he would embark on a new journey. Along the way, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were walking in the front. The black-robed old man was following behind them like a docile sheep. De Huang, how did you manage to tame this hawk? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask using his divine sense. It's too easy. I planted a divine sense seed in this hawk's body, so it's completely under my control. I can kill it with just a thought. Da Huang Dog had an insidious and proud expression on his face. Jiang Chen was startled. No wonder the black-robed old man was so obedient to Da Huang Dog, it was because his life was in Da Huang Dog's hands. But Jiang Chen was even more confused. No matter if it was a human or a demon beast, the divine sense was the source, the most important place. If someone planted a divine sense seed in their divine sense, they wouldn't do it even if it cost them their lives unless the person was an idiot. But this hawk in front of him didn't look like an idiot. Besides, with the big black hawk's heavenly core cultivation level, why would Da Huang Dog plant a divine sense seed in him? How did you do it? Jiang Chen asked. Do you still remember the Tianjin Gate demon sealing tower I told you about? I released 3 demon lords from the tower, and as a condition they have to obey me and serve me in the future. You know, these demon lords have been trapped in the demon sealing tower for dozens of years, and because of the special condition of the demon sealing tower, the demon lords who are trapped in there will never be able to improve their cultivation, and they will never be able to come out again. Da Huang Dog's eyes were shining with a cunning light. So, you used this as a condition to control them. Jiang Chen finally understood. Da Huang Dog was indeed a cunning man, but the 3 demon lords would definitely agree to it. Even if they were controlled, it would be better than dying in the demon sealing tower. There must be a powerful defense mechanism in the demon sealing tower, or else it wouldn't be able to trap these demon lords. So how did you release them? Jiang Chen asked again. His impression of Da Huang Dog had improved. Ordinary defense mechanisms couldn't pose a problem to Jiang Chen, but he was after all the once greatest saint in the world, and he had a lifetime of experience. Besides, breaking defense mechanisms sometimes required great strength as a foundation, but this dog was actually able to break the defense mechanism of the demon sealing tower and release 3 demon lords. Of course I have my ways, I won't tell you, Da Huang Dog said proudly. Didn't you say the demon lords you released were captured by the inner circle disciples of the Tianjin Gate? Why did this black hawk come out again? Chapter 64. The 3 demon beasts were indeed captured by the inner disciples. I never thought that this black hawk would be able to escape. It seems that flying demon beasts have an advantage in escaping. Da Huang Dog said. You unreliable dog, but you did something reliable today. You have made a great contribution. Jiang Chen patted Da Huang Dog's head. Get lost. Don't pat my head. Also, I'm not a dog, you're the real dog, woof. Da Huang Dog's face was filled with anger. The last bark he let out made Jiang Chen chuckle. Not long after that, Jiang Chen and the other 2 arrived at the Yan family. Yan Xuanhuan had prepared a special courtyard for him, and no one was allowed to get close to it. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen and the black-robed old man stood facing each other. The black-robed old man's face was filled with respect. He didn't dare to show any neglect. Although he was not satisfied with this kind of subservient attitude, he couldn't do anything about it. His life was in the hands of Da Huang Dog. As long as Da Huang Dog willed it, he would die. Even though he hated Da Huang Dog, he still had to pray that nothing bad would happen to Da Huang Dog, because once Da Huang Dog died, the divine sense seed in his divine sense would explode, and he wouldn't be able to survive. Big Black Hawk, let me ask you, did you get a blood-winged hawk's demon soul from Li Sanyu? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. The black-robed old man didn't dare to lie. Give it to me. Jiang Chen's tone didn't allow any refusal. It was an order. What? The black-robed old man's expression changed. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul was very useful to him. It could be considered as a great opportunity for him. But now Jiang Chen wanted to take it away. How could he feel good about it? I asked you to give it to me, so hurry up and give it to me. You don't even dare to listen to your master's words. Believe it or not, I'll make you die a horrible death. Da Huang Dog humphed. Yes, yes. The black-robed old man quickly nodded his head and took out the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. This dog is definitely a ruthless character. Towards Da Huang Dog's words, he doesn't dare to have the slightest bit of resistance. Compared to the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, his life is obviously more important. Seeing the blood-colored demon spirit, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He is experienced and knowledgeable. With just a glance, he could tell that this demon spirit is indeed the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. Furthermore, it contains the complete bloodline of the blood-winged hawk. This demon soul was only at the late mortal core realm, which was perfect for Jiang Chen to absorb. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he absorbed this demon soul and absorbed the energy within, then the dragon transformation skill would absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, and he would be able to break through to the mortal core realm. However, Master is a human. This blood-winged hawk's demon spirit isn't very useful to Master. As an eagle, this blood-winged hawk's demon spirit is the most suitable. The black-robed old man said unwillingly. Jiang Chen glared at the black-robed old man, then he grabbed the blood-colored demon spirit. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'll give you a sacred heavenly demonic skill. If you cultivate it, the benefits will be even greater than the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. It's not impossible for you to break through to the Demon King realm in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen told the black-robed old man about the sacred heavenly demonic skill through his divine sense. The black-robed old man's body trembled, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, his eyes were glowing with a strange light. This sacred heavenly demonic skill was obtained by Jiang Chen from a powerful demonic saint in his previous life. It's a supreme demonic cultivation technique. If it were to be measured by human cultivators, it would be a sacred level cultivation technique. In the Saint Origin world, anything related to a sacred level is a supreme treasure. Whether it's a cultivation technique, a combat skill, or a combat weapon, it's all the same. Demonic cultivation techniques are even rarer. Jiang Chen was involved in many things in his previous life. Although he couldn't cultivate this sacred heavenly demonic skill, he still memorized it. Today, besides the fact that the black-robed old man had taken out the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, Jiang Chen also had another reason for passing this demonic cultivation technique to the black-robed old man. Not long from now, he will embark on his real journey. The Jiang family is the only thing he's worried about. If there's a great demon guarding the family, he can be at ease. Therefore, the stronger the black-robed old man is, the more help he can provide. After the chant of the sacred heavenly demonic skill was passed to him, the black-robed old man trembled with excitement. He knelt down on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master, for your gift. Thank you, Master, for your gift." The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with tears. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. Although Jiang Chen was only at the Qihai realm in the black-robed old man's heart, he was like a mountain that he could only look up to. That was a sacred level demonic cultivation technique. This young man in front of him could casually take out a sacred level demonic cultivation technique. How could he be an ordinary person? This was unbelievable. Even the legendary powerful demonic king would not be able to obtain a sacred level demonic cultivation technique. Moreover, even if one had such a powerful sacred heavenly demonic skill, who would be willing to take it out? There was not a single sacred level cultivation technique in the entire Eastern continent. Not only did Jiang Chen take it out, he even gave it to the black-robed old man so casually. This boldness, coupled with his mysteriousness, had completely conquered the black-robed old man. Jiang Chen was right. To the black-robed old man, this sacred heavenly demonic skill was far more valuable than the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Damn you! How did you know the sacred heavenly demonic skill? Are you the reincarnation of an old monster? Tell me what good stuff you have so that I can benefit from it. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He had always felt that Jiang Chen was mysterious. However, when he saw Jiang Chen casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill, he was still deeply shocked. Go away. Demonic cultivation techniques are useless to you. Jiang Chen said impatiently. This guy was a genuine dragon horse. His bloodline was at the peak of all demonic beasts. Naturally, he did not need the demonic cultivation technique. If he forced himself to train, it would limit his growth. I'm going to train in seclusion. You two guard the gate of the courtyard for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Chen said, then turned around and walked into the room. Stinking brat, you're too awesome. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen's back with an annoyed expression. He then turned to the black-robed old man who just stood up and said, Go guard the gate. I'll lie here and sleep. Yes. The black-robed old man bowed at Big Yellow, then he happily walked towards the door. His face was filled with joy, and the gloominess from before had disappeared. Obtaining the sacred heavenly demonic skill was a real fortune. In the room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. He used his demon soul to lift the blood-red demon soul and let it float in front of his face. Jiang Chen did not immediately swallow the demon soul. This was his first time refining a demon soul with a strange bloodline. He needed to adjust his condition to the best and circulate the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Big Yellow was lying on a big green rock in the courtyard, snoring away without a care in the world. The black-robed old man was standing solemnly in front of the main entrance. While acting as Jiang Chen's loyal guardian, He was also pondering the sacred heavenly demonic skill that he had just obtained. It was a dark and windy night. In the central square of Red City, there was another bloody scene. This was going to be a bloody battle without any suspense. The Li family had lost Li Xianyu. Not only had they lost their pillar of support, they had also lost their morale. In this situation, they could only wait to be slaughtered by the Yan family. The battle only lasted for half an hour before it ended with the Li family's defeat. Blood flowed like a river in the central square. Dead bodies and broken limbs were everywhere. This was definitely the most brutal battle in the history of Red City. More than 100 people from the Li family had died. The remaining few hundred people had surrendered. They were surrounded by the Yan family's people. Their faces were pale, and no one knew what kind of punishment they were going to receive. "Master, what should we do with these people?" Yin Yang asked in high spirits. "Kill them all." Brother Jiang Qin said before he left that we need to eliminate the roots when we cut the grass. An old mortal core warrior from the Yin family said. "Don't." Yin Qinyu hurriedly cried out. Her face was pale and her expression was unnatural. As a young girl who didn't know much about the world, she had never seen a scene like this. In the battle just now, she had used the cold energy from her 9 meridians and killed 2 people. This made Yin Qinyu feel terrible. If she killed these few hundred people as well, it would be too cruel and she couldn't accept it. "Dad, they have already surrendered. Killing them is too cruel." "I believe that big bro Jiang Qin didn't mean it like that," Yin Qinyu hurriedly said. Yin Zhanyun lovingly touched Yin Qinyu's head. His face was filled with pain. His daughter had a kind heart and she didn't know much about the world. She would definitely suffer in the future. This was also the reason why he had to let Yin Qinyu participate in this battle. It was always a bad feeling to kill someone for the first time, but as a cultivator she had to get used to it. If not, when she entered the Qi province in the future, she would be the one who would suffer. Yin Qinyu was born with a divine body. This small red city wouldn't be able to hold her down. Besides, his daughter and Jiang Qin were in love. Who was Jiang Qin? He was a real devil incarnate. If she wanted to be his woman, she couldn't be a burden to him. You can leave now. I know what to do and I also know what brother Jiang Qin wants." After saying that, Yin Zhanyun took a step forward. He glanced at the Li family members with a cold gaze and said, "Kill all the people from the main branch of the Li family. As for the people from the subsidiary forces, we can accept their surrender, but they will have to go through a test." Yin Zhanyun's words had decided the life and death of the Li family members. It was similar to how Jiang Qin dealt with the Mu Rong family. However, compared to Jiang Qin, Yin Zhanyun was a bit more merciful. At least he had accepted the surrender of the subsidiary forces. Yin Zhanyun understood what Jiang Qin meant. The so-called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was referring to the people from the main branch of the Li family. As for the people who had already surrendered, they couldn't be killed. In the future, when the Yin family ruled over the entire Red City, they still had to show some mercy. Yin Qinyu sighed and left the central square with a lonely face. Yin Yang hurriedly followed behind her. Today's battle had left a huge impact on Yin Qinyu's heart. This little girl might not be able to get used to it in a few days. Chapter 65. On the same night, the Li family was annihilated. All of their men were killed and most of their affiliated forces surrendered. Some of the more stubborn ones were killed as well. To put it bluntly, a new order had arrived in Red City. From now on, the Yin family was the biggest family in Red City. All the properties of the Li family were now owned by the Yin family. From now on, the Li family no longer existed in Red City. Li Sanyu, the tycoon who had dominated Red City for more than 20 years, had disappeared in the long river of history. This was a huge event that shook the entire Red City. There was no way it could be hidden and no one tried to hide it. Almost as soon as the Li family was annihilated, everyone in Red City knew the result. Such an explosive event had shaken the entire Red City. No one could remain calm, especially when they found out about the unpredictable changes of the battle. They couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Sigh, the tycoon of Red City has been annihilated just like that. From now on, the Yin family will be the only tycoon in Red City, and no one will be able to challenge them anymore. Do you guys still remember that demon lord who appeared before? I heard that he was helping the Li family to kill Yin Zhanyun, but he was conquered by a dog. That's right, the dog that the Tianjin Gate is looking for. This is so funny. That dog is really evil, even the demon lords are obeying him. That's right. The heavenly core demon lord who was helping the Li family turned around and killed Li Sanyu. Such a huge change, who could have predicted it? This is so brutal. That dog is definitely not an ordinary dog. I heard that the demon lord kneeled down in front of the dog, and he didn't even dare to move. Many people were talking about the incident. The Huang dog had become the center of attention. Who could have thought that a bloody battle would be changed so easily by a dog? In my opinion, the reason why the Li family was annihilated so quickly was because of that Jiangchen. Ever since he came to Red City, there has been no peace in this city. You're right. Everything was caused by Jiangchen. You should know that Jiangchen was the one who brought that dog out. That Jiangchen is a very ruthless man. He not only killed the 3 sons of Li Sanyu, but also the disciples of Tianjin Gate. He is so ruthless and audacious. Although the Yin family had defeated the Li family, everyone's topic was only Jiangchen and the Huang dog. This man and dog were the key to the destruction of the Li family. The entire Crimson City fell into a state of sleepless nights. At this moment, Jiangchen was wholeheartedly refining the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. After spending half an hour, Jiangchen had adjusted himself to his best condition. The 10 dragon marks in his chi kept vibrating, and a blood-red shadow of a dragon was floating above Jiangchen's head. His vitality was very strong, and after absorbing the blood of the Huang dog, he could now transform into the shape of a dragon. Jiangchen opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-red demon soul that was floating in front of him. In an instant, 2 blood-red beams shot out from Jiangchen's eyes, causing the air to tremble. Buzz. After the blood-winged hawk's demon soul entered his body, a buzzing sound could be heard from Jiangchen's body, and his yuan energy kept vibrating. Jiangchen was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and he started refining the blood-winged hawk's demon soul bit by bit. What a powerful energy! If I can absorb all the energy from the demon soul and merge the blood of the blood-winged hawk into my body, my strength will double, and I will reach the early mortal core realm. A happy expression emerged on Jiangchen's face. A late mortal core demon soul was the most suitable for him to absorb right now. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the blood-red dragon marks were like real little dragons. They were twisting around the blood-red demon soul. Jiangchen had a lot of experience, and with his control of the dragon transformation skill, he could ensure that the energy from the demon soul was released and absorbed bit by bit. There wouldn't be a situation where the energy was too strong for his body to handle, and there wouldn't be a situation where his energy was drained. Time passed by, and Jiangchen had entered a special state. Within the courtyard, the Huang dog was lying on a big green rock, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a faint golden light was emitting from the Huang dog's body. The golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and it gradually wrapped up the Huang dog and turned it into a huge golden cocoon. The Huang dog's energy was getting stronger, and it was as if something inside his body was about to wake up. His entire body was undergoing a fundamental change. If Jiangchen saw this, he would probably start cursing out loud. This dog had entered a special state in his sleep, and he was activating his bloodline and innate abilities. Once this process was completed, the Huang dog would become a mortal core warrior. As an ancient dragon horse, it was normal for it to activate its innate abilities. A rare breed like this would have more than one innate ability. But what made people depressed was the way this dog was leveling up. This method of leveling up while sleeping was ridiculous, and it was a huge blow to people's morale. Others would work themselves to death just to level up, but this dog just needed to sleep and leveled up. The courtyard was extremely quiet. Jiangchen was absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon soul in his room, and the Huang dog was sleeping soundly on a big green rock. Outside the door, the old man in black robe was guarding the place with a dedicated attitude. In Red City, with the protection of a heavenly core demon lord, no one would be able to get close to the courtyard. The old man in black robe stood there with an infatuated look in his eyes. He was like a statue and he didn't move at all. His entire mind was focused on the sacred heavenly demonic skill. If this skill was used properly, the old man in black robe could really become a powerful demon king like Jiangchen had said. 2 figures came from afar, a man and a woman. They were Yen Qinyu and Yen Yang, who had rushed back from the central square. Yen Qinyu was in a bad mood, so the first person she thought of was her big bro Jiangchen. "Stop right there," the old man in black robe, Lung Lung, said as he raised his head and looked at the two. "Where is big bro Jiangchen? I want to see big bro Jiangchen," Yen Qinyu said. Both she and Yin Yang looked at the old man in black robe with fear in their eyes. This old man in front of them was definitely a ruthless man. They could still clearly remember how Li Sanyu was killed. Master is in secluded cultivation, no one is allowed to disturb him. The old man's voice was still cold. In front of De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin, he was indeed a docile little sheep. But in front of outsiders he was a brutal eagle, a powerful heavenly core demon lord. Let's go little you, don't disturb Brother Jiang's secluded cultivation. Yin Yang said. And Yin Xinyu nodded her head, then she turned around and left. Jiang Chen's secluded cultivation was an important matter, so of course they couldn't disturb him. Another hour passed and it was already nightfall. Yin Xuanhuan and the other high-ranked men had dealt with the Li family men, and they returned to the Yin family in high spirits. The first thing they wanted to do when they returned was to visit and thank Jiang Chen. Of course, De Huang Dog was there as well, but they were stopped by Yin Yang. Chief, Brother Jiang is in secluded cultivation right now, don't disturb him. Yin Yang said. Looks like Brother Jiang Chen has learned something new again. Maybe he will be able to break through to the mortal core realm after this secluded cultivation. Yin Xuanhuan said with a sigh. Compared to Brother Jiang Chen, I don't think there are many people in this world who would dare call themselves a genius. His age, his strength, his methods and his horrifying speed of leveling up, a man like him is simply a peerless monster. Everyone was sighing. Yin Yang, from now on you have to set Brother Jiang Chen as your goal. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to reach his level, but it's still good to have a goal and an idol. Yin Xuanhuan patted Yin Yang's shoulder. I will. Brother Jiang is the goal that I, Yin Yang, have been chasing after for my entire life. Yin Yang rarely admired people, but when it came to Jiang Chen he was completely convinced. This time Brother Jiang Chen has helped us a lot. You can even say that he has saved the entire Yin family. This is a great favor that we, the Yin family, will never forget. When Brother Jiang Chen comes out from his secluded cultivation, we must thank him properly. Yin Xuanhuan said. Indeed, from saving you, to saving the entire Yin family today, Brother Jiang Chen's kindness to the Yin family can't be expressed with words. A mortal core elder said. Towards Jiang Chen, everyone in the Yin family was deeply grateful. To put it bluntly, without Jiang Chen there would be no Yin family today. Yin Yang, how is you? Yin Xuanhuan asked. She locked herself in her room, she wants to have some peace and quiet. This time it was a huge blow to her. All these years you has never stepped out of the Yin family. She is just a little girl who doesn't know much about the world. She has never seen such a tragic scene before. Yin Yang said. She will have to experience this sooner or later. She has the 9 meridians, so she will have to face a lot more in the future. Besides, since she wants to be with Jiang Chen, she can't just be a burden to him. Yin Xuanhuan said with a smile. Everyone knew that Yin Xinyu was going to walk a different path from them in the future, and she might even walk the path of Jiang Chen. Rumble? Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from the depths of the Yin family. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a blood-red beam shooting out from the courtyard where Jiang Chen was cultivating. The beam shot up into the sky, and an extremely powerful aura spread across the entire place. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining with a bright light. Swoosh. After that, a whirlwind appeared above the Yin family. All the natural energies were sucked out, and within the blood-red beam of light, a tiny golden light suddenly appeared. Slowly, the golden light became brighter and brighter, and eventually, it formed into a golden core the size of a fist. Look, that's a mortal core. Brother Jiang Chen has formed his mortal core. Such a powerful energy. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. How long has it been, and he has already broken through to the mortal core realm. He has just broken through to the mortal core realm, how can he have such a powerful energy? I am a mid-mortal core warrior, but under the energy of Brother Jiang Chen, even my soul is trembling. Monster, he is a peerless monster. Everyone from the Yin family were shocked, especially the few mortal core warriors. They had all broken through to the mortal core realm before, but they had never seen an energy like Jiang Chen's before. They didn't even dare think about it. Swoosh. Chapter 66. Swoosh swoosh. The powerful energy turned into ripples as it spread out from Jiang Chen's body, covering the entire sky above the Yin family. Especially the illusionary blood wings on his back. Every time they flapped, they would create a hurricane, making Jiang Chen look extremely magical. Right at this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at Jiang Chen in the sky, including De Huang Dog who had just woken up. Heavens, what am I seeing? Brother Jiang Chen has just broken through to the mortal core realm, but he can actually fly. This is unbelievable. You know, only heavenly core warriors can use the heavenly core in their bodies to control natural energy. This is a miracle. Look at that pair of blood wings on his back. It's the blood wings that allow him to fly. It's not because he can control natural energy. This is amazing. I wonder how Brother Jiangchen did it. That pair of blood wings is emitting the aura of a demon beast. It must be the wings of a demon beast. I wonder what method Brother Jiangchen used to refine it for his own use. A mortal core warrior can fly. This is beyond our knowledge. Brother Jiangchen is indeed a rare genius. Xuanhuan and the others were excited. They had witnessed the birth of another miracle. Jiangchen's blood wings had changed their minds. Sigh, I will never be able to catch up to Brother Jiang in this lifetime. Looks like I can only look at him as my idol from now on. Yin Yang sighed. Living in the same place as a man like Jiangchen was a huge blow to him. In the sky, Jiangchen's black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like stars, shining brightly. He looked like a god who had descended from the heavens. Absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon soul had given him endless benefits. At the same time, he had also revealed the true power of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill had completely absorbed the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, and even the blood wings had evolved. This was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. It was an unexpected surprise. Being able to fly in the sky at the mortal core realm was a huge advantage that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Not only that, Jiang Chen had also inherited the innate ability of the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. The innate ability of the blood-winged hawk, Nine Heavens Hawk Cry, was a powerful sound wave battle skill. It did not have a grade, and it would continue to grow according to Jiang Chen's cultivation. The so-called sound wave battle skill was even more terrifying than normal battle skills. It was also harder to defend against. The powerful sound waves could penetrate a person's soul and directly attack a person's origin, causing damage to their origin. The reason why the blood-winged hawk could become the king of the hawk bloodline was because of this innate ability. And this was not all that Jiang Chen had gained. The impact of the bloodline and the energy had allowed Jiang Chen to form his mortal core. Right now, within Jiang Chen's Qi, the golden mortal core was like a pillar in the middle of the ocean, stabilizing the entire Qi. 15 dragon marks were circling around the mortal core, like the moon surrounded by stars. That's right, 15 dragon marks. When Jiang Chen broke through to the late Qi realm, he had 8 dragon marks. Because of the abundant energy, he now had 10 dragon marks. Now that he had formed his mortal core, his strength had almost doubled and he now had 15 dragon marks. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he wanted to break through to the mid-mortal core realm, his strength would need to double, and he would need at least 30 dragon marks. This time, absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon soul had allowed Jiang Chen to fully understand the terrifying power of the dragon transformation skill. It had also allowed Jiang Chen to confirm the path of cultivation that he wanted to walk in the future. All the skills and combat skills from his past life, besides the 9 solar energy skill, could be discarded. Just imagine if Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to absorb all sorts of rare bloodlines and obtain powerful innate abilities, he would be able to reach a terrifying level. It was simply unimaginable. Outside the courtyard, the old man in black robes stared at Jiang Chen, who was floating in the sky with his mouth wide open. The shock on his face was no less than the others, it was even more intense. As a demon beast, and an eagle at that, no one understood better than him what it meant for Jiang Chen to absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. This was unprecedented. How is this possible? How did he do it? He is just a human. How could he absorb the bloodline of a demon beast and merge it perfectly with his own body? The old man in black robes muttered to himself. Even though he had lived for more than 100 years, he still couldn't understand it. This is too miraculous. This young man is really extraordinary. Could he be the chosen one? Or is he the descendant of a god? His body is emitting an aura that makes people's hearts palpitate. His eyes are as cold as water, and even when he is facing me, his expression hasn't changed. He can casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill, and now he even has a way to merge with the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. Is he still human? The old man in black robes was completely convinced by Jiang Chen. In his mind, Jiang Chen was definitely not an ordinary human, and his future achievements were beyond his imagination. Woof woof. God damn it. How did this kid do it? There must be a big secret on his body. He must have cultivated an ancient divine skill. A human being can actually merge with the bloodline of a demon beast? This is really blinding my dog eyes. De Huang dog was jumping up and down in the courtyard. He simply couldn't stay calm anymore. This young man was too mysterious. He was like a bottomless pit that no one could see through. De Huang Dog was already depressed when he was able to absorb his own blood in Origin Mountain. But now he had directly absorbed the bloodline of a blood-winged hawk, and he could casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill. What kind of monster was he? Everyone from the Yin family was staring at the young man with the blood wings flapping in the sky. Other than shock, they couldn't find any other words to describe their feelings. This was a godlike young man. Swoosh! Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and slowly descended from the sky. With a shake of his shoulder, he retracted the blood wings back into his body. Kid, tell me quickly, what kind of divine skill are you cultivating? How can you merge with the bloodline of a demon beast? De Huang Dog rushed to Jiang Chen's side and asked impatiently. I'm not telling you. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang Dog, then he strode out of the courtyard. Damn you, what are you so proud of? De Huang Dog snorted and followed behind Jiang Chen while wagging his tail. Master. When the old man in black saw Jiang Chen coming out, he quickly bowed and said, Master, your power is unfathomable. You will definitely soar into the sky in the future. If the old man in black had addressed Jiang Chen as master because he was afraid of the divine sense seed that De Huang Dog had planted in him, then right now he was more than willing to address Jiang Chen as master. Black Hawk, what's your name? Jiang Chen looked at the old man in black. His eyes were shining brightly, like a king looking down at his subjects. Master, you can just call me Old Black. The old man said respectfully. All right, Old Black, let me ask you. From now on, are you willing to serve me completely? Jiang Chen asked. Your humble servant is willing to listen to all of Master's orders. Old Black didn't dare show any neglect. He knew that with his potential, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach the peak heavenly core realm, and it would be extremely difficult for him to form a divine core. Jiang Chen had given him the sacred heavenly demonic skill, giving him the potential to break through to the Demon King realm, or even the Demon Emperor realm. For him this was a great opportunity. Besides, Jiang Chen was a miraculous person, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Following him would definitely bring him endless benefits. Alright, I'll leave this place in a few days and head to the inner regions of the Qi province. From now on, you'll stay here and guard the Yen family, and focus on cultivating the sacred heavenly demonic skill. As long as you do your job well, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Jiang Chen said. Now that he had broken through to the mortal core realm, and the grudge between him and the Li family had been settled, it was time for him to embark on his own journey. The Jiang family was the one he worried about the most, and if Old Black was here to protect them, he would be able to leave without worries. Jiang Chen didn't ask Old Black to protect the Jiang family, but the Yin family. The reason was simple. First, he wanted the Jiang family to occupy Fragrant Sky City in peace, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. Second, there was no difference between Old Black protecting the Yin family and the Jiang family. With Jiang Chen's help to the Yin family, even if Xuanhuan had to die, he would still protect the Jiang family. Therefore, as long as the Yin family was safe, the Jiang family would be safe as well. Old Black will not disappoint you, I will ensure the Yin family's safety. Old Black bowed. He really needed a place to focus on cultivating the sacred heavenly demonic skill. The Yin family had become the local tyrant of Red City, and it was perfect for him to cultivate. At this moment, Xuanhuan and the others arrived one after another. All of them had happy expressions on their faces. Congratulations, Brother Jiang Chen, for breaking through to the mortal core realm. Congratulations. Xuanhuan cupped his fist and congratulated Old Black. Chief Yin, I was just about to look for you. I'll be heading to the inner region of the Qi province in a few days. Everything in Red City has been settled, and from now on, there will no longer be any forces that can fight against the Yin family. Besides, after I leave, I'll ask Old Black to stay here and protect the Yin family. Please arrange a place for Old Black to cultivate behind closed doors. Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, the Yin family was startled at first, but then a happy expression emerged on their faces. As for Jiang Chen leaving for the Qi province, everyone was prepared for this. Jiang Chen was a golden-scaled beast, and sooner or later he was going to soar into the skies. There was no way he would stay in this small red city. What surprised the Yin family was that Jiang Chen had asked the Black Hawk to stay here. They had witnessed the Black Hawk's strength before. It was a real heavenly core demon lord. The Yin family was already one of the biggest forces in Red City, and if they had a heavenly core demon lord to protect them, they would be the king of all the kings. Brother Jiang Chen has done so much for the Yin family, and Xuanhuan can't repay it. I'm willing to move the Jiang family from Fragrant Sky City here, and I'll give half of the Misty Rain Tower to the Jiang family. Yin Xuanhuan said in a serious manner. The Misty Rain Tower was the Yin family's main property, and it was also their only property. It wasn't easy for Yin Xuanhuan to give half of it to them. However, no one from the Yin family objected to Yin Xuanhuan's decision. If Yin Qinyu and Jiang Chen were to be together in the future, the Yin family and the Jiang family would be one big family. Besides, on the surface, it seemed like the Jiang family wanted to move to Red City because of the Yin family, but in fact, everyone knew that it was the Yin family that was relying on the Jiang family. Chief Yin, you're being too polite. My dad is used to living in Fragrant Sky City, so I'm afraid he won't be willing to move to Red City. I don't want the Jiang family to attract too much attention either. It's good for the Jiang family to be the king of Fragrant Sky City, but I hope Chief Yin can take care of the Jiang family in the future. Chapter 67. Brother Jiangchen, don't worry. From now on, the Jiang family's business in Fragrant Sky City will be my business. In this 28 cities, whoever dares to disrespect the Jiang family, I will be the first to kill him. Yin Xuanhuan patted his chest and promised. He had planned to give up half of the Yin family's assets to the Jiang family, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen didn't care about the Yin family at all. Maybe in Jiang Chen's eyes, he didn't care about the Yin family's assets at all. With Jiang Chen's ability, he could get anything he wanted. With Chief Yan's words, I can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I will return to Fragrant Sky City and leave in a few days. Jiang Chen said. In his previous life he had nothing to worry about, but this life was different. He was an orphan in his previous life, but now he had a father who loved him dearly. He knew very well that no matter where he went, Jiang Zhenhai would always be the one who would worry about him the most. Therefore, before he left, he needed to spend more time with his father. This kind of opportunity might be rare in the future. The next day, Jiang Chen opened the gate of his house and walked out with the Huang dog. He saw Yin Xuanhuan and Yin Qinyu, who was dressed in purple, fighting side by side. When they saw Jiang Chen coming out, they both had a faint smile on their faces. Xiaoyu, you seem to be in a good mood. Jiang Chen smiled and said. I've thought about it for the whole night and I figured it out. It's just like what Dad and brother Jiang Chen said, some things have to be experienced sooner or later. Now, I have completely walked out of the shadow of yesterday. Yin Qinyu took a step forward and held Jiang Chen's arm as she said happily. That's right, Xiaoyu is born with a divine body. You have a lot of things to experience in the future. But I'm still surprised that you can adapt so fast. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and scratched Yin Qinyu's nose. Annoying. Yin Qinyu stared at Jiang Chen, but her face was full of joy. In a girl's heart, as long as she could be with the person she liked, that was the happiest thing. Brother Jiang Chen, are you returning to Tianxiang City? Yin Xuanhuan asked. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. He was indeed going back to the Tianxiang City. Big brother Jiang Chen, father and I will go back to Tianxiang City with you. Yin Qinyu said. From now on, the Jiang family and the Yin family will be one big family. Brother Jiang Chen has been helping the Yin family for so long. As the leader of the family, I have to pay him a visit personally. Yin Xuanhuan said. Thank you, Leader Yin. Jiang Chen smiled, but he didn't say anything. Yin Xuanhuan was right. In the future, the Jiang family and the Yin family would have a lot of interactions. Yin Xuanhuan should really pay Jiang Zhenhai a visit. Therefore, Jiang Chen, Yin Xuanhuan, Yin Qinyu, and the Huang dog left the Yin family. They walked out of Red City and headed towards Tianxiang City. As for Old Black, Yin Xuanhuan had already found him a quiet place to stay. Old Black had gone into closed-door cultivation to focus on studying the sacred heavenly demonic skill. Tianxiang City Jiang family. Ever since the Mu Rong family was destroyed, the entire Tianxiang City had finally calmed down. There were almost no more fights. The mayor's mansion was the only family that ruled the entire Tianxiang City. Jiang Zhenhai had recently learned the xuanhuan skill, and he was trying his best to break through to the mortal core realm. Right now, in the Jiang family's meeting hall, Jiang Zhenhai and Yin Hongtai were sitting leisurely. Brother Jiang's energy is getting stronger and stronger, and his yuan energy is getting stronger as well. I believe that in a few days he will be able to form his mortal core. Yin Hongtai said. He had been in the Jiang family for 4 days now, and he had been chatting happily with Jiang Zhenhai. Yin Hongtai was after all a late mortal core warrior, much stronger than Jiang Zhenhai, who was only at the peak of the Qihai realm. When they first met, Jiang Zhenhai was a bit nervous, but after knowing what Jiang Chen had done in Red City, he became less nervous. After a while, the two of them became good friends. That's right, I can feel it too. I never thought that I would be able to break through to the mortal core realm so quickly. Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile on his face. He knew that this was all because of the Xuanhuan skill. His son was the biggest pride of his life. Brother Yin, you said that the Yin family and the Li family are going to fight soon. I wonder how they are doing now. Jiang Zhenhai asked. He was worried about Jiang Chen. Although his son had extraordinary abilities, his cultivation level was still weak. That's right, I wonder how he is doing now. Yin Hongtai's worries were no less than Jiang Zhenhai's. They still hadn't received any news about what happened in Red City last night. Right at this moment, the guard Jiang Qing walked in and said, Mayor Master Yin, there is a man named Yin Meng outside the door. He said that he is from the Yin family and he wants to see the mayor. It's Yin Meng. It's probably about the war between the Yin family and the Li family. Yin Hongtai said with a serious expression. Hurry up and invite him in. Jiang Zhenhai said quickly. Yes. Jiang Qing didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and left. Not long after that, an old man in his 40s or 50s walked in. It was Yin Meng. Yin Meng, has the war started? Yin Hongtai asked impatiently. Chief Elder, the Yin family and the Li family had a war last night. The Li family has been destroyed and Li Sanyu is dead as well. Now Red City belongs to the Yin family. Yin Meng said excitedly. When he thought about the exciting battle last night, he couldn't help but feel excited. After the battle was over, Yin Meng rushed over from Red City to report the good news. He arrived early in the morning. What? Yin Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai shouted out at the same time. They couldn't believe their ears. Aha, Li Sanyu is dead, and the Li family has been destroyed. Great. Yin Meng, tell us, how did we win? Yin Hongtai laughed out loud. He had been living in fear for the past few days and today he finally heard some exciting news. The battle last night was too dangerous and exciting. Li Sanyu had invited a heavenly core demon lord to help him kill the chief. Yin Meng told the story vividly. When he thought about the old man in the black robe, his face was still filled with fear. What? A heavenly core demon lord? Jiang Zhenhai and Yin Hongtai shouted out again. Even a heavenly core demon lord came, how did we win? Yin Hongtai asked impatiently. This is all thanks to Brother Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang Chen, the Yin family would have been destroyed last night. Chief Elder, do you still remember the Da Huang dog that Brother Jiang Chen brought out from Mount Origin? Yin Meng said. Yes, I do. Yin Hongtai nodded his head. That dog was really amazing. It only barked once and it scared the heavenly core demon lord silly. After that, the demon lord kneeled down and listened to Brother Jiang Chen's orders, and then he killed Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu had shot himself in the foot. Yin Meng said in an excited tone. He still hadn't recovered from yesterday's excitement. Hearing this, Yin Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other. Both of them had an unnatural expression on their faces. A heavenly core demon lord was subdued by a dog at such a critical moment, and the dog turned around and killed Li Sanyu. This was too dramatic, but just thinking about that kind of scene was exciting and soul-stirring. Brother Jiang, you've given birth to a good son. The Yin family will never forget the great kindness your son has shown us. Yin Hongtai suddenly bowed deeply towards Jiang Zhenhai. Yin Meng, who was standing beside him, bowed as well. His tone and expression were extremely solemn. Normally, with Yin Hongtai's status, he wouldn't bow to a Qihai warrior, but the man in front of him was no ordinary man. He was Jiang Chen's father. Brother Yin, don't be so polite. The smile on Jiang Zhenhai's face almost reached the back of his ears. Even the leader of Red City, a late mortal core warrior, had bowed down to him. This was a scene that he had never even dreamed of. All of this was because he had a good son. There's another good news. Brother Jiang Chen has formed his mortal core, and he has become a mortal core warrior. He will return to Fragrant Sky City today. Yin Meng continued. He left the Yin family after Jiang Chen had broken through to the mortal core realm. Yin Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai were shocked once again, especially Jiang Zhenhai. He clearly remembered that not long ago Jiang Chen was only at the first level of the Qijing realm. Even when he left the Jiang family, he was only at the early Qihai realm. Since noon, Jiang Zhenhai, Yin Hongtai and the rest of the Jiang family had gathered outside the main gate, waiting for Jiang Chen's return. Everyone in the Jiang family had heard about their young master's glorious achievements, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Not long after, Jiang Chen and the other three arrived at the main gate of the Jiang family. With their speed, They had spent such a long time traveling from Red City to Fragrant Sky City. They didn't forget to go sightseeing along the way. Dad. When he saw Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen called out to him. Good boy. It's only been a while and you've changed so much. You really are my son. Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with smiles. Having a son like this, his face was filled with pride. Leader, you're here as well. Yan Hongtai was not surprised to see Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had helped the Yan family a lot, and if he was the leader he would have come to visit the Jiang family in person. Dad, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Yan family in Red City, Yan Zhanyun. This is the daughter of the Yan family, Yan Qinyu. You can call her Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen quickly introduced them to Jiang Zhenhai. I didn't know that the leader of the Yan family would be here. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Jiang Zhenhai cupped his hands towards Yan Zhanyun. He still looked a little nervous. This was the leader of Red City, and if it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't have the chance to stand next to Yan Zhanyun. Brother Jiang, please don't be so courteous. You have given birth to a good son, and he is the savior of our entire Yan family. From now on, the Yan family and the Jiang family are one big family. Hurry up and greet Uncle Jiang. Yan Zhanyun said. Greets uncle. Yan Qinyu bowed towards Jiang Zhenhai. What a beautiful girl. If I could have such a beautiful daughter-in-law, then my life would be perfect. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Yan Qinyu. He was shocked by her beauty and couldn't help but want to introduce his son to her. Hearing this, Yan Qinyu's face blushed. She was extremely shy. Haha, if Brother Jiang doesn't mind, then let you, be your daughter-in-law. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. Dad, you're so annoying. Chapter 68. Yan Qinyu suddenly felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her father-in-law. Of course, this daughter-in-law was definitely not ugly. From the way Jiang Zhenhai kept signaling to Jiang Chen with his eyes, she could tell that this mayor was really satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, had a silly smile on his face, and he didn't say anything. Kid, in my opinion, you should take this opportunity to marry little you. De Huang Dog's voice reached Jiang Chen's ears. Marry your ass, get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen stared at De Huang Dog angrily. At this moment, everyone finally noticed De Huang Dog. Yan Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai thought about the De Huang Dog who defeated a heavenly core demon lord yesterday, and they knew that it must be this De Huang Dog in front of them. They immediately put on a serious expression, and they didn't dare show any disrespect. Young master, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Jiang Qing walked to Jiang Chen's side, bowing and flattering him. Jiang Qing, you've worked hard during this period of time. Later, go to the accountant and get 10 gold coins. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Hearing his young master asking for another 10 gold coins, Jiang Cheng's eyes were filled with tears. He was so excited that he almost kneeled down and called Jiang Chen his ancestor. Let's not stand in front of the gate. Chief Yan, please come in. Jiang Zhenhai made an inviting gesture, and everyone entered the Jiang family's courtyard. When they arrived at the main hall, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu walked at the back. Little you can think about what my dad said. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Think about what? Yan Qinyu was startled at first, but then she remembered about her daughter-in-law. She blushed and said, Big bro Jiang Chen is so annoying. On the same day, the Jiang family held a big banquet to celebrate. The destruction of the Mu Rong family and the Li family had made the Jiang family and the Yan family the rulers of their respective cities. Furthermore, from now on, these two families were the rulers of this region, and no one else could compete with them anymore. They were the real tyrants of this region. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun chatted happily until sunset, when Yan Zhanyun finally got up to leave. The Yan family has just defeated the Li family. There are a lot of things to take care of, so I won't bother you any longer. Yan Zhanyun cupped his fists towards Jiang Zhenhai. If Brother Jiang has time in the future, please come to the Misty Rain Tower in Red City. Let me be your host. Alright, if I have time, I will definitely visit Brother Yan in Red City. Jiang Zhenhai was a straightforward person. Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for Brother Jiang at the Misty Rain Pavilion. Brother Jiang, please wait. We'll be taking our leave. Yan Zhanyun said. Chen, help me send off the leader of the Yan family. Jiang Zhenhai's face was beaming with happiness. Outside the Jiang family. Leader Yan, there's one more thing. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Zhanyun. Brother Jiang Chen, please speak. Yan Zhanyun said. I've decided. I'll leave in 3 days and go to the inner region of the Qi province. I need some human elixir and I hope that you can prepare some for me. I want some of the highest quality pills, at least 70% effectiveness. Jiang Chen said. He didn't know when he would be back, so he needed to prepare himself. Human elixir was an essential treasure for any cultivator. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, had a strong desire for human elixir. Jiang Chen didn't ask the Yin family to prepare all the pills with 100% effectiveness. In this small city, pills with 100% effectiveness were still very rare. He could synthesize any pill he wanted anyway. Even if he consumed it directly, the dragon transformation skill could remove the impurities from the pill. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Xuanhuan promised. Alright, I'll go to the Misty Rain Tower in 3 days and then I'll leave. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, I want to leave with you in 3 days. Xianxia said suddenly. Leave with me? Jiang Chen frowned. Xiao Yu, you need to know that I'm not going on a vacation this time. I've made up my mind. Wherever Brother Jiang Chen goes, I'll go. I have the ability to protect myself. I won't drag you down. Xianxia said with determination. It seemed like she had made up her mind. That's good. Brother Jiang Chen has the 9 meridians. She was born with a divine body. Staying in this city will limit her growth. She'll have to leave sooner or later. Xuanhuan nodded. Although he loved his daughter like a treasure, he still had to think about Xianxin's future. Alright Xiao Yu, go back and get ready. We'll leave in 3 days. Jiang Chen said. He knew more about the power of the 9 meridians than Xuanhuan. Xianxin's future was limitless. This small city would definitely limit her growth. Plus, with a beautiful girl by his side, Jiang Chen wouldn't reject it. That night, Jiang Chen came to Jiang Zhenhai's room. Chen, are you here? Jiang Zhenhai's face softened when he saw Jiang Chen. Dad, there's something I want to tell you. Jiang Chen said. You want to leave, right? Jiang Zhenhai said. Dad, you already know. Jiang Chen smiled. I guessed it. With your talent and ability, you'll have to leave this city sooner or later. Fragrant Sky City and Red City are too small. It's good for you to travel, but don't forget this is your home. Jiang Zhenhai patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a lot of force. This was a man's unique way of expressing his feelings. Jiang Chen could feel his father's reluctance to leave. Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. He just realized that he was Jiang Zhenhai's only son, and also his only son. When are you leaving? Jiang Zhenhai asked. In 3 days. 3 days? So soon. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes showed a trace of loneliness. Dad, don't worry about me. I've already made arrangements for the Jiang family. I have a few low-ranked combat weapons for you, they can help strengthen the Jiang family. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out 3 low-ranked combat weapons from his storage bag. They were the ones he got from Li Changhao, Li Changming and Qin Shuang. These low-ranked combat weapons were nothing in his eyes, but for the Jiang family they were rare treasures. Combat weapons. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes fell onto the 3 low-ranked combat weapons. His eyes immediately lit up. Although he was the mayor of Fragrant Sky City, this was the first time he had seen a real combat weapon. Dad, I can see that your Yuan energy is restless. You'll be able to break through to the mortal core realm in 2 days. At that time, you can choose one of these 3 combat weapons to use. Jiang Chen said. Good, with these low-ranked combat weapons, our Jiang family's foundation will definitely be strengthened. Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head. The way he looked at Jiang Chen made him like him more and more. Through his son's performance during this period of time, in his mind, there was nothing his son couldn't do. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen stayed with Jiang Zhenhai and didn't step out of the Jiang family's front door. Jiang Zhenhai cherished these 3 days with his son. On the 2nd day he was about to break through to the mortal core realm, but he stopped himself from doing so. He wanted to wait until Jiang Chen left before he could break through. 3 days passed by quickly. One day before the sun had even risen, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog quietly left the Jiang family's back door. Kid, aren't you going to say hi to your dad? De Huang Dog said. No need, I'm going to leave anyway. Jiang Chen walked forward with big steps without looking back. The man and the dog's speed was extremely fast. By noon they had arrived at Red City. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time. He went straight to the Misty Rain Tower and met Xuanhuan. Big bro Jiang Chen, I'm ready. Seeing Jiang Chen, Xuanhuan's face immediately bloomed into a bright smile. She bounced towards Jiang Chen's side. Xiaoyu, you have to think it through. Jiang Qin purposely reminded him again. I thought it through. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. Brother Jiang Qin, here are 10,000 human elixir pills. 800 of them are 100% effectiveness pills, and the rest are 70% to 90% effectiveness pills. Yan Xuanhuan handed over a storage bag. 10,000 human elixir pills. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect Yan Xuanhuan to be so generous and prepare 10,000 human elixir pills for him. With so many human elixir pills, even the powerful Misty Rain Tower wouldn't be able to take out all of them at once. The human elixir pills in this storage bag might be half of the Yan family's wealth. Thank you, Master Yan. I'll accept it. Jiang Qin accepted the storage bag without hesitation. He really needed human elixir pills. The more the better. Yan Xuanhuan had been looking for a chance to repay Jiang Qin's kindness, and this was his chance. Brother Jiang Qin, from now on I'll leave you heir to you. I hope you can take good care of her. Yan Xuanhuan said in a serious manner. He only had one daughter, and she had always been regarded as the apple of his eye. When he decided to let Yan Qinyu go out this time, he had made up his mind. Yan Qinyu having the 9 meridians was just one of the reasons, but the main reason was that Yan Qinyu was following Jiang Qin. With Jiang Qin's abilities, he would definitely be able to ensure Yan Qinyu's safety. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully Xiaoyu. Jiang Qin held Yan Qinyu's soft hand. This was a man's promise. Dad, Yu'er won't be by your side. You have to take good care of yourself. Yu'er will miss you. Yan Qinyu threw herself into Yan Xuanhuan's arms. She was reluctant to leave. After so many years, this was the first time Yan Qinyu left the Yan family. Go. I hope that my daughter will become someone great in the future. Yan Xuanhuan patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Outside of Red City, 2 people and a dog were walking towards the direction of Origin Mountain. The man was wearing a white robe. He was handsome and had the aura of a superior. The girl was wearing a purple robe. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She looked like a fairy. Beside her was a Dahuang dog. The dog had a strong body and looked very powerful. This group was Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, and Dahuang, who had just left Red City. Jiang Qin turned around and looked at Red City. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He sighed in his heart. After being reborn for 100 years, he had come to this remote area. In such a short period of time, he had destroyed the Mu Rong family and the Li family. He had completely changed the order of this area. And this was just the beginning. Jiang Qin not only wanted to change the order of Red City, but sooner or later he wanted to change the order of the entire Saint Origin realm. Today he had completely embarked on his journey. After being reborn for 100 years, he wanted to once again fight for the world. A real man was full of hot blood. He would dance in the sky and fight in the sky. Wherever he went, he would leave a deep footprint. Chapter 69. Origin Mountain had a circumference of 10,000 miles, and this 10,000 miles was a straight line distance from any direction. It was extremely vast, and the terrain of the mountain was rugged. There were dense forests and valleys all around. It was not an easy task to travel through the mountains. This was also the reason why Xuanhuan and the other 2 lost their way while chasing after Dahuang Dog, and it took them a month to get there. Dahuang Dog was a mysterious man and he was very familiar with the path. Under his lead, they had traveled 1,000 miles in just half a day. At this place, the demon beasts had become stronger. The demon beasts in the outer perimeter of the mountain were usually wild beasts or ferocious beasts. But after traveling 1,000 miles, the demon beasts that appeared were all at the Qihai realm. Many of them were at the late Qihai realm and they were very powerful. Of course, this kind of power was only for ordinary people. For Jiang Qin and the other 2, they were still too weak. Right now, Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu were both early mortal core warriors, and Dahuang Dog had also reached the mortal core realm after he awakened his innate ability. With such a powerful combination, they could practically do whatever they wanted in Origin Mountain. Of course, they still had to be careful. Origin Mountain was an ancient mountain, and there might be some unusual creatures in the deeper parts of the mountain. No one could be sure of this. Therefore, the deeper they went, the slower their speed became. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar that shook the entire forest sounded out from the bushes in front of them. After that, a scorching hot wind came from within. Jiang Qin looked over and saw 2 ferocious tigers with spotted skin all over their bodies suddenly appearing out of nowhere. These 2 ferocious tigers were as tall as a human, and they looked strong and ferocious. Both of them looked exactly the same, and their bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Jiang Qin and the other 2. Twin tigers both at the late Qihai realm, hee. Jiang Qin laughed with a relaxed expression on his face. Along the way, not a single demon beast had stood in their way, and they had been walking for half a day without a single fight. Who would have thought that they would run into two fools here? Jejia, these two little tigers are really stupid. They didn't hide when they saw us but instead came to seek death. Watch me bite them to death. De Huang Dog had an evil smile on his face as he walked towards the twin tigers with his head held high. Brr. The twin tigers roared out once again. Although they were only at the late Qihai realm because they were twins, their combat strength could complement each other. Together they could fight against a mortal core warrior. The twin tigers leaped in unison. They were more than 3 meters tall and they pounced towards the De Huang Dog. Wherever their huge bodies passed, even the air would emit crackling sounds. Could be seen how powerful they were. Kaka, you guys are still far from being able to compete with me in terms of ferocity. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. With a leap, he transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed out. De Huang Dog's body glowed with a faint golden light, and in the blink of an eye he collided with a ferocious tiger. Bang! A muffled bang rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Under the collision of the De Huang Dog, the originally ferocious tiger let out a miserable cry, and its majestic body was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string. Bang bang bang! The tiger couldn't control its body, and its head smashed into dozens of trees. Blood kept spitting out from its mouth, and in the end, its majestic body landed 20 meters away, creating a huge crater on the ground. The tiger wriggled for a bit and then it completely stopped breathing. When the other tiger saw its companion die, it immediately became furious. It pounced towards De Huang Dog like a madman. But too bad, in front of De Huang Dog its speed was too slow. De Huang Dog opened up his bloody mouth and with lightning speed, he bit the tiger's neck. Swoosh! A stream of blood shot out from the tiger's neck. De Huang Dog forcefully tore off a large piece of the tiger's flesh, and a huge bloody hole appeared on the tiger's neck. This kind of injury was fatal, and it instantly caused the tiger to lose all its combat strength. It let out a miserable cry, but this wasn't the end. De Huang Dog was extremely cruel. He used his steel-like hard head and rammed it on the tiger's skull, causing the tiger's head to split open. Even its demon soul was squeezed out and it died on the spot. Jejia, just two little tigers, how dare you fight me? You're courting death. De Huang Dog laughed out proudly. Looking at the broken corpses of the two tigers, he finally found the thrill of bloodthirst. Damn it, when did this dog level up? Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. When De Huang Dog attacked just now with Jiang Qin's eyes, he could tell that De Huang Dog had broken through to the mortal core realm. What made Jiang Qin depressed was that this dog had been following him all this time. Besides eating and sleeping, he had never paid attention to cultivation. But now he had broken through just like that. This was a huge blow to Jiang Qin's confidence. Puppy dog, you're too cruel. Yan Qinyu glared at De Huang Dog. Facing such a bloody scene, she still wasn't used to it. If it was her, she would just kill the twin tigers, but she wouldn't do something as cruel as De Huang Dog. Plop! The arrogant and narcissistic De Huang Dog suddenly fell onto the ground. After that, he stood up angrily with his front legs off the ground. He glared at Yan Qinyu and said, "Don't call me puppy dog. How am I small? I'm not a dog." De Huang Dog roared out. He couldn't tolerate being called small. This was an insult to him and it was a waste of his majestic body. Puppy dog, you look really cute when you're angry. Yan Qinyu blinked her big bright eyes. Facing the angry De Huang Dog, she wasn't afraid at all. Plop! De Huang Dog fell onto the ground once again. Damn it! How dare you describe me as cute? Can't you see how cruel I am? Have you ever seen such a cruel dog as cute? De Huang Dog was so angry that his body started twitching. In the end, he rolled his eyes and sighed. He thought to himself, forget it, I'm a big man, I'll forgive this ignorant girl. Ha! Jiang Qin laughed out loud. This cynical dog had finally found his match. Jiang Qin walked up to the two tiger corpses and picked up the demon souls. The late Qihai demon souls were no longer useful to him, but they were still treasures. It would be a waste to just leave them here. In the next 7 days, Jiang Qin and the other two had traveled 4,000 miles. This speed could be considered extremely slow. Along the way they had encountered many powerful demon beasts that tried to stop them. There were even early mortal core demon beasts, but they were all brutally killed by Big Yellow. This dog had vented his dissatisfaction towards Yan Qinyu onto these demon beasts, and what happened to these demon beasts could only be described as a horrible scene. This place is the deepest part of the mountain range. There might be even more powerful demon beasts here. Jianghu said. We're walking in a straight line right now. This should be the most dangerous place in the mountain range. But the more dangerous a place is, the higher the chance of finding something good. Damn it, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't found anything good at all. The Huang dog said angrily. He kept looking left and right trying to find something good. Let's go, there are no real treasures here. Jianghu shook his head. He had the experience of a saint, and his ability to sense treasures was extraordinary. If there was a real treasure nearby, he would definitely be able to sense it. Big bro Jianghu, let's hurry up and leave this mountain range as soon as possible. Yu said. After these 7 days, she had gotten used to Big Yellow's brutality, and this was a good thing for her. The more she killed, the more scenes she saw, the more mature her mind would become. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Alright, this mountain range is too remote. Besides, the natural energies in this area are scarce, so there's no way any real treasures can be found here. Jianghu nodded his head. In the world, there would always be natural essences in special places and environments. But there was a precondition. Natural energies could create natural products, and in places where natural energies were scarce, precious natural essences couldn't be found. This was also the reason why there was such a huge gap between warriors in different places. The gap between natural energies would lead to the gap between cultivators, and with the lack of natural energies, the gap would only get bigger and bigger. In Red City, a mortal core warrior was a true warrior, and he would be respected by everyone. But in the divine continent where Jianghu lived in his previous life, not to mention mortal core warriors, even heavenly core warriors didn't have a chance to survive. This was the gap between them. 3 men and a dog continued walking. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, the Huang dog's ears suddenly twitched. He sniffed with his nose, then he turned around and walked towards the left side. Puppy dog, where are you going? Yu said. Don't talk nonsense, just follow me. The Huang dog said without turning his head around. Towards Yu calling him puppy dog, the Huang dog had tacitly accepted it. There was a saying in life, if you can't fight back, then just accept it. But the Huang dog swore that only Yu was allowed to call him puppy dog. If anyone else dared to call him puppy dog, he would definitely tear them apart. What did this dog find? Jianghu furrowed his brows. He and Yu hurriedly followed the Huang dog's footsteps. After passing through a dense forest, there was a narrow valley in front of them. Inside the valley was a huge pond. Looking at it from the outside, the water in the pond was clear, and it looked very ordinary. De Huang, this valley looks very ordinary, why did you bring us here? Jianghu asked with a puzzled expression. Do you see that pond? De Huang dog's eyes lit up as he looked at the pond in the valley. It looks very ordinary. Yu said in a serious manner. There is a treasure in the pond. De Huang dog laughed. De Huang dog, you must be joking, right? It's just an ordinary pond, how can there be any treasure? Jianghu snorted disdainfully. He had already scanned the pond with his divine sense, and the pond looked very ordinary. There wasn't even a strand of hair in it. Kid, how dare you question me? De Huang dog bared his teeth at Jianghu. Chapter 70. There is indeed something fishy about it. Jianghu's expression changed. The pool was indeed not ordinary. This made him change the way he looked at the Huang dog. If it was him in his previous life, he would have been able to easily see through this pool. However, his current cultivation was too weak, and his abilities could not be compared to his previous life. In other words, Jianghu only had the experience and mentality of a saint, but he did not have the abilities of a saint. De Huang, how did you sense it? Jianghu asked curiously. The valley was small and hidden, and the pool was very ordinary. Even if someone passed by, they would not pay attention to it. However, De Huang dog was able to sense that there was a treasure in the pool from a few miles away. This was too extraordinary. There must be something good in the pool. I don't know what it is exactly. I forgot to tell you, but I have an amazing ability, and that is my ability to sense treasures. Within a radius of 5 miles, as long as there is a treasure, I will be able to sense it. This range will increase along with my cultivation. De Huang dog said proudly. Damn, it really is an insane ability. Jianghu was immediately surprised. As a descendant of the dragon horse, it was normal for De Huang dog to have a special ability. This kind of treasure hunting ability was really insane. It could be said that De Huang dog was blessed by the heavens. It seemed like as long as this dog followed him, he would be able to find a lot of treasures. Puppy dog, you are so amazing. It was rare for Yan Xinyu to praise De Huang dog. Kaka, of course. There are still many things that I am amazing at. When I get to the Qi province, I want to have tens of thousands of pets. De Huang dog had a proud look on his face. Such a big dream made Jiang Chen and Yan Qin speechless. Let's go and see what's in the pool. Jiang Chen was the first to enter the valley and walk towards the pool. There seems to be an invisible barrier around the pool. Be careful. Jiang Chen reminded. 2 people and a dog stood 10 feet away from the pool. Looking at the pool in front of them, they could not help but have a serious look on their faces. Jiang Chen slowly reached out his hand and moved it forward bit by bit. Chi-chi, just as Jiang Chen's palm was about 3 meters away, there was a chi-chi sound. Jiang Chen quickly pulled his hand back and saw 2 fingers covered in frost. Jiang Chen waved his hand and a scarlet flame rushed out, dispersing the frost. What a strong chill. Jiang Chen sighed. Big brother Jiang Chen, let me try. After saying that, Yan Xinyu directly strode forward. Others might be afraid of the cold air, but she wasn't. She had the 9 meridians, which was the coldest divine body in the world. The cold air was just a tonic to her. Xiaoyu, how is it? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Xinyu, who was 2 steps away from him. From the outside, Yan Xinyu still looked the same as before. Everything was calm and peaceful. However, from her eyes, he could tell that the scene she was looking at was completely different from what they were looking at. This pool has such a strong cold qi. Yan Xinyu was extremely shocked. Come, let's go in and have a look. A golden barrier appeared around De Huang dog's body, and a scarlet flame appeared around Jiang Chen's body. Both of them were men with strong vitality, so they weren't afraid of normal cold air. Swoosh. When Jiang Chen and Big Yellow entered the 3-meter radius, the scene in front of them immediately changed. The pond in front of them was covered in a layer of white fog, and it was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. With such a strong cold air, if any ordinary mortal core warrior came here, he or she would be frozen to death. Behind Jiang Chen, there was an invisible ice screen that kept shaking. This ice screen has blocked the cold air from leaking out, and it has also turned the freezing pool into an illusion, making it impossible for people to see what's going on inside. There must be something good in this freezing pool. If not, there wouldn't be such a strong cold air. Jiang Chen said. Yan Xinyu stood aside and let the cold air enter her body like nothing had happened. The cold air didn't pose any threat to her, and it was even a great supplement for her 9 meridians. Let me see what's underneath the freezing pool. Jiang Chen unleashed his powerful senses and penetrated into the freezing pool. Sure enough, he saw a crystal-like stone at the bottom of the freezing pool. It was the size of a fist. 10,000-year freezing crystal. There is a 10,000-year freezing crystal at the bottom of the freezing pool. That's why this place is so strange. The ice screen is also formed by the 10,000-year freezing crystal, and it can block everything. What a great treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Yan Xinyu. The 10,000-year freezing crystal was an extremely rare treasure, and it was extremely difficult to form. This fist-sized 10,000-year freezing crystal was a rare treasure even in the divine continent. He didn't expect to find it in this remote and desolate place. The 10,000-year freezing crystal was useless to ordinary cultivators, because it contained a huge amount of cold air that ordinary cultivators couldn't even get close to. However, for some cultivators who cultivated cold bodies, it was a supreme treasure. Just like now, the 10,000-year freezing crystal was useless to Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, but to Yan Xinyu, it couldn't be any better. Not good, there's danger in there. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Just as his voice faded away, the freezing pool began to churn and a loud roar came out. In the next second, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from the freezing pool. Roar before they could even see what it was, a loud roar that shook the entire valley sounded out. Jiang Chen looked over and saw a huge monster in front of them. The monster was 3 meters long and it was looking down at the trio from above. The monster's body was like an ice sculpture, and white fog was coming out from its body. Only half of its body was outside the freezing pool, and the other half was still inside. If its whole body came out, it would be at least 6 meters tall. The monster's eyes were like ice cubes, and the white fog that was coming out from its mouth was terrifying. The 10,000-year freezing crystal has been here for too long, and it has already given birth to a living being. This monster is at the mid-mortal core realm, and with the cold air here, it can continuously absorb energy from the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It's really hard to deal with. Jiang Chen's expression became serious. With his current abilities, ordinary late mortal core warriors were no match for him. But this monster in front of him was different. The environment here was too cold, and if Jiangchen fought with it, he wouldn't be able to use his full strength while defending against the cold air. Besides, this monster had the help of the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It was much stronger than any ordinary demon beast. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar. Anyone who stepped into the freezing pool would be treated as its mortal enemy. In the monster's mind, the 10,000-year freezing crystal was its own, and no one could touch it. The monster's body trembled, and dozens of ice arrows shot out from its body towards Jiangchen and the other two. Jiangchen let out a cold snort and unleashed his double solar finger. The golden finger collided with the ice arrows, and a huge amount of energy rippled out, causing the entire freezing space to be destroyed. Roar, roar! The monster kept roaring and it kept going crazy. Seeing this, Jiangchen and the other two quickly retreated 10 meters away from the freezing pool. After retreating from the icy pool, the freezing pool returned to its peaceful state, and no monster came out from the pool. This monster won't come out, it's only guarding the 10,000-year freezing crystal. As long as we step within 10 meters of it, it will attack us. The Huang dog said. Big bro Jiangchen, let me try. Yan Qinyu suddenly said. Jiangchen looked at Yan Qinyu and nodded. Alright, you have the 9 meridians so you won't be afraid of the cold. You might be able to deal with that monster and get the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It will be very beneficial for you. Yan Qinyu took a deep breath and walked towards the freezing pool. Jiangchen and the Huang dog were afraid that something might happen to her, so they followed closely behind her. Roar! As soon as the three of them crossed the icy pool, the monster roared. It leaped up and its entire body was pulled out of the freezing pool. With a height of more than 20 meters, it looked like an ice mountain, and the horrifying cold air was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. This time, the monster was really angry and it wanted to tear these three guys into pieces for invading its territory. Ha! Right at this moment, Yan Qinyu let out a light shout. Her jade-like palms danced in the air, creating a mysterious trajectory, and then suddenly pushed towards the monster. Voila! The air began to tremble. The cold air emitted from Yan Qinyu's body was even colder than the freezing pool. Jiangchen and the Huang dog, who were following behind her, couldn't help but shiver. Yan Qinyu shot out an ice beam, and the monster felt the cold air becoming even stronger. A surprised expression appeared on its face, and it didn't even try to dodge, letting Yan Qinyu's ice beam land on its body. Crack! When Yan Qinyu's ice beam landed on the monster's body, it instantly turned into a huge net, and covered the entire monster. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice had formed around the monster's body. Only then did the monster feel a trace of danger and it wanted to resist, but it was already too late. The cold air that came from the 9 meridians actually made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if it was the ancestor of all cold. Roar! The monster let out another roar and then it stopped breathing. Its gigantic body had been frozen. Above the freezing pool, the monster had completely turned into an ice sculpture, and the cold air was spreading everywhere. Jiangchen and the Huang dog, who were standing aside, were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. The monster itself had an ice body, or in other words, it was a block of ice itself, and it could actually be frozen by ice. This was an eye-opener for them. The 9 meridians is indeed worthy of being called the body of all cold. It's really scary. Xiaoyu, what's this skill called? Jiangchen asked. The Huang dog also looked at Yan Qinyu with interest. This skill is called 3 Feet of Frost. Yan Qinyu said. This was an innate skill that she got when she formed her 9 meridians, and it was really scary. 3 Feet of Frost wasn't built in a day, no wonder it could freeze the monster. Jiangchen couldn't help but sigh. Yan Qinyu only lacked combat experience, but her body was really scary. Just this 3 Feet of Frost alone was something that not many mortal core warriors could deal with. Big bro Jiangchen, I'm not very familiar with this skill. I can only freeze the monster for a minute at most. Yan Qinyu said. And 1 minute is enough. Xiaoyu, go into the freezing pool and take out the 10,000-year-old freezing crystal. Jiangchen said. N. Chapter 71. Big brother Jiangchen, I got it. Yan Qinyu's face was filled with joy as she held the 10,000-year freezing crystal in her hand. Perhaps only Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians could hold the 10,000-year freezing crystal in her hand like this. Even if it was Jiangchen or the Huang dog, they would have to use their powerful yuan force and blood chi to block the bone-chilling cold from the crystal. The 10,000-year freezing crystal is a miraculous and precious natural treasure. Even on the ranking list it has a place. Little you, this is your fortune. Jiang Qin said with a smile. If Yan Qinyu could get her hands on the 10,000-year freezing crystal, it would be a great help to her 9 meridians. Big brother Jiang Qin, this treasure was found by you and Puppy, how could I take it? Yan Qinyu was a little embarrassed. Little girl, as long as you don't call me Puppy anymore, this 10,000-year freezing crystal is yours. De Huang Dog would not let go of any chance to change his fate. He looked at Yan Qinyu with a pleading look. Okay, then I won't call you Puppy anymore. I'll just call you Puppy, okay? Yan Qinyu said in a serious tone. Plop, De Huang Dog fell again. Alright, little you, although this 10,000-year freezing crystal is a rare treasure, it is not useful to everyone. Let's quickly finish off the frozen monster and leave this place. Jiang Qin said. Okay. Yan Qinyu put away the 10,000-year freezing crystal and turned around. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, and with a wave of her hand, a few feet-long ice sword was formed. Yan Qinyu swung it with all her strength, and the ice sword pierced through the air and landed on the frozen monster. Without the support of the 10,000-year freezing crystal, the frozen monster had no power to resist at all. Under Yan Qinyu's sword, it was directly cut in half and shattered into pieces of ice. Once the 9 meridians were opened, they would be absolutely terrifying. Even if Yan Qinyu had no battle experience, her own strength was enough to make ordinary people unable to deal with her. Little you, it's best if you don't refine the 10,000-year cold crystal directly. Although the 9 meridians can absorb the cold energy within the 10,000-year cold crystal, the energy contained within the 10,000-year cold crystal is not something you can handle right now. Therefore you have to refine it slowly. Jiang Qin reminded. I know, I'm going to use the 9 meridians to fuse the 10,000-year cold crystal into my mortal core, and then slowly absorb the energy within. Yan Qinyu said. Merging the 10,000 years freezing crystal with the mortal core meant that Yan Qinyu could absorb the energy from the 10,000 years freezing crystal at any time. This kind of unique cultivation condition was really enviable. Half an hour later, 3 men and a dog left the valley. Right now, Yan Qinyu had become a mid-mortal core warrior. The merging of the 10,000-year freezing crystal with the mortal core had brought Yan Qinyu great benefits, allowing her to break through to the next level. Yan Qinyu was wearing purple clothes, and she had completely concealed the cold energy within her body. She followed behind Jiang Qin, and on the surface she didn't look like any other ordinary person. This meant that she could now control the 9 meridians very well, and she could control and release the cold energy freely. 2 freaks. De Huang Dog, who was following behind the 2, couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was no need to mention Jiang Qin, he was a freak, a peerless monster, and now even the woman next to him had a god's body. He was really blessed by the heavens. Puppy, you are also a freak. Yan Qinyu patted De Huang Dog's head. Grand, and you should just call me Puppy Dog. De Huang Dog wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was completely defeated by Yan Qinyu. One day later, roar, a loud roar shook the entire forest. A majestic golden lion appeared in front of Jiang Qin and the other 2 men. Its bloodthirsty eyes were glowing with a cold light. It was treating the 3 men and the dog as its prey. The golden lion in front of them had a strange appearance. It had a pair of strange wings on its back. This lion's name was the revolving golden lion. Although it wasn't a demon beast with a strange bloodline, it was still a rare species among the lions. Not only did the revolving golden lion have a strong body and strong attack, it could also fly in the sky. Although its flying speed wasn't as fast as a real flying demon beast, that pair of wings was still a unique advantage for it. This place was located in the center of the mountain range. The revolving golden lion in front of them had reached the peak of the mid-mortal core realm, and it was only 1 step away from the late mortal core realm. It was not easy to deal with. Damn it, another one that doesn't want to live anymore. Let daddy go and bite it to death. De Huang Dog bared his fangs and his eyes looked ferocious. He had the bloodline of the dragon horse, and ordinary mortal core demon beasts were no match for him. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and dashed towards the revolving golden lion. This guy's head was extremely hard, it was as if it was made from steel. Roar. Seeing a dog provoking it, the revolving golden lion was instantly enraged. It let out a loud roar and shook its head, then it dashed towards De Huang Dog. This was the most primitive way of fighting between demon beasts, the ultimate duel of body strength. At this moment, the entire forest was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Bang! The Huang dog and the revolving golden lion crashed into each other. The collision created a huge amount of sparks, and even the air produced a cracking sound. The collision of the two beasts was like two mountains crashing into each other. The energy was overwhelming and it made people's hearts tremble. In terms of strength, although the revolving golden lion had an advantage in terms of cultivation, it was still no match for the abnormal De Huang dog. The revolving golden lion's gigantic body was knocked back a few meters, and it even broke a few big trees. Its bloodthirsty eyes were now filled with fear. It looked at the ferocious De Huang dog, and its eyes were filled with fear. Roar, of course, the revolving golden lion wouldn't let it go so easily. It flapped its wings and its gigantic body instantly flew up into the sky. The revolving golden lion in the sky was glowing in a golden light, and it looked like a gigantic sun hanging in the sky. The revolving golden lion roared once again. It opened its mouth and spat out countless golden beams. Each beam was like a sharp sword and it attacked from above towards De Huang dog. After wriggling a few times, it completely stopped breathing. A mid-mortal core demon beast was killed by a single roar from Jiangchen. This was the first time Jiangchen had used the ninth heaven hawk cry, and its power was much stronger than he had imagined. Jiangchen's blood wings fluttered as he slowly descended from the sky. De Huang dog's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Big brother, your ninth heaven hawk cry is really powerful. I was caught off guard just now and it almost made me lose control of my mind. Xuanhuan said with a surprised tone. Sound wave combat skills were the hardest to defend against, let alone a powerful innate skill like the ninth heaven hawk cry. The blood-winged hawk is the king of all hawks, of course its innate skill is not weak. Chapter 72. For Jiangchen, a mid-mortal core demon soul was very useful. The dragon transformation skill could absorb it directly. This revolving golden lion's demon soul could at least help Jiangchen form another 2 dragon marks. Jiangchen had broken through to the early mortal core realm and formed 15 dragon marks. According to his estimation, in order to break through to the mid-mortal core realm, he would need to double the number of dragon marks, which would be 30. And if he wanted to break through to the late mortal core realm, he would need 60. The dragon transformation skill could allow one to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky with 100,000 dragon marks. However, the distance between 100,000 dragon marks was still too far. Furthermore, the process of cultivating the dragon transformation skill required a huge amount of energy to condense each new dragon mark. The path that he had chosen was a process of consumption in itself. To put it bluntly, his consumption was equivalent to the consumption of thousands of geniuses combined. Jiangchen swallowed the revolving golden lion's demon soul. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, it only took him a few minutes to completely absorb it. 2 more dragon marks appeared in his chi si, and they surrounded his mortal core. The 17 dragon marks were like loyal guardians. Every time a new dragon mark was formed, it meant that Jiangchen's combat strength had increased. For the next 3 days, 3 men and a dog stayed in the center of the mountain range. Along the way they met many powerful demon beasts, and they were even attacked by a pack of wolves. Luckily, the 3 of them were strong enough to kill all the demon beasts that tried to stop them. When Jiangchen and the other 2 left the center of the mountain range because of the demon soul, Jiangchen had formed another 2 dragon marks in his dantian, making it a total of 19 dragon marks. 4 dragon marks was Jiangchen's biggest gain from his trip to Origin Mountain. The only regret was that he didn't meet any demon beasts with special bloodlines. If he had, he would have been able to obtain new innate abilities. The one who had the biggest gain was Xuanhuan. Not to mention the 10,000-year freezing crystal. After more than 10 days of training in the mountain range, Xuanhuan's temperament had changed completely. At least, she had gotten used to killing and she was getting more and more familiar with her innate combat skills. The only one who was depressed was De Huang dog. His face was gloomy. Looking at the 2 of them getting quite a lot of benefits while he didn't even get to train a single hair, he really didn't feel good. De Huang dog's nose sniffed around trying to find the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to heal his wounded heart, but in the end, he was disappointed. The pitiful De Huang dog had the ability to search for treasures, but there were no high-grade treasures in this place. The only thing he found was the 10,000-year cold crystal, but he gave it back to Xuanhuan. So, why was his dog life so bitter? Another 3 days passed. After half a month of travel, they had finally arrived at the border of the Qi province. They were only 1,000 miles away from the edge of the mountain range. In this area there weren't any powerful demonic beasts. The three of them had been traveling at an extremely fast speed. Another 1,000 miles and we will reach the Qi province. De Huang Dog, tell me about the big powers in the Qi province. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. This guy used to come from the Qi province, so he must have some knowledge about the big powers in the Qi province. You've asked the right person. I've been in the Qi province for so long, there's nothing I don't know. The eastern continent has a total of 28 big provinces, and the Qi province is the smallest one. It only has a circumference of a few 100,000 miles. De Huang Dog said. What? A circumference of a few 100,000 miles is the smallest? Yan Qinyu cried out in surprise. Her face was filled with disbelief. A few 100,000 miles. What kind of concept was that? It could be described as boundless. And this was only the smallest of the 28 provinces. If that was the case, then wouldn't the entire eastern continent be boundless? If the eastern continent was already like this, then what about the entire Saint Origin realm? Yan Qinyu couldn't even imagine it. Of course she couldn't be blamed for this. She had been living in Red City since she was young, and she rarely left the Yan family. She had no idea how vast the Saint Origin realm was. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't comment. De Huang Dog was right. A province with a circumference of a few 100,000 miles was really nothing. Compared to the divine continent, not to mention the Qi province, even the entire eastern continent was tiny. A powerful saint could tear the void with their bare hands and travel millions of miles with a single step. This kind of concept was not something an ordinary person could understand. Jiang Chen still had a long way to go if he wanted to return to the peak of his power in his previous life. I heard that there are 4 big sects in the Qi province. Aside from the Tianjin Gate, who are the other 3? Jiang Chen asked. He was about to enter the Qi province, so he needed to have a better understanding of the powers in the Qi province. This was something he needed to know. The Qi province is a big province after all, and it is considered a vast land with abundant resources. There are countless big and small powers here, but all of them are second and third-rate powers. The real big powers, aside from the Tianjin Gate, are the Black Sect, Valley of Happiness and the Burning Sky Pavilion. These 4 big powers are competing with each other in the Qi province. You can imagine the relationship between them. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are like fire and water. Fights between their disciples are common occurrences. De Huang Dog talked non-stop. He knew everything about the distribution of the powers in the Qi province. Wherever there are fights, it will be very lively. Jiang Chen smiled. He was a devil incarnate himself, so he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. De Huang, do you know what is the cultivation level of the strongest among these 4 powers? Jiang Chen asked again. Let's take the Tianjin Gate as an example. Qi warriors can only be registered disciples, mortal core warriors are outer circle disciples, and heavenly core warriors are inner circle disciples. I heard that there are a few core disciples above them, and all of them are divine core warriors. If my guess is correct, there might be a combat soul warrior hidden in the Tianjin Gate. Of course, this is just a guess. I don't think there are many combat soul warriors in the entire eastern continent. De Huang Dog said. Combat soul realm? Jiang Chen smiled. In the path of cultivation, the Qi Jing realm, Qi Hai realm, mortal core realm, heavenly core realm, and divine core realm could only be considered the 5 basic stages. Only after breaking through the divine core realm would a warrior be able to form a true combat body, and form a combat soul in his Qi Si. This was the combat soul realm. The gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm couldn't be mentioned in the same breath, and it was extremely difficult to cross this gap. This gap was like a natural chasm, and it had stopped countless heroes. Many divine core warriors couldn't even cross this gap in their entire lives, let alone the higher combat king realm. That was the realm where the true upper echelons of the world stood. The Qi province was a place with many geniuses. Although the Tianjin Gate had some divine core disciples, it was hard to say if there were any combat soul warriors among them. But, since we've killed a disciple from the Tianjin Gate, we better stay away from those men from the Tianjin Gate in the future. De Huang Dog said with a guilty expression. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. He really wished he could stew this dog. If not for this dog, he wouldn't have offended a big sect before he even arrived. Damn it, damn dog, let's go our separate ways. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that all the disciples from the Tianjin Gate knew this dog. If this dog followed him, it would be a disaster, and no matter where he went, the Tianjin Gate would chase after him. Damn you, you brat, you're too mean. De Huang Dog bared his fangs at Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. These 4 men came from the other side of the mountain range, and they immediately saw Jiang Chen and the other 2. When they saw De Huang Dog, their expressions immediately changed. Damn it, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. De Huang Dog almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen even rubbed his forehead with his hand. He knew that his miserable life in Qi province was about to begin. The 4 men in front of him were wearing light yellow clothes with a short sword embroidered on their chests. It was the symbol of the Tianjin Gate. Even without the short sword, the way they looked at De Huang Dog was enough to tell their identity. Damn dog, look. It's that damn dog. Damn it. That dog is still alive. Where did junior brother Xuanhuan and the others go? Cut the crap. Kill him. When the disciples of Tianjin Gate saw De Huang Dog, it was as if they had just seen their father and mother's murderer. They immediately became enraged and unleashed their yuan energy. 2 of them even drew their weapons. It looked like they wouldn't stop until they killed De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What kind of hatred was this? But when he thought about what De Huang Dog had done, if it was him, he would probably stew De Huang Dog as well. Among the 4 men in front of him, 2 of them were at the early mortal core realm, 1 was at the mid-mortal core realm, and the last one was a young man in his 20s. He was at the late mortal core realm. With a cultivation level like this, even in the outer circle of Tianjin Gate, he would be one of the best. You guys from Tianjin Gate are endless? Do you believe that I, your father, will bite you to death? De Huang Dog's nostrils flared as he threatened. Damn dog, you can't atone for your sins. Before you die, tell us where junior brother Xuanhuan is. The young man at the late mortal core realm let out a cold snort and asked. Jiang Chen immediately understood that the reason these 4 men came to Origin Mountain was not only to kill De Huang Dog, but also to find Xuanhuan and the other 2. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, and a faint killing intent emerged from his body. He would never allow these 4 men to pass through Mount Origin and enter Red City. If they did, he would be unable to cover up everything that happened in Red City. Those 3 cowards wanted to kill your father, but your father has already eaten them. De Huang Dog said in an extremely arrogant manner. What? Senior brother Xuanhuan and the other 2 really met with misfortune. Senior brother Liang Dong, kill this damn dog and avenge senior brother Xuanhuan. One of the men immediately became furious. The young man at the late mortal core realm was called Liang Dong. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, his killing intent immediately burst out. But right after that he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. Or it could be said that the last thing he saw was Yan Qinyu. When he saw Yan Qinyu, Liang Dong's eyes immediately lit up. He felt as if a beautiful scene had appeared in front of him, and he was mesmerized by it. Such a beautiful girl was rarely seen in this world. If you look at her one more time, I promise you that you won't be able to see anything anymore. Chapter 73. Jiang Chen's words carried a trace of soul energy, causing Liang Dong to shiver. Only now did he turn his attention back to the young man in white. Who are you? Liang Dong asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen told his name calmly. He had a plan in his mind. Senior disciple Liang, this guy is with De Huang Dog, he's definitely not a good guy. He must be De Huang Dog's accomplice, let's kill him as well. One of them said in a vicious manner. You guys better not provoke me or else you'll end up like those 3. Xuanhuan and Guanling and that guy named Xiaohua, they were all killed by me. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Hearing what he said, the 4 men immediately shouted out in shock. They couldn't help but carefully observe this young man in white. Young man, I guess you don't know who we are? Let me tell you, we are from the Tianjin Gate. If you dare kill people from the Tianjin Gate, there will be no place for you to live in the Qi province. No one in this world can save you. The mid-mortal core disciple said in an arrogant manner. Good, very good. Jiang Chen, I don't care who you are and I don't care where you come from. Since you dare kill people from the Tianjin Gate, you have to die. Today you and De Huang Dog will both die. As for this beautiful lady, I'll take good care of her. Liang Dong's face was cold. When he saw Yan Qinyu, his eyes were filled with a perverted look. You have no idea what will happen to you just because of what you said? Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. In his mind he had already sentenced this Liang Dong to death. Kill him. Liang Dong let out a cold snort and gave the order without hesitation. Right after he finished speaking, the two early mortal core disciples unleashed their energy and dashed towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head. Two early mortal core warriors were just courting death. Shua. Jiang Chen moved. His body swayed slightly, and he rushed out like a beam of white light, rushing in front of the two of them. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. His two index fingers pointed at the center of the eyebrows of the two men. The originally tyrannical aura of the two men instantly disappeared without a trace. Their bodies, which were rushing forward, also stiffened and became motionless. With a casual push from Jiang Chen, the two of them fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the space between their eyebrows, there were two bloody holes and dark red blood was still gushing out. The two of them widened their eyes, which were filled with the fear of death. Looking at this scene, Liang Dong and the other mid-mortal core disciple couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. After all, the two men lying on the ground were mortal core warriors. When they attacked together, even Liang Dong couldn't kill them so easily. This situation could only mean one thing: this young man in front of him was too strong. His strength was too strong. Translator ramblings. Only now did the two men remember that this young man in front of them had killed Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, and he even had a low-ranked combat weapon. But still he was killed by Jiang Chen. Kaka, do you see this? This is what will happen to you. Going against your father is even worse than this. You'll die without a complete corpse. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly. The ferocious man ran next to the bodies of the two men and stomped on their heads, instantly turning them into a bloody mist. The Huang dog's attack was extremely brutal. How dare you? Jiang Chen, do you know what you're doing? Liang Dong shouted out loudly. He couldn't believe his own eyes. In the Qi province, no one had ever dared to kill a disciple of the Tianjin Gate in such a blatant manner. This guy was extremely daring. Don't tell me you're the only one allowed to kill me? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. He walked towards Liang Dong and the other man step by step. His entire body was emitting a faint aura of a superior being. Just one look from him was enough to make these two men feel like they were about to submit to him. Liang Dong was still fine, but the mid-mortal core disciple had started trembling. After Jiang Chen had broken through to the mortal core realm, he was not someone these two men could compare with. Senior disciple Liang, what should we do? The man asked while trembling. Don't be afraid, I can tell this guy is just an early mortal core warrior, he's no match for me. Liang Dong let out a cold snort. He shook his arm and a shining long sword was thrown out by him. The long sword was like a long snake as it pierced towards Jiang Chen. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen casually pointed his finger out. A huge golden finger carrying an irresistible force dashed towards Liang Dong. What? Liang Dong let out a scream. He could feel a vast amount of energy from the huge golden finger. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. This was an absolute suppression and it made it hard for him to even breathe. Let's risk it all. Sword-breaking style. Liang Dong gritted his teeth. He was a late mortal core warrior after all. He immediately used the sword skill from the Tianjin Gate. The long sword produced a clattering sound as it slashed towards the huge golden finger. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded out. The huge golden finger and the long sword collided. Even though Liang Dong had used all his strength, he still couldn't block the powerful 6 solar fingers. Liang Dong was sent flying backwards. His back crashed into a huge tree more than 30 meters away. The tree broke into pieces and Liang Dong was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Even the long sword in his hand was knocked away by the impact. While Liang Dong let out another "wah" sound. The blood he spat out was mixed with some of his internal organs. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. Right now, even the mortal core within his qi had cracks on it. Jiang Chen walked towards Liang Dong step by step. He bent down and picked up the longsword. It was a low-ranked combat weapon. Let me go. Liang Dong slowly raised his head and begged. No one wanted to die. Besides, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Swoosh. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. The long sword slashed across Liang Dong's face and destroyed both of his eyes. Arg. Liang Dong's body was twitching, and he let out a miserable scream. He covered both of his eyes with both of his hands, which were still bleeding. He screamed in a heart-wrenching manner, my eyes, you destroyed my eyes. I just wanted you to taste the feeling of not being able to see. Now that you've tasted it, you can die now. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. Jiang Chen brought Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog and continued walking. Yan Chenyu kept glancing at Jiang Chen from the corner of her eyes. She was very happy. This was the man she wanted in her heart. He was a true hero in her heart. He was handsome, responsible, and strong. 1,000 miles was nothing for the three of them. There were no more demon beasts that could threaten them in the outer area of Mount Origin. Therefore it only took them 2 hours to walk out of Mount Origin. Chapter 74. After leaving Origin Mountain, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the natural yuan energy here was much denser. It was at least twice as dense as the Red City area. Besides, this was just the edge of the Qi province. The deeper they went into the Qi province, the denser the natural yuan energy would be. Besides, the places occupied by the 4 big sects must be the places with the densest natural yuan energy. Powerful warriors could even use the terrain and formations to gather natural yuan energy, making the sects the most suitable place for cultivation. Everyone would yearn for this place and it would flourish for a long time. Outside of Origin Mountain, there wasn't a bustling scene like what Jiang Chen had imagined. In front of them was a vast grassland. The wind was blowing and the grass was swaying. There were people in caravans coming and going on the grassland, but they were very few. Outside of Origin Mountain, there is such a huge grassland. Yan Chenyu was surprised. Mount Origin is too remote. Even the people from the Qi province rarely come here. Only a small number of caravans would come here to look for opportunities. This grassland in front of us has a circumference of at least 5,000 miles. After crossing this grassland, there is a large stretch of barren hills and hills, which has a circumference of another 8,000 miles. After crossing these barren hills and hills, we will finally reach the Qi province. De Huang Dog said. No wonder the 4 big sects didn't expand to the Red City area. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. This area was too desolate. Origin Mountain was a huge barrier, and there was still a grassland and barren mountain in front of them. It was normal that no one would pay attention to this area. Let's go, it's getting late. If we can cross the grassland and barren mountain by tomorrow morning, that'll be good enough. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu nodded their heads. The 3 of them started running at full speed across the vast grassland. All 3 of them were monsters among monsters, and their speed was extremely fast. De Huang Dog was the descendant of a dragon horse, and he was the king of speed. Jiang Chen had an amazing movement skill, and he had absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, so his speed was amazing as well. Yan Chenyu was born with a divine body, and she had reached the mid-mortal core realm after absorbing the 10,000 years freezing crystal. Although she was not as fast as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, she was not any weaker. Huff huff, as the strong wind blew past her ears, Yan Chenyu's pretty face was filled with excitement. The pleasant feeling brought by running on the prairie made her feel extremely good. This kind of scene was something that she had never imagined before. From the corner of her eyes, Yan Chenyu looked at Jiang Chen, who had a relaxed expression on his face. She couldn't help but smile. Following this man, her future life would definitely be very exciting. Running all the way the next morning, 2 people and a dog crossed the grassland and barren mountains, completely out of the desolate area. Only the 3 of them could do this. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to do it. Even a mortal core warrior wouldn't be able to keep running at high speed for a long period of time. After a long period of time, their yuan energy wouldn't be able to keep up. However, none of these 3 were normal people. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, was one of them. His yuan energy was so strong that it could never be used up. De Huang Dog was the descendant of the dragon horse, and Yan Chenyu had the 9 meridians. Their yuan energy was extremely strong. After leaving the barren mountains, there were obviously more people coming and going. Some of them didn't like each other, and some of them even started fighting. Yan Chenyu was very curious, so she kept looking around. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had obviously gotten used to this. In the cultivation world, there were many situations where people would start fighting because they didn't like each other. If my memory serves me right, after we cross this mountain and walk for another 10 miles, there will be a city. I don't remember which city it is exactly, and I've never been there before. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. Let's go. We'll go check out the city first, and also find out about the Qi province's current situation. Jiang Chen said. 3 men and a dog slowed down their speed. Soon they crossed the last mountain and a city could be seen from afar. There really is a city and it looks like Red City. Yan Chenyu said. This can only be considered the smallest city in the Qi province. It can't be compared to some of the bigger cities. The Huang dog said. Soon, 3 men and a dog arrived in front of the city's gate. The gate was 30 feet tall and it looked very majestic. On top of the gate there were 3 big silver words, Silver Moon City. There were a lot of warriors coming and going in Silver Moon City, and Yan Qinyu's beauty had attracted a lot of attention. This girl is so pretty, she looks like a fairy that has descended from the heavens. Yes, she is emitting an aura of the heavens and the earth. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I don't know where she came from, but she is so beautiful. Countless eyes and praises could be heard. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. A girl like Yan Qinyu would always be the center of attention no matter where she went. Not to mention this small Silver Moon City, even those saintesses from the big sects in the Divine Continent 100 years ago were not as beautiful as Yan Qinyu. Little brat, you bringing her out is just like bringing trouble with you. The Huang dog said. You're the trouble. Yan Qinyu stared at the Huang dog unconvinced. All right, let's enter the city. Jiang Qin said as he walked towards the gate of Silver Moon City. Stop. Every person entering the city will have to pay 3 human elixir pills. There were 5 guards standing in front of the city gate. One of them said arrogantly. All 5 of them were Qihai warriors, and the leader of them was a late Qihai warrior. A late Qihai warrior would be considered a tyrant in Fragrant Sky City. Even in Red City he would be respected by everyone. However, in this small Silver Moon City he could only be a guard. This was the difference between the 2 of them. Damn you, we need human elixir pills to enter the city? Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. Where did this dog come from? So much bullshit. This is the rules set by the mayor's mansion, who dares to disobey it? One of the guards said rudely. Damn, a guard is so arrogant, I will bite you to death. The Huang dog showed his fangs, but Jiang Chen quickly stopped him. He knew the Huang dog too well. This guy even dared to cause trouble at Tianjin Gate, so there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. If Jiang Chen was half a beat slower, this guy would have bitten that guard to death. Jiang Chen didn't care about a few human elixir pills. He didn't want to fight with people right after he arrived in Qi province. If he offended Tianjin Gate for the time being, he would have a hard time in the future. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually and took out 9 human elixir pills from his storage bag. He threw them into the guard's arms and walked into the city. I have never seen this guy before. He must be an outsider. He looks rich. If I knew this earlier, I would have asked for more. The guard's voice came from behind Jiang Chen and the other 2. That pretty girl is so hot. If she could sleep with me for a night, that would be a real pleasure. Another guard had a lecherous look on his face. His eyes were staring at Yan Qinyu's back and he was almost drooling. However, as soon as the guard finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled and the smile on his face froze. Then a cracking sound came out from his body. In the blink of an eye, a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body, and he had completely turned into a statue. Hey old Wang, what happened to you? How did he get frozen? He's dead, he's not breathing anymore. Old Wang is dead? What happened? Who did this? The guards immediately panicked, each of them revealing a horrified expression. A living person who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, had turned into an ice sculpture in the next moment, frozen to death. It was really like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It was that young man just now, the leader of the guards said. They raised their heads, but the shadows of Jiang Chen and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Inside Silver Moon City, the Huang dog grinned and laughed. Jie Xiaoyu has learned to be ruthless now. You can kill without leaving a trace. He said something disrespectful, so I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be so weak and he just froze to death. Yan Qinyu said with a wronged expression. Cough cough. Hearing this, Jiang Chen started coughing violently. Big sis, the 9 meridians fused with the 10,000-year freezing crystal, and you let a mid-Qihai warrior withstand it. Can you blame him for being weak? Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were speechless. Even a mortal core warrior couldn't withstand Yan Qinyu's attack, let alone a Qihai warrior. That guard was just asking for death. Sometimes you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The Yan Qinyu today was no longer the innocent girl from Red City. After being together with Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, she had already gotten used to killing. Did you hear? The inner circle disciples from the 4 big sects have been decided in the Qi province competition. Really? Who got first place? I heard that Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness, and Guan Yiyun from the Black Sect are all late Heavenly Core warriors. In this inner circle disciple competition, the winner will definitely be decided by these 3. That's right, these three are all geniuses amongst geniuses, and each of them has their own powerful skills. Even if they want to decide the winner, I'm afraid that both sides will be severely injured. You guys are wrong this time. The winner of this Qi province competition isn't these three, it's the northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Along the way, people were talking about the Qi province competition everywhere. It was hard for Jiang Chen and the other two to not hear them. What is the Qi province competition? Jiang Chen asked. This is a competition held by the four big sects of the Qi province. It is held once a year, and it is divided into the inner circle competition and the outer circle competition. The reason why it is called the Qi province competition and not the four big sects competition is because all geniuses in the Qi province are allowed to participate. It can be considered as giving everyone a chance. Of course, although it's called this way, in fact, it is still a competition between the four big sections. Most of the geniuses in the Qi province have been recruited by the four big sects, and ordinary people who participate in the Qi province competition will never be able to fight against the geniuses from the four big sections. De Huang Dog said. It looked like he was very familiar with the Qi province competition. Northern and Southern dynasties? I've never heard of them before. I only know that there is a Wu Sheng from the Burning Sky Pavilion, but 2 months ago he had a fight with Guaniyun from the Black Sect, and he was defeated by Guaniyun. I thought the Burning Sky Pavilion would definitely lose this competition, but who are these Northern and Southern dynasties? Chapter 75. What? An 18-year-old mid-heavenly core warrior? What kind of genius is this Northern and Southern dynasties? How can he be so frightening? An 18-year-old mid-heavenly core warrior is indeed frightening, but what's even more frightening is that he defeated late heavenly core warriors with just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base, and he even defeated Guaniyun and Bai Hua Dai. They are the top disciples amongst all the inner circle disciples from the four big sects. No ordinary late heavenly core warrior can compare with them. I never expected such a monster to appear in the Burning Sky Pavilion. The disciples from the other three big sects must be feeling a lot of pressure. Besides, this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple is only 18 years old, his future is limitless, and he will be a potential threat to the other three big sects in the future. Many people were talking about this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple. The Qi province competition was meant for the four big sects, and since this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple was able to defeat all the inner circle disciples from the four big sects, it was enough to prove that he was extremely talented. Besides, he was only 18 years old, and at this age he could become one of the rising stars of the Qi province. What's there to be proud of? The real genius is here. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. In his mind, Jiang Chen was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Although he was only at the early mortal core realm, it would be hard for him to find a match for anyone below the heavenly core realm. Besides, Jiang Chen wasn't even 16 years old yet, so his future achievements might not be any worse than those from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen Gij, this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple, looks really strong. Yan Qinyu said. Looks like this Qi province is a place with many hidden talents. That's good, I didn't waste my time coming here. If all the geniuses in the Qi province were so ordinary, then it would be boring. Jiang Chen chuckled as he remembered Nan Beichao's name in his mind. There weren't many people in his generation that he cared about. Buddy, after walking in this mountain range for so long, Daddy's mouth is getting bland. Don't you think you should treat me to a big meal? De Huang Dog said. Sure, you picked the place. Jiang Chen was very forthright. He could still afford a meal. Why would I choose an egg? This is my first time here too, but I want to eat the best. De Huang Dog was very impolite. Jiang Chen grabbed a passerby and asked, Brother, where is the best restaurant in Silver Moon City? Little brother, you must be new here. You don't even know about the Silver Moon restaurant. Just follow this road and walk for about an hour before you see the Silver Moon restaurant. However, the price of the Silver Moon restaurant is not low. Most people cannot afford it. The man pointed to a wide road and introduced. All right, let's go to the Silver Moon restaurant. I'm going to eat everything in the Silver Moon restaurant today. De Huang Dog jumped up and down in excitement. He was like a beggar who had been starving for 3 days and suddenly heard that there was roast chicken in front of him. De Huang Dog walked in front with his fat body, while Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu followed behind him. They were all walking towards the Silver Moon restaurant. In Silver Moon City, only the mayor's mansion could be named after the Silver Moon. Therefore, the Silver Moon restaurant was the property of the mayor's mansion. In Silver Moon City, the mayor's mansion was the most powerful family. All the other big and small families followed the mayor's lead. The mayor was a heavenly core warrior, and he was the only heavenly core warrior in Silver Moon City. Of course he could rule the entire city. Not long after that, Jiang Chen and the other two arrived at the Silver Moon restaurant. It was a magnificent restaurant with 2 floors, and the words Silver Moon were written in golden letters. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, and it gave off an aura of nobility. Obviously, those who could afford to spend money in the Silver Moon restaurant were all nobles and rich people in Silver Moon City. They didn't accept gold or silver here, they only accepted human elixir. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. It was not long before noon, and this was the time when the Silver Moon restaurant's business was the best. Many rich people wearing luxurious clothes could be seen walking into the Silver Moon restaurant. "Sirs, please come in. Serve us tea, the best dragon tea." A young man who looked like a waiter was nodding his head and bowing to the customers. In the Silver Moon restaurant, even a waiter was at the Qi realm. This was something that Red City couldn't compare with. When the waiter saw Jiang Chen and the other two, he quickly walked up to them and said, "Sirs, this must be your first time here in the Silver Moon restaurant. Please come in." The waiter had good eyesight, he could remember those who had been to the Silver Moon restaurant. Those who he hadn't seen before must be here for the first time. He looked at Jiang Chen and Yan Xinyu. One was handsome and the other was as beautiful as a goddess. Both of them were emitting an aura of nobility, so he knew they must be rich. Therefore he didn't dare neglect them. Jiang Chen nodded his head casually, then he walked into the Silver Moon restaurant with big steps. The Dahuang dog stuck out his tongue and ran faster than Jiang Chen. Hey, this is a high-class restaurant, pet beasts are not allowed in." Only now did the waiter notice the Dahuang dog. He immediately stood in front of the Dahuang dog. Hearing the word pet, the Dahuang dog's expression changed. He couldn't stand it anymore. The Dahuang dog jumped up as high as a person and pressed the waiter to the ground. The waiter was at the Qi realm, but when he was pressed down by the Dahuang dog, he felt like there was a mountain on his body. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even breathe. "Bastard, who are you calling a pet beast? I am so wise and powerful, how dare you call me a pet beast? How dare you call this shabby restaurant noble? I'm giving you face by coming here. Motherfucker, how dare you look down on me? I will bite you to death." The Dahuang dog was not someone to be trifled with. He was a noble descendant of the dragon horse, but he was being treated as a pet beast by the waiter. Of course, the Dahuang dog wouldn't accept it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly stopped the Dahuang dog. He was worried that the Dahuang dog would really bite the waiter to death. The waiter had just called him a pet beast, it wasn't enough to kill him. Right at this moment, many people in the Silver Moon restaurant looked over. Most of them were looking at the ferocious-looking dog. A dog that could talk, this was not an ordinary dog. What's going on? Right at this moment, an old man walked out from the restaurant. This man had a strong aura, he was a mortal core warrior. When he saw Jiang Chen, Yan Xinyu and the Dahuang dog, his expression changed. His experience was not something the waiter could compare with. With just a glance, he could tell that these 3 men and a dog were not people to be trifled with. This young master has a lot of money, why is the Silver Moon restaurant stopping my friends? What is the meaning of this? Jiang Chen's expression turned cold as he spoke in a cold manner. We don't dare. Please come in." The manager made an inviting gesture. Only then did the Dahuang dog stand up from the waiter and walk into the Silver Moon restaurant. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome dog before?" The Dahuang dog stared at everyone with a narcissistic expression. Fuck. What's so great about a dog? Everyone was speechless. Behind them, the waiter had a wronged expression as he stood respectfully beside the manager. He knew he had caused trouble, so he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Next time be more attentive. Hurry up and serve them properly." The manager glared at the waiter. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the Silver Moon restaurant, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him. He followed the gaze and saw a young man sitting by the window. This young man looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He was wearing a blue robe and his black hair was parted in the middle. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. Although he appeared to be very lazy, it couldn't hide his extraordinary aura. The young man in blue had one foot on the chair and was leaning against the wall. He was holding a crystal wine pot in his hand. When he saw Jiang Chen looking over, he raised the wine pot in his hand and smiled at Jiang Chen. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, returning a smile as a greeting. "Dear guest, this way please." The waiter greeted them politely and led Jiang Chen and the other two to a big table in the middle. He looked at the Da Huang dog with eyes full of fear. This dog was really scary. He couldn't resist the aura he emitted. "Dear guests, what would you like to eat?" the waiter asked. "Serve whatever you have. Give me a portion of the best food in your restaurant. If not, give me 3 portions. The Da Huang dog wasn't polite at all. In addition, his voice was loud, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. "What? All of them?" The waiter was stunned. The Silver Moon restaurant was the biggest restaurant in Silver Moon City. The food inside was naturally the most expensive. If all of them were served, it would probably cost 200 to 300 people's elixir. Even the rich wouldn't dare to eat and drink like this. This dog was shameless and asked for 3 portions. That was the elixir of thousands of people. "What are you doing? I have all the money. Hurry up and serve me. If you're any slower, I'll bite you to death." The Da Huang dog bared his teeth. Yes, yes, the waiter didn't dare to be slow. He couldn't be happier to meet a rich customer. This dog must be Tai Chi, he can eat so much. He's so fucking rich. This is the behavior of a prodigal. That girl is so pretty. I wonder where she came from. While the crowd was talking, the waiter had already brought out a table full of food. There were even mortal core demon beast hearts and all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit ginseng. It was really luxurious. "Kaka, I can't wait any longer." The Da Huang dog laughed excitedly. He leaned forward like a human and placed both of his paws on the table. His saliva was dripping onto the demon beast hearts. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and Yen Xinyu both frowned at the same time. Can this still be eaten? The appetite that he had worked so hard to arouse instantly disappeared without a trace. "Kaka?" The whole restaurant was filled with the Da Huang dog's laughter. He suddenly stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue. What happened next shocked everyone present. The Da Huang dog swept everything away. In just 1 minute, his tongue had swept all the food on the table into his mouth. He licked the plates so much that one could look into a mirror. "Not bad. Give me another table." The liquid in the Da Huang dog's mouth was flying everywhere. He shouted at the waiter who was standing next to him. "Fuck you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve me more food." The Da Huang dog slammed his paws on the table, causing the plates to fall to the ground. "Fuck." Chapter 76. This black-bellied dog was too outrageous. It was brutal when it killed people and even more brutal when it was eating. It was simply unbearable to watch. Holy shit, this dog is too outrageous. He can eat too much. Whoever this dog follows, he will definitely eat until he becomes poor. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore. Where did this dog come from? Isn't it affecting my appetite? Manager, hurry up and beat it out. Affecting my appetite, it's really affecting my appetite. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. Da Huang dog's saliva was flying everywhere, making people lose their appetite. This dog was definitely a genius in the world of top-quality food. "Waiter, why aren't you serving the dishes?" The big yellow dog ignored the disdainful looks and shouted at the stunned waiter, who was still standing there in a daze. Yes, yes. The waiter didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly went to prepare the dishes. At the same time, 2 servants came out and quickly cleaned up the broken plates on the ground. Next to the window, the young man in blue was still lazily leaning against the railing, minding his own business and occasionally looking at Da Huang dog with a smile. Not long after, another table of steaming hot dishes was served. Da Huang's eyes lit up and he was about to pounce on it. Jiang Chen reacted quickly and pressed down on Da Huang dog's head. "Damn dog, you motherfucker, leave some face for me. No one is going to snatch it away from you. Little brat, take your hand away." Da Huang dog roared and didn't care about his image at all. He stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue again and swept away all the dishes. All the customers in the restaurant were stunned. Everyone forgot to eat and looked at Da Huang dog. Jiang Chen and Yen Xinyu were speechless. Jiang Chen swore that he would never take Da Huang dog to eat again. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. "Waiter, give me another table." Da Huang dog finished all the dishes in a minute and shouted at the waiter again. "What the fuck, this dog is really wasteful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people's elixir have been eaten. Motherfucker, my food is not even as good as that dog's. I'm so angry." Someone angrily slammed the table. So many good things were wasted by a dog. It was simply a reckless waste of resources. They could not afford to eat many of the expensive dishes. Many people suddenly felt that they were not as good as a dog in the Silver Moon restaurant. Good, it tastes good. Hey Jiangchen, little brat, little you, why aren't you eating? You can't just sit there and watch. Come here and eat a bit. Big Yellow stared at Jiangchen and Yanqinyu with a serious expression. He didn't think what he said was shameless, and he didn't notice that there were only empty plates on the table. Jiangchen couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the dog's head and sent a Huang dog flying 2 meters away. He suddenly had an urge to skin the Huang dog and stew it. Someone next to him spat out the food. He really couldn't take it anymore. Where did this dog come from? It was too troublesome. Not long after, the waiter brought another table of dishes over. Another 2 servants cleaned up the floor to keep the Silver Moon restaurant clean. Seeing the dishes being served, the Huang dog's eyes lit up again. He eagerly ran to the table and stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue. However, when he saw Jiangchen and Yanqinyu's murderous gazes, the Huang dog chuckled and retracted his tongue. Hee, let's eat together. The Huang dog chuckled. He stretched out his paw and pulled a plate to his side. This time he chewed slowly, looking much better than before. Eat, why aren't you two eating? While eating, the Huang dog urged Jiangchen and Yanqinyu. Just eat your food. Hurry up and leave. Jiangchen angrily stared at the Huang dog. Eat my ass. Sitting with this dog, it would be strange if he had any appetite. Hee, then I won't be polite. The Huang dog's face was filled with lust. This time it seemed like this guy had made up his mind to carefully taste the food, so he ate slowly. The other customers watched for a while, then felt bored. So they stopped watching and turned around to drink and eat, talking about other topics. The Qi province inner disciple competition has ended. The northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion have won first place. I heard that the rewards are pretty good. A high-ranked combat weapon and a 10,000-year-old herb. That's right. The rewards for the Qi province competition are provided by the 4 big sections. The Burning Sky Pavilion is really proud. The northern and southern dynasties are only 18 years old, it's really hard to imagine. Jiang Chen's ears perked up. Nowadays, no matter where he went, he could hear the names of the northern and southern dynasties. He had really become famous overnight. I heard that the Qi province outer disciple competition will also be held in Whirling Sun City in half a month. At this time, all the disciples from the 4 big sects should be there. The Whirling Sun City is located in the middle of the Qi province. It is a truly big city, and it is not something that this small Silver Moon city can compare with. There are also quite a few talented outer court disciples from the 4 big sections. Who do you think will win this competition? I think the Little Devil King from the Black Sect and Li Wushuang from the Tianjin Gate have more hope. Although the Burning Sky Pavilion and Valley of Happiness also have geniuses, they can't find anyone who can compare with the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. That's right, I also think the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang will win. Everyone was talking about the Qi province competition. The competition between the inner circle disciples had ended, and it was the outer circle disciples' turn next. The 4 big sects of the Qi province were fighting each other openly and secretly. Every year the Qi province competition would be held, and there would be huge rewards. Firstly, it was to stimulate the disciples' cultivation, and secondly, it was for the glory of the 4 big sections. It could also be considered as a ranking. Also, many of the famous youths of the Qi province became famous through the Qi province competition. Hearing the words Little Devil King, the young man in blue couldn't help but smile. He drank alone and didn't talk to anyone, he seemed to be very isolated. Qi province competition, Whirling Sun City. Jiangchen whispered. He was really interested in the Qi province competition. Right at this moment, 4 figures walked in from the outside. The one in front was a fat man who looked to be in his 20s. His face was oily and his hair was sparse. His beady eyes kept rolling around. He walked with his chest puffed out, and his whole body was emitting a domineering aura. Beside the fat man, there was another young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was holding a paper fan in his hand, and it was obvious that he was from a rich family in Silver Moon City. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 tall and sturdy attendants. Their faces were filled with arrogance. Wow, young Master Yin is here and young Master Lu is here as well. Young masters, please come upstairs. When the waiter saw the fat man, he nodded and bowed, and his face was filled with flattery. When the people saw the fat man, they quickly lowered their heads. Those who were talking loudly just now also quickly shut their mouths like mice that had seen a cat. This young Master Yin was not someone to be trifled with. He was the son of the mayor, and his name was Yin Ren. This Silver Moon restaurant was opened by him. Yin Ren was the evil tyrant of Silver Moon City, and he was a super playboy. His temperament was just like his name, he was really a perverted person. Normally he liked to bully people and take advantage of women. The young master beside him was a young master from the Lu family of Silver Moon City. Both of them had similar interests and were like-minded. And Ren nodded his head and strode towards the stairs. His pair of lustful green beady eyes glanced around the hall on the first floor, and when his gaze fell on Yen Qinyu, his eyes immediately widened. Even though he was only looking at Yen Qinyu's side profile, his blood began to boil. Ren's biggest hobby was women. A peerless beauty like Yen Qinyu was a fatal attraction for a playboy like Ren. Damn it, I didn't come out for nothing today. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl in Silver Moon City. She's like a fairy that descended from the heavens. In this world, I'm afraid only a girl like her is worthy of me. Ren stared at Yen Qinyu without blinking his eyes, and said without any hesitation. When he said that, many people in the restaurant couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at Yen Qinyu and Jiang Chen with pity and sympathy. Being liked by Ren meant that they were finished. Ren signaled the two attendants beside him with his eyes. The two of them had followed their young master for a long time, so they immediately understood what he meant. They walked in front of Jiang Chen's table in an imposing manner. "Miss, my young master invites you upstairs for a chat," one of the muscular men said with a voice that he thought was very polite. "Get lost," Jiang Chen said without even raising his head. "Kid, what did you just say?" The other muscular man immediately became furious. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How dare a young man talk to him like this in the Silver Moon restaurant? He was simply courting death. "He asked you to get lost, are you deaf? Fuck, where the hell are you going? Don't disturb your father's meal." The Huang dog became even more impolite. He raised his head and said impatiently. The young man in blue who wasn't far away also looked over. It seemed like he wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to deal with this. Those two muscular men were both mortal core warriors. Damn it, where did this stupid dog come from? How dare you talk to your father like this? The muscular man was furious. "Stop talking nonsense, take this girl away, don't disturb our young master's business." After saying that, the two muscular men stretched out their hands and tried to grab Yen Qinyu. It looked like since they couldn't invite her, they would have to use force. These two men had obviously done this kind of thing many times before. "She's finished, sigh. It's really unfortunate that the lecher young master has taken a fancy to her. That's right, such a good girl is going to be ruined just like this." Many people sighed in their hearts. Their faces were filled with pity. But what happened next made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Just when the two muscular men's hands were about to touch Yen Qinyu, Jiang Chen moved. Jiang Chen raised his arm, and a golden beam shot out from his fingertip. The beam was like a long sword, and it slashed towards the two muscular men with lightning speed. Poochie poochie. Following four poochie sounds, four bloody arms flew into the air. Blood sprayed out from the two men's arms like a fountain, splashing all over the other tables. No one noticed that when the blood got close to Jiang Chen's table, it immediately froze and disappeared. Chapter 77. Fast. It was just too fast. Many people who were sitting so close to Jiang Chen didn't even notice how he attacked. Some of them only saw him move his shoulder, and all four arms of the two men were cut off. It was a terrifying scene. The feeling of losing one arm and two arms were completely different, and the pain was different as well. Even mortal core warriors couldn't bear it for a short period of time. Both men looked at their arms twitching not far away, and they could feel the blood gushing out from their arms. Besides fear, they couldn't feel anything else. Blood was everywhere. Some of them had blood all over their faces, and they immediately ran to a corner. The entire restaurant was in chaos. Many people had frightened expressions on their faces, especially the waiter who was standing closest to them. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The only person who could remain calm in the entire restaurant, besides Jiang Chen's table, was the young man in blue. The young man in blue's eyes were brighter than before. Even he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so ruthless and decisive. Besides, Jiang Chen's attack was so fast that no one could see it clearly, but he could. And because he could see it clearly, he finally noticed Jiang Chen. When he first entered the restaurant, he had a feeling that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary man, and now it looked like he was right. He's finished. He dared to cut off Ren's follower. He's dead meat. That's right, Ren is famous for being overbearing and arrogant, and he has a heavenly core father supporting him. He can do whatever he wants in Silver Moon City, and no one dares to say anything. Although this young man doesn't look like someone easy to deal with, offending Yin Ren won't end well for him either. I don't think this young man is an ordinary man. I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Many people were talking about it. No one dared cause trouble in the Silver Moon restaurant, and no one dared to hurt the people from the mayor's mansion. Doing that was no different than courting death. Damn it, what a horrible scream, it's affecting my meal. The Huang dog cursed loudly. Then he opened his mouth and spat out 2 beams of golden light. They pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the 2 strong men, leaving behind 2 hideous bloody holes. The screams of the 2 men came to an abrupt end, and they fell to the ground with their backs facing up. Even when they died, the fear from before still remained in their eyes. As the follower of the young master from the mayor's mansion, and they were also mortal core warriors, they could do whatever they wanted in Silver Moon City. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would die here in the Silver Moon restaurant, where they were usually the most arrogant and in the hands of a dog. Following the disappearance of the 2 men's screams, the restaurant became quiet. At this time Yin Ren and young Master Lu also reacted. The 2 of them looked at their lackeys lying motionless in a pool of blood with astonishment on their faces. Dead. Someone actually dared to kill his people in the Silver Moon restaurant? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? This was simply unimaginable. He had been a tyrant in Silver Moon City for so many years, but no one had ever dared to touch his people, let alone kill them. Seeing that something big had happened, the manager hurriedly walked up to Yin Ren while trembling. It's none of your business. How dare he offend me? Today he won't be able to walk out of the Silver Moon restaurant. Yin Ren waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. With an evil expression he walked towards Jiang Chen with big steps. The muscles on his body were trembling. Young Master Lu followed behind Yin Ren with the same arrogant expression. In Silver Moon City, there was no one they didn't dare to offend. The fact that Jiang Chen killed young Master Lu with a slap had really shocked Yin Ren. This fatty's forehead was covered with sweat, and his body began to tremble. However, he still didn't back down. In his mind, he was still that lawless young master that no one dared to mess with. My father is the city lord. In this Silver Moon restaurant, no one dares to touch me. Only I, Yin Ren, can touch the woman I like. Yin Ren will definitely get her. Yin Ren gave himself courage in his heart. His pair of eyes glanced at Yen Qinyu's body, and his whole body became excited again. Seeing this, the young man in blue who was not far away couldn't help but sneer, "Idiot. This young master Yin Ren was really too stupid. Couldn't he see that the girl was not afraid of him at all? If he was a bit smarter, he would have immediately left and called for help." Unfortunately, this young master was really too arrogant. His mind was completely occupied by the idea that in this Silver Moon City, he was the king. He had completely forgotten that this title was given to him by himself. "Brat, you dare to offend me? Today you won't be able to walk out of the Silver Moon restaurant." The muscles on Yin Ren's face trembled. While he was talking to Jiang Chen, he didn't forget to look at Yen Qinyu's body with his obscene eyes, which made Yen Qinyu frown. "Fatty, move your eyes away. Otherwise you will end up miserable." The Huang dog, who was eating and drinking, kindly reminded him. Such a bloody scene did not affect the Huang dog's appetite at all. Where did this stupid dog come from? How dare you talk to this young master like this? Yin Ren's aura was shaken, and his eyes returned to Yen Qinyu. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. He knew that he couldn't be polite with this kind of person. Once you provoked him, he would be like a dog skin plaster that you couldn't get rid of. This kind of person wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't have any scruples when he attacked. He moved his fingers, picked up 2 chopsticks from the table, and fiercely stabbed them towards Yin Ren's eyes. Puchi, puchi. With 2 soft sounds, Jiang Chen's chopsticks fiercely stabbed into Yin Ren's eyes. The sound of an eyeball bursting could be heard. The chopsticks had pierced halfway into Yin Ren's eyes, and blood kept flowing out from the chopsticks. Fatty Yin Ren let out a blood-curdling scream. He was terrified. As the young master of the city palace, he was a dignified and elegant man. When had he ever suffered such an injury? The pain caused by a hard object piercing through the eyeball was not something an ordinary person could endure. I'm dead. Yin Ren kept rolling on the ground. He took out a golden talisman from his clothes and crushed it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. It was a divine sense talisman, and even a heavenly core warrior could make it. The talisman contained the divine sense of a heavenly core warrior, and it was obviously left behind by the mayor for his son. Once the talisman was crushed, the mayor would be able to sense it immediately. "De Huang, stop eating, let's go." After saying that, Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. Right at this moment, the shopkeeper led a group of men and rushed out from behind, stopping Jiang Chen and the other two. Yin Ren was severely injured, and if they let the murderer go, all of them would be killed when the mayor arrived. "We're finished, this is going to get out of hand. This young man is too cruel, and he has blinded Yin Ren's eyes. The mayor will definitely not let this matter go." "That's right, the mayor is a heavenly core warrior. I wonder how he is going to deal with this matter. Is there even a need to think about it? The mayor will definitely avenge Yin Ren. I wonder where this young man came from, but he is so cruel and ruthless. It really makes people feel disappointed." Everyone were discussing in low voices. The famous young master Yin Ren had been blinded in the Silver Moon restaurant. This was definitely a huge incident in Silver Moon City, and it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with fear. This young man's cruel and ruthless methods sent chills down their spines. "Get lost. Those who stand in my way will die." Chapter 78. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's energy, the manager and the rest of the men's expressions changed, and they started trembling. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. If they dared to stop him, they would be killed immediately. This guy even dared to touch young Master Yin Ren, let alone them. Yin Ren's screams were still going on. His hands were trembling and he wanted to touch the chopsticks in his eyes, but he didn't dare. The intense pain had made his body cramp, and he could only scream to vent his pain. Everyone's hair stood on end, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely oppressive. "Who dares hurt my son?" Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from outside the Silver Moon restaurant. The voice was deep and it carried a powerful pressure. After that, a whirlwind blew by and a man appeared in the restaurant. The man looked like he was in his 40s and he wasn't tall. Just like Yin Ren, he was also a fat man, but his energy was a few hundred times stronger than Yin Ren's. This man was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yin Zhongcheng. Seeing the mayor arrive, the manager and the rest of the men let out a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. The mayor's mansion wasn't far from the Silver Moon restaurant. When Yin Zhongcheng sensed the talisman being broken, he immediately rushed over. A heavenly core warrior could fly in the air, and it would only take him a blink of an eye to arrive at the Silver Moon restaurant. When Yin Zhongcheng arrived, he immediately saw Yin Ren, who was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. When he saw Yin Ren's terrible condition and the dead body on the ground, he immediately became furious. Yin Zhongcheng slammed his palm onto Yin Ren's neck and knocked him out. After that, he used his yuan energy to seal the wound in his eyes, temporarily stopping the bleeding. After that, he shouted angrily, "Who did this? Who did this?" Yin Zhongcheng was furious. He was completely furious. In this Silver Moon restaurant, someone had dared to touch his son. How could he let this happen? This was someone who dared to mess with the Tai Sui. He was going to make them pay a terrible price. "Mayor, it's him." The manager pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. With his current strength, it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the mortal core realm, but if he met a heavenly core warrior, he would still be at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them, but he wasn't afraid. With his current abilities, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape with his blood wings. Besides, with the help of De Huang Dog and Yen Chenyu, who had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, it wasn't impossible for them to fight Yin Zhongcheng. Yen Chenyu's 9 Yin meridians gave her an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. And besides the blood wings, Jiang Chen also had a trump card called poison. "Brat, I don't care who you are and I don't care what reason you have. You ruined my son's eyes, so you'll have to pay with your life." Yin Zhongcheng's killing intent soared to the heavens. The elemental energy in his palms revolved, and he was about to make a move. "Stop." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the corner of the restaurant. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw the young man in blue standing up slowly from the window. He was slowly walking towards them. No one paid any attention to this young man in blue, but at this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at the two men. Anyone who dared to offend the mayor at this moment was either an idiot or someone with a high status. This young man in blue looked handsome, so he couldn't be an idiot. Jiang Chen looked over as well. He had been paying attention to this young man since he entered the restaurant, but he didn't expect this young man to stand out and help him at this moment. "Who are you? How dare you stick your nose into my business?" Zhongqing shouted out loudly. He was extremely angry right now. "I have a bad habit, and that is I like to stick my nose into other people's business. When I see someone I don't like, I'll stick my nose into it. You can't blame this young man for what happened today. Your son's brain was filled with lust and he asked for it. You should thank this young man for showing mercy and only blinding his eyes. If it was me, he would be dead by now." The young man in blue said indifferently. He didn't care about Zhongqing at all. "What did you say? Who do you think you are? How dare you stick your nose into my business? In this Silver Moon City, no one dares talk to me like this." Zhongqing became even angrier, but with his experience he could tell that this young man in front of him wasn't an ordinary man. That's why he didn't attack immediately. "Let alone your tiny Silver Moon City, I'll stick my nose into any business in the Qi province. This is my bad habit. Zhongqing, if you dare touch this young man today, you'll be going against me, the Black Sect's Han Yan." The young man in blue said in an impolite manner. When the name Han Yan came out from the Black Sect, it immediately caused an uproar. "What? He's the little devil king of the Black Sect, Han Yan? Why isn't he participating in the Qi province competition? Why is he here? Heavens, he's the little devil king. I never thought I would have the honor of having a meal with the little devil king. He's the #1 genius in the outer circle of the Black Sect. I think he's at the peak of the mortal core realm right now, and he'll be able to step into the heavenly core realm soon. With his talent, he won't be any weaker than Xuanhuan from the Black Sect in the future. Of course, his potential is even higher than Xuanhuan's. I heard that he's the descendant of the heavenly devil, and Gu Qinma's power is sealed within his body. He's not someone anyone can compare with. Besides, this man doesn't strike easily, but when he strikes, he'll take someone's life. That's why he's called the Little Devil King. Since the Little Devil King wants to stick his nose into this business, I'm afraid even the mayor will have to admit defeat. Han Yan is a rare genius in the Black Sect, and he has a high chance of becoming a core disciple in the future. He's highly valued by the upper echelons of the Black Sect, and he's not someone the tiny Silver Moon City can afford to offend." Sounds of discussions could be heard everywhere. Obviously, the Little Devil King had been famous for a long time, but not many people had seen his face. No one would have thought that the Little Devil King would come to the Silver Moon restaurant to drink. "You're the Little Devil King?" Zhongqing was shocked as well. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before. He could offend anyone else, but he couldn't afford to offend the Little Devil King. Even though Han Yan was only a mortal core warrior, he still didn't dare offend him. If he offended the Little Devil King, that would mean becoming the Black Sect's enemy. And becoming the Black Sect's enemy was no joke. At that point of time, not only would he lose his son's life, he would also lose his own. "I don't want to repeat myself. What happened today is your son's fault, it has nothing to do with this little brother," Han Yan said. "But he blinded my son's eyes." Zhongqing still couldn't accept it. "I told you if it was me I would have killed him. Zhongqing, do you dare not give me face?" Han Yan let out a cold snort. The lazy look on his face disappeared, and it was replaced by an arrogant look. "I don't dare." Zhongqing didn't dare show any neglect. The Little Devil King was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If he killed Jiang Chen and the other two in a fit of anger, he would have offended the Little Devil King, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the Qi province anymore. "That's good. Little brother, let's go." Han Yan smiled at Jiang Chen, then he flicked his black hair and walked out of the Silver Moon restaurant. Jiang Chen ignored Zhongqing's murderous stare and followed behind Han Yan. They walked out of the Silver Moon restaurant, and in the blink of an eye the group disappeared. "Mayor, what should we do?" Within the restaurant the manager asked cautiously. "Get lost," Zhongqing scolded. He bent down and picked up the unconscious Rin, then he flew up into the sky. He was the mayor, but he couldn't avenge his son. Furthermore, this was his territory and that Little Devil King could have appeared at any time, but why did he have to show up now? The Black Sect was too big for him, so he had to come all the way to Silver Moon City to drink. A fake leopard bumped into a real tiger, there's nothing we can do about it. Meeting the Little Devil King, even the mayor would have to swallow his pride. That's right, but that young man in white is really ruthless. Did you guys notice? That young man doesn't have any fear on his face, that calmness is definitely not faked. I'm afraid that even if the Little Devil King didn't show up, he would still have a way to escape. Stop talking, the mayor needs to vent his anger, don't look for trouble. Outside of Silver Moon City. Thank you Brother Han for your help. Jiang Qin cupped his fist towards Han Yen. No matter what, Han Yen had helped him so he had to show his gratitude. Besides, he had a good impression of Han Yen. You're too polite, how should I address you? Han Yen said with a smile. My name is Jiang Qin, this is my first time here, I didn't expect to run into something like this. Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. That's right, damn you, you can't even let me have a peaceful meal. Da Huang Dog hurriedly said to prove his existence. Jiang Qin couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy had been eating ever since he entered the restaurant, and now he was complaining that he didn't have a good meal. That was enough. Thinking about the meal Da Huang Dog had eaten, it seemed like he had forgotten to pay the bill. But that was fine, since he had already taken revenge, why would he still need to pay the bill? Brother Jiang has some extraordinary skills, are you interested in participating in the Qi province competition in Whirling Sun City? Han Yen asked. The competition for the outer disciples of the four big sects? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was really interested in the Qi province competition. Anyone in the Qi province can participate. With Brother Jiang's skills you might be able to get a good ranking. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. I hope to see you in Whirling Sun City. After Han Yen finished talking he turned around and left. His speed was extremely fast and in a few breaths he had disappeared. Obviously, this straightforward little devil king had a good impression of Jiang Qin. Young man, do you want to go to Whirling Sun City and experience the Qi province competition? Da Huang Dog said. Alright, since I've just arrived in the Qi province, I don't have many places to go. Going to Whirling Sun City isn't a bad idea. Jiang Qin nodded his head and prepared to go to Whirling Sun City. Big bro Jiang Qin, let's leave this place as soon as possible. If the mayor catches up with us, it won't be easy to deal with him. Yan Xinyu said. Don't worry little you. If Yin Zhongqing really wanted to kill us, he would have done it in the restaurant just now. He is worried about the little devil king, so if he comes out to kill us, it would be the same as offending the little devil king. He can't afford to offend the little devil king. Besides, I didn't kill his son, I was just blind. Jiang Qin said with a relaxed expression. Besides, even if Yin Zhongqing caught up with them, he wouldn't be afraid. With the three of them working together, it would be more than enough to deal with an early heavenly core warrior. Haha, let's go to Whirling Sun City. Chapter 79. Jiang Qin was getting ready to leave for Whirling Sun City. He couldn't stay in Silver Moon City any longer, and he didn't want to stay in Silver Moon City for too long. Whirling Sun City was located in the middle of the Qi province, and it would take a lot of time to get there from here. Da Huang, how long does it take to get to Whirling Sun City from here? Jiang Qin asked. With our previous speed it would take at least a dozen days. It would be good if we could make it in time for the competition. If you're willing to carry us on your back, then we'll be able to make it in no time. Da Huang Dog laughed. He actually wanted to carry Jiang Qin. Don't even think about it. If the little devil king can make it in time for the competition, then we can. Jiang Qin sneered. This dog was definitely still holding a grudge against him for carrying him last time, and he was looking for an opportunity to get back at him. He was really evil. It's your loss not to carry me. You don't even know how many people are fighting to carry me on their backs. Da Huang Dog was extremely narcissistic. His face was showing an expression that made him think he was a great person. Jiang Qin and the other two quickly moved towards Whirling Sun City. After walking for less than 10 miles, they suddenly heard a few screeches coming from behind them. Jiang Qin turned around and saw 3 powerful flying demon beasts flying towards them at high speed. 3 mortal core warriors were standing on top of each demon beast. Each of them was filled with killing intent, and 2 of them were carrying combat weapons in their hands. Jiang Qin could tell that these people were coming for him just by looking at them and feeling their energy. Yin Zhongqing really didn't want to give up. He didn't do it himself, but he sent his men. This way he won't offend the little devil king and at the same time he can get his revenge. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. A grin appeared on his face. Stop. Where do you think you're going? A loud shout came from the demon beasts. In the next second, 3 demon beasts appeared in front of Jiang Qin, and 6 mortal core warriors jumped down from their demon beasts. The leading man was in his 40s or 50s, and his face was filled with killing intent. He was staring at Jiang Qin angrily. This man was at the peak of the late mortal core realm, and he was much stronger than Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu from Red City. There were 9 of them in total. Out of the other 8, 4 of them were at the late mortal core realm, and all of them were at the same level as Yan Zhanyun. The other 4 were also at the mid-mortal core realm. If this force was in Red City, they would be able to wipe out any family. You killed my son and you think you can just walk away like this? City Lord gave the little devil king some face, but I, Lu Wei Wang, didn't agree. The old man bellowed. Jiang Qin immediately understood that this Lu Wei Wang in front of him was most likely the chief of the Lu family in Silver Moon City. He had killed the young master of the Lu family in the Silver Moon restaurant, so it was normal that the chief wouldn't let it go. Of course, even if the Lu family was a powerful family, it was impossible for them to send so many strong warriors at once. There were also 3 early mortal core flying demon beasts. Some of them must have been sent by the mayor. Obviously, Jiang Chen's whereabouts had been monitored by the mayor. Once the little devil king left, the mayor would use the power of the Lu family to deal with Jiang Chen. The 9 mortal core warriors were emitting powerful energy. They had surrounded Jiang Chen and the other 2. Their energy had locked down their surroundings, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't plan to escape at all. A group like this didn't have the right to let them escape. I suggest you leave now and make way for me. Don't lose your lives here. It's not easy to reach the mortal core realm, Jiang Chen said. He was saying this for their own good. Ah, young man, you're too arrogant. How dare you blind our young master's eyes? Today we'll chop you into meat paste. A late mortal core warrior laughed out loudly. He was sent by the mayor. These men didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. In their minds, with the combined strength of the 9 of them, as long as Jiang Chen wasn't a heavenly core warrior, he would die for sure. This place wasn't far away from Silver Moon City. Although it was just a plain, there were still many people coming and going. Many people could feel the killing intent from this place, so they looked over. It was rare to see such a big group of people. What's going on? Are they going to fight? Isn't that the chief of the Lu family? And the warriors from the mayor's mansion? What did this young man do? How did he offend the Lu family and the mayor's mansion? Isn't this the end for him? Someone recognized Lu Wei Wang and the warriors from the mayor's mansion. Although they didn't know how this young man offended these 2 giants, it was obvious that this young man was going to die today. Stop talking nonsense. Let's attack together and kill this young man and that dog. Don't kill that girl, we'll go back and compensate young Master Yin Ren. Someone shouted out loudly. The 9 mortal core warriors unleashed their energy at the same time, then they dashed towards Jiang Chen and the other 2 men. Kaka? Facing 9 mortal core warriors, not only was De Huang Dog not afraid, he even shouted out excitedly. He leapt into the air like an arrow leaving the bow and turned into a golden light. In an instant he had pushed a mid-mortal core warrior onto the ground. Damn dog, die now. The warrior was furious. He had actually been pushed by a dog. This was really shameful. He tried his best to fight back, but to his horror he realized that he couldn't even use his yuan energy when he was being pushed down by De Huang Dog. It was like there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move. Damn it, there's no use in fighting back. De Huang Dog opened up his mouth and bit off the warrior's head. Blood kept gushing out from the wound. After killing 1 man in an instant, De Huang Dog leapt into the air again and dashed towards another man. Big bro Jiang Qin, leave this Lu Wei Wang to me. After saying that, Yan Qinyu moved her body and stood in front of Lu Wei Wang. A weak little girl dares to stand in my way? Lu Wei Wang let out a cold snort. He suddenly attacked Yan Qinyu with his palm. The energy of a late mortal core warrior was fully displayed. Facing Lu Wei Wang's powerful attack, Yan Qinyu's expression didn't change. She gently pushed out her palm, and a faint white mist emerged from her palm. Immediately, a cold aura filled the air. Pop. Yan Qinyu and Lu Wei Wang's palms collided. Lu Wei Wang, who was full of energy, was knocked back by the attack. But this wasn't the most frightening part. The most frightening part was that Lu Wei Wang's entire arm was covered with a layer of frost. In the next second, Lu Wei Wang's arm was covered with a layer of ice. A bone-piercing cold energy rushed into his body, causing him to tremble. What? Lu Wei Wang shouted out in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But no matter what, he was still a late mortal core warrior. He quickly used his yuan energy to break the ice on his arm, but one of his arms had already lost all feeling due to the cold. Lu Wei Wang was staring at the beautiful girl in front of him with a frightened expression. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. Cold body. Lu Wei Wang's lips were trembling. He could feel that Yan Qinyu's body was extraordinary. Right at this moment, a shrill scream came from the side. The late mortal core warrior from the mayor's mansion let out a blood-curdling scream. Both of his hands were scratching his face, and a green mist was rising from his body. The old man's scream only lasted for 3 seconds before he fell onto the ground. His body was burnt black and his face was full of holes because of the poison. Poison, this guy knows how to use poison. Someone shouted out loudly. His voice was filled with fear. Another shrill scream sounded out. The Huang dog had bitten a mid-mortal core warrior into pieces. It was a horrible scene. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 9 men had died. The Huang dog had killed 3 mid-mortal core warriors, and Jiang Chen had killed a late mortal core warrior. Even Lu Wei Wang, who was the strongest among them, had been severely injured by Yan Qinyu's attack. The remaining 5 men were all scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogant attitude they had before. All of them were staring at the 2 men and 1 dog in front of them with fear. What kind of combination was this? How could they be so abnormal? Oh my God, how could this happen? That dog is so cruel. It killed 3 men in 1 go. Mid-mortal core warriors are nothing in front of it. This is too cruel. That young man can actually use poison. Even a late mortal core warrior was poisoned to death. This kind of poison is really rare. That beautiful girl is even scarier. Even Lu Wei Wang was injured by her. Where did this genius come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Don't tell me he is a genius from one of the 4 big sects? Many of the spectators who were watching the fight from afar were terrified. They thought the fight was going to end without any suspense, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into this. It was really hard for them to accept this. The way they looked at the 2 men and the dog had completely changed. You dare kill the men from the mayor's mansion? You guys are really daring. Lu Wei Wang shouted out loudly. What he said was just some bullshit. Chief Lu, this is a tough nut to crack, what should we do? An old man with a pale face asked in a low voice. Looks like the mayor has to deal with this personally. Let's go. Lu Wei Wang said to Lung Lung. He whistled, and the flying demon beasts that were circling in the sky immediately swooped down. Still want to leave? Jiang Chen would never let go of an enemy who wanted to kill him. He pointed his finger like a sword and with both hands he pointed out 3 bright lights. The single solar finger pierced through the air and accurately hit the 3 demon beasts. Roar! The 3 demon beasts let out a blood-curdling scream at the same time. After that, they fell down from the sky like kites with broken strings. Their blood splashed all over the place. After the 3 demon beasts fell onto the ground, they only moved a few times before they completely stopped moving. Under Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers, these early mortal core demon beasts couldn't even withstand a single blow. What? Someone shouted out in shock. Shall you attack? Jiang Chen shouted out coldly. Yes. After saying that, Yan Qinyu's palms started dancing in the air. Streams of ice energy shot out towards Lu Wei Wang. I don't believe that with my strength I can't deal with an ice body. Lu Wei Wang unleashed his energy. A low-ranked combat weapon appeared in his hand, and he forcefully thrust it towards Yan Qinyu. If Yan Qinyu was still an early mortal core warrior from Red City, she might not be a match for Lu Wei Wang. But now, she was a mid-mortal core warrior, and her body had fused with the 10,000 years freezing crystal. Even the monster in the pond could be killed by her with a single strike, let alone Lu Wei Wang. Swoosh. Chapter 80. A late mortal core warrior, the chief of a noble family in Silver Moon City, had just died a horrible death a few miles away from Silver Moon City. He had been turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, a sharp howl suddenly came out from Jiang Chen's mouth. The sound waves turned into ripples and spread out, cutting the air apart. The powerful sound waves weaved into a huge net and flew towards the other 3 mortal core warriors. Sound wave combat skill. Someone shouted out in shock. He immediately unleashed his powerful yuan energy and formed a barrier around himself, trying to block Jiang Chen's sound wave combat skill. As powerful mortal core warriors, they had some understanding of sound wave combat skills. The powerful sound waves were everywhere, and it was very difficult to defend against. Bop. Too bad the gap between them was just too big. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could easily destroy any mortal core warrior. Under the impact of the sonic hawk cry, the three men's yuan energy barrier was shattered, and the sound waves went through their bodies. Wah! The three men spat out blood at the same time and their faces became pale. Jiang Chen's sound waves had damaged the source of their souls. Clang! Jiang Chen's attack was extremely fast and he didn't show any mercy. In his hand, a long sword appeared. This was the sword he got from the Tianjin Gate disciple in the forest. When the combat weapon landed in Jiang Chen's hand, it immediately turned into an invincible divine weapon. With a sway of his feet, he dashed forward like a ghost. In a flash, three heads flew up into the sky and blood sprayed up into the sky. Plop, plop. Three headless bodies fell onto the ground, dying in a pool of blood. The scene was bloody and brutal and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Those who were watching the fight from afar were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their faces were filled with fear. A scene like this was something they could never have dreamed of. Those were late mortal core warriors, but in front of this young man, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. This was like child's play. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Heavens, where did that freak come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? This is too cruel. At such a young age, there is already someone who can be so cruel and kill a late mortal core warrior so easily. Even among the outer circle disciples of the four big sects, he is still a rare existence. Only the little devil king and the others from the four big sects can kill a few late mortal core warriors so easily. I'm afraid this young man has just arrived in the Qi province. Otherwise, with such monstrous talent and skills, people would have known about him long ago. This is terrible. 9 mortal core warriors and 3 mortal core flying demon beasts, all of them were killed. This is too cruel. For the mayor's mansion and the Liu family, this is a loss that can never be repeated. That's right. Everyone was shocked. No one knew who this young man who had appeared out of nowhere was. He actually had such tyrannical means. It had been a long time since such a massacre had occurred in Silver Moon City. Jia, this kid is ruthless enough. I like it. De Huang Dog laughed as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Killing a few people was like killing ants to him. Once he arrived in the Qi province, he would be considered to have stepped into the world of cultivation. This was the law of the cultivation world, the law of the jungle. As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen's mentality and skills were not something anyone could imagine. In his mind, killing people was a normal thing. Besides, he knew that these people had to be killed. If he didn't kill them, they would continue to pester him like a dog's skin plaster. Big bro Jiang Chen, after killing so many people, I'm afraid the mayor will have to do it himself. Xuanhuan said worriedly. Right after she finished speaking, an angry shout came from afar. In the next second, a man was flying towards them from Silver Moon City. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Jiang Chen and the other two. It was Yin Zhongcheng. When Yin Zhongcheng arrived, he immediately saw the horrible scene on the ground. His expression immediately changed. After that, he stared at Jiang Chen with a gaze like a poisonous snake. Bastard, did you do all of this? Yin Zhongcheng's eyes were burning with anger. These dead bodies on the ground were the backbone of the mayor's mansion, and there were also 3 flying demon beasts. Those were rare treasures, but they had all been killed here. 4 mortal core warriors who couldn't fly, flying demon beasts were the hardest to find. Demon beasts were brutal by nature, and it was very difficult for humans to tame them. In the entire mayor's mansion, there were only 3 flying demon beasts. You should have expected this when you sent your men to kill me. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Good, very good, this is great. I've given face to the little devil king once, but this time, you've killed so many men from the mayor's mansion. Even if the little devil king comes again, I won't let you off. Yin Zhongcheng was completely furious. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Although Silver Moon City wasn't a big city and it was located far away from the city, and the 4 big sects didn't really care about it, he was still the overlord of this city. As a heavenly core warrior, how could he be humiliated by a junior? Damn it, let's fight him. De Huang Dog was eager to give it a try. Damn dog, that's a heavenly core warrior, how are we going to fight him? Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. With his current strength he could fight any mortal core warrior, but when facing a heavenly core warrior he would still be at a disadvantage. After all, the gap between a heavenly core warrior and a mortal core warrior wasn't small. Only by working together with Xuanhuan and De Huang Dog could they fight a heavenly core warrior, and even then they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Yin Zhongcheng, I advise you not to provoke me. Don't bring yourself too much trouble. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Ah, what a joke, what a huge joke. You're just a tiny mortal core warrior. Even if you have some talent, you're still no match for a heavenly core warrior. Today I, the mayor, will tear you into a million pieces, skin that dog alive and cook him. I'll capture that bitch and let my son have sex with her every night. Cheng was extremely ferocious. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he couldn't wait to rush up and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Bang! When Cheng said this, Jiang Chen's anger immediately rushed up to his head. Cheng's insulting words towards Yan Chenyu had directly touched Jiang Chen's reverse scale. The Huang dog was also jumping up and down in anger, and he was spitting out spittle. This old bird actually wanted to stew him. This was intolerable. Damn it, kill him, we must kill him. The Huang dog was furious. If the three of us join forces, we can fight him. Jiang Chen was determined as well. Looking at Cheng's expression, he wouldn't let them go today. Although he could escape with his blood wings, if he brought Yan Chenyu and the Huang dog with him, it would be very difficult. They're going to fight again. Even the mayor is here. What did this young man do to offend the mayor like this? Sigh, he's so young and frivolous. Didn't he just cause a big mess? The mayor is a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior can control natural energies. He's not someone a mortal core warrior can handle. Let's stay away from here. The mayor is furious right now. Don't let him kill us with just one slap. Everyone was shocked. This was a rare fight in the Silver Moon restaurant. So many people from the mayor's mansion had died, and if they let those two men and a dog leave just like that, where would Cheng's face go? How was he going to be the mayor of Silver Moon City in the future? Young man, face your death. Unparalleled palm. Cheng shouted out loudly. Without any hesitation, he struck towards Jiang Chen with a powerful combat skill. The unparalleled palm was a high-ranked mortal combat skill, and it was only weaker than an earth combat skill. It was unleashed by an early heavenly core warrior, and it was extremely powerful. Bang! Following a loud rumbling sound, countless golden beams were unleashed by Chen. In an instant, the golden beams converged into a gigantic palm. The golden palm pressed down from the sky like a small mountain. Then it threw itself towards Jiang Chen and the other two men. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. He pointed his finger forward like a sword, and two huge golden fingers dashed out. Next to them was a huge shadow of a third huge finger. Obviously, if Jiang Chen broke through to the mid-mortal core realm, he would be able to completely transform the three solar fingers. At the same time, Yan Chenyu unleashed a huge amount of cold energy from her body. She unleashed a silver-white icicle. Wherever the icicle passed, white mist would appear, and even the air would be frozen. The Huang dog didn't want to be outdone. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth. There were mystical symbols within the beam, and it emitted a holy aura. The double solar fingers, the icicle, and the golden beam. Any one of these attacks could kill a late mortal core warrior, let alone the three of them working together. If the three of them fought Cheng separately, they might not be his match, but with the three of them working together, it wouldn't be easy for Cheng to hurt them. Bang! The great unparalleled palm strike collided with the attacks of the two people and the dog. The resulting shockwaves could be said to be earth-shattering. The air in that area was directly obliterated, and a resplendent shockwave rippled out, dazzling and dazzling. The ground was shaking, and all the people who were watching from afar were shocked. They rarely saw a heavenly core warrior fight, and today was a rare occasion. When the shockwave dissipated, Jiang Chen and the other two were still standing where they were. They weren't injured at all. This situation not only shocked Cheng, even the people who were watching couldn't believe their own eyes. Those were heavenly core warriors. A heavenly core warrior had used a high-ranked mortal combat skill, but he still couldn't take down three mortal core warriors? This was too shocking, and it was unbelievable. This situation didn't mean that Cheng, who was at the heavenly core realm, wasn't strong enough. It only meant that the three mortal core warriors were too strong. Heavenly core warriors are really strong. Yan Chenyu's eyes lit up. On the other side, Cheng had a serious expression on his face. Yuan energy was glowing around his body, and he slowly flew up into the sky. His divine sense had locked onto Jiang Chen and the other two. It looked like he was about to unleash an even stronger attack. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.